All right, everybody. I should be live. Make sure that everything is good. Late, great. Dude, I'm late by like 2 minutes. I was trying to get Rumble to work, and Rumble is pooping itself. I don't know. All right, well, let's get started.
If you visit the Rippaverse, you'll see just how I move differently. Got more arm hair than an armchair. That's why they call me Papa Bear, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it. My business got so many factors, and I got so many detractors. Those suckers gonna need to me, and ISIM's gonna sue me, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it. Got 100,000 comics without any buyers, and a lot of insurance for warehouse fires, because it is what it is, and what it is and ain't it. What it is what it is, and that's it. I sold 3D assets to a bunch of asshats for a pile of cash that's all gone up in smoke, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it. You know a grifter's gonna grift and a scammer gonna scam. Next I sell these morons a comic about horsemen, because it is what it is, and what it is and ain't it. What it is what it is, and that's it. You know a grifter's gonna grift and a scammer gonna scam. Next I'll sell these morons a comic about horsemen, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it.
All right, everybody, how is it going? Zombie Bomb is in the chat with the green hearts. Thank you. We got AC in the chat deriding me for being 2 minutes late. Everybody, welcome. We are not live on Rumble. There is something wrong with the website, or I don't know, maybe I'm not sucking enough Israeli cock to get my shit to work. And of course, I got booted from Facebook. I need 99 followers on Fakebook. How has your week been, Annie? My week has actually been surprisingly well. There was one, I want to say, minor $10,000 setback, but nothing I haven't already recovered from. It's been brutal, but I'm gonna get over it, and I'm going to prevail. I will win. All right, hold on. Let me let everybody know in the town center, or in the town square that I'm on. Everybody jump on. I'm live. Oh, wait. I'm live. Wow, I can't type. Explain the 10K. Well, I was supposed to be receiving a fat payment for something, but it didn't work out the way that I anticipated. So I had to go back to the drawing board. But, like I said, it's not the end of the world. I will make the money regardless. It was just a minor setback. It was going to go towards the renovation. So, I mean, it is what it is. Goddamn, now I sound like Eric July. It is what it is. We're going to be talking about that because we got details of the Riley warrant. Riley went live yesterday with Mint Salad. It's fine. Honestly, like, you guys have seen me upset and you guys have seen me emotional. And tonight is not going to be one of those nights. And this setback is not one of those things. It's just, you know, life happens. Life has been happening, and surprisingly, things have been going very well for me. Again, there's just some things that, like, it's not my story to tell. And I love to be transparent with you guys. I want to be open and honest with you guys, but there's just some things that I can't talk about. I don't want to be like, you know, Aaron Imholt and start making comments about really personal shit. Although it really doesn't involve really anybody but me. But regardless, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into Nick Rekieta's DMs. We're going to analyze them. I can't pull them up. However, I went through some stuff, and I have some further comments about Nick Rekieta, and I'm really just starting to have an unfavorable opinion about the guy. And, again, I generally like him as a person. I think he's a decent lad. However, the behavior that's being exhibited, I don't know if it's the drugs. I don't know if this is who he really was. And because of the substance abuse, the real Rekieta has come out. I have some thoughts. But right now, I have it up on the screen. The Virginia House primary of 2024 is on. And, the DeSantis bros are chimping out. MAGA's chimping out. We got a nail biter in District 5 between Bob Good and Jay McGuire. We're going to be keeping an eye on this race specifically. Bob Good pulled ahead like less than an hour ago, and now Jay McGuire has pulled ahead by just like a few hundred votes. This is why I impress upon everybody that you have to get out there. You got to register to vote. You got to go out there. You got to stomp for MAGA. You got to stomp for your candidates. Jay McGuire does appear to be the Trump-approved candidate. Bob Good, as far as I'm aware, he's got a pretty decent voting record. This guy, on paper is relatively decent. However, he trashed, the Orange Man. And when you trash the Orange Man, there's no place for you in the Republican Party, and people will not turn out to support Bob Good if he is the winner of District 5. The way that I see it right now for all these races all throughout the country, we gotta get in line. All these guys got to get in line. They got to stand behind the Orange King, and if you don't, you deserve to lose. I'm kind of sour, like really sour. Or I have soured on the Republican Party. Again, I was never really a Republican anyways, but I vote enthusiastically for the party merely because President Trump is on the ballot. And if Trump was not on the ballot, if he was a non-entity at this point in time, I wouldn't care about any of this. However, things are just so dire in the country, and now more than ever, we need people to register and we need them to vote. And I always impress upon content creators. Like, you guys have to tell your audience to register to vote and to go out there and stump for the Orange Man, stump for MAGA, because this is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. There's no going back. This is our last chance to kind of almost undo the damage that has been done by this illegitimate regime in 2024. Are you the Trump-approved watchfrog, AC? I believe I am. I would love to be one of Trump's strategists. I would love to be a strategist for the GOP. But, for whatever reason, President Trump doesn't seem to have control over the people that are overseeing his campaign and overseeing, the strategy that's involved in helping him get to the White House. And he's certainly not really involved with, selecting or endorsing good candidates. And, the GOP is not really interested in street guys like myself being involved in the process. For whatever reason, like right now, if I wanted to, I can go into the Nevada Democratic political office, and I can get a good job, making a lot of money. And I have been offered jobs, not only once this year, but quite a few times in 2022 for the midterms. They're willing to hire me, despite all the shit that I talk, despite the opinions that I have, and despite the way that I voted, because Democrats, they win. Republicans are losers. Their strategy for quite the longest time is to hope that the Democratic base is depressed and they do not come out and vote. They relied heavily on very low voter enthusiasm, voter turnout. And when they do turn out, they don't vote for Republicans. However, when Trump is on the ballot, they do. That's just how it is. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how serious a lot of these dorks are about keeping their job. But as many have pointed out, the jig is up. They only appear to be interested in appearing to be conservative, appearing to be dissident, appearing to be right-wing, appearing to be an opposition to the illegitimate regime and all the horrible things that it is doing. I hate to tell people that, because I sound like a black pillar, but I'm not black pilled. I am going to continue to speak the truth, and I'm going to continue to, say what's really going on. And I always impress upon people to do that. In your personal lives, you got to be honest with yourself. You got to be honest with the people in your lives. What's the point of being quiet, especially, when so much is on the line? The stakes are way too high. I have a lot of disagreements with the black pillars in this regard, because they make it very clear that we're not going to vote our way out of this. Maybe they're right. that there is no political solution. Maybe they're right. And all is dire and all hope is gone. If that was the case, why even bother being online? Why even waste your time opining on any of these matters that are ongoing throughout the country? You know, these serious problems ongoing throughout the country. If all of it is futile, it's kind of like MGTOW. It's like, okay, if you're sour on women, it's like, I get it. You know, you have really strong opinions about dating. You have strong opinions about the family courts, marriage, etc. And you want to hashtag walk away. That's perfectly fine and completely reasonable and understandable in every regard. I'm not, you know, clowning on him or disagreeing per se, but if it's like a fruitless endeavor to date or a fruitless endeavor to vote, why even bother opining or chiming in on these matters? Just step away, go, you know, sit on the beach and eat grapes and, you know, drink a Malibu pineapple or something, you know? It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Where is my moon babble? Not right now. I have nothing to say about the moon, guys. We're not going to be talking about the moon landing. Am I recording? Yeah, everything is good. Let me make sure that I am live everywhere else. Well, you know what? Fuck that. Let's just go ahead and I got to do my spiel. So, greetings, everybody. I'm glad to be here once again for another exciting episode of the watchfrogs. I appreciate every single one of you joining, as always, for the 99th episode of the show. Now, before we begin, please be aware I am streaming on dlive, Trovo, Kick, not Facebook, not Rumble, but I am on X, formerly known as Twitter, Twitch.tv, and YouTube. And for those who enjoy or prefer the audio-only experience of the show, you can head over to Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else where podcasts exist. Of course, the links are in the description. There are also a handful of other ways to support the show and to keep me independent. Feel free to head over to my subscribe star, my locals page, or toss a generous donation in my Cash App. I'll greatly appreciate it. All right, so now that we got that out of the way, this is the 99th episode. We got 100. We're about to do the 100th show next week, and I think I should do something pretty special. I don't know. I don't know what to do. It'd be cool to have Aaron Imholt join me. I'm going to talk about him a little bit later on in the show, but God, I'm just drawing a blank, you know, because I've just been so freaking busy. I've been unbelievably busy with life, with work, and all of it is relatively really positive. And man, I'm just getting tired, you know, but I got to push on. Gio, I have a fun segment for a 100 show. Friedrich Marx, say your piece in the chat. I want to know what your idea is. I might just go for it. I might do a moon landing is fake speech. That'd be kind of cool. I might do something fun with a puppet. That might be cool. I might do all of that for the 100th episode. But this is going to be a very drama-driven show tonight. We're going to be talking about Yaira. I'm going to go over Dick Masterson's notes. I would show you images of this shitty, soulless, garbage comic book, but Eric July will call the police on me and have a warrant out for my arrest. And of course, my name is public. I have already been doxxed, which is whatever. But so I'm not trying to go to jail, Eric July. This is just my free speech. You're a libertarian. Hopefully you understand. Yeah, man, the guy's a fucking coward and Yaira sucks. So we got to talk about it. Let's see. Do I have anything going on Twitter? Probably not. Guys, hit that like button wherever you may be watching. And don't forget to share. There is also a link in the description for my Facebook. Send it to your... Well, let me set up. I got this hideous posture. Oh, yeah, I cut my hair, Zombie Bomb. You guys were making fun of me because I had my hair, the little comb-over thing. But I had to shorten it because it's just getting kind of, like, yucky wearing the motorcycle helmet. So I can't be, you know, having super long hair in the summer. I don't even like having super long hair in the winter because, like, I'm at the gym and then I get showered and my hair's still kind of damp and stuff. And then I get all freezing. Nice. Good job. Thank you, Zombie Bomb. I'll send you the segment later on after work. Okay, well, you know what? You have fun working, son. You have fun working. Let me see what's going on here. Before we dive into the first segment, let me just go ahead and see what is going on with District 5. So we are at 96% reporting in. Jay McGuire, the Trump-endorsed candidate, at 50.3%. Bob Good at 49.7%. People were chimping out early. Let's see if we can go ahead and find those comments here on Twitter. So if I type in Bob Good, let's see what we got here. Bob Good speaks with several thousand votes out in a margin of 285. That was 6 minutes ago. Yeah, let's hear what Bob has to say. Dude, he must be freaking the fuck out. Dude, all because he had to open his fucking mouth and shit talk Trump. It's like, why? Dude, what is the point?
too close to call stage. We don't know how long that's going to last. The outstanding ballots are greater than the margin of the margin right now, so we are prayerfully hopeful that victory will be realized, but we don't know how long that's going to take. So we're coming up to 11 o'clock, and y'all are Republicans, so you got to go to work tomorrow. We're not going to keep, and some of you traveled a couple hours to be with us here in the Senate.
He lost a lot of weight. Good for him. Bob Good looks good. Again, I don't really have issues with him. I don't know who the other guy is. I just know that Bob Good's voting record is relatively decent.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry that we don't have already something exciting to announce. We're going to continue to work through the process and prayerfully trust the Lord for a positive outcome. So thank you again for all the work you've done to get us here. I'm not going to talk to my friends in the back there that are outside. We're going to go ahead and give out. We've got a statement prepared. We're going to post that and email that to you all. You all will see that, which basically says we're going to keep working through this. And thank you for all the help and everything. So
Thank you, Bob.
Harvest ballots, dude. Get your people out there. Start collecting ballots. You guys have like a million fucking days to turn them in. All right. Let's see. Michael Tracy. Oh, I thought this guy blocked me. Oh, okay. Michael Tracy unblocked me. Cool, I guess. It's a squeaker, but it looks like Trump is on course to oust the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus for no apparent reason other than being insufficiently loyal to Trump, even though Bob Good just showed up in solidarity to Trump's NYC porn star payoff trial. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, like I said, I don't think Bob Good really did anything wrong. I don't know why Trump goes on these fucking vendettas. I just think he has no appetite for anybody who mildly criticizes him or is just even like hints at not being totally behind him. I would be. If I was Bob Good, I'd be 100%, Team Orange, and I would get that endorsement, and this race would have been called about an hour ago. Nearly all counties are complete except for Albemarle County, which still has 19 precincts not reported. This one county will tell us if Bob Good wins or not. Yeah, this is gonna be it. Let's see. Is Virginia rigging the VA 05 primary against Bob Good? They just dumped 7,500 ballots out of nowhere. Stop the count. Oh, Jesus Christ. Shut the fuck up. If Bob Good loses, I'm done with Trump. Yeah, so again, the chimpening is occurring throughout the Republican Party. Let's see. This isn't complicated. A vote for Bob Good is a vote for conservatism. So apparently he's got the Heritage Action for America website gives him a rating or a session score of 100% average House Republicans. So yeah, he does appear to be, he votes in the right way. All right. So, okay. David Raboy, he's one of these DeSantis retards. David Raboy, late Republic nonsense. Fingers crossed you can't claim to be on the right and not be pulling for Bob Good. I'm going to remain neutral because I don't know who the opponent is, and I don't really understand what Trump's vendetta is against Bob Good. Besides, I think he mildly talks shit on this one. I don't know if it was like CNN or Fox News, but it was one of the bigger networks, and he said something that like wasn't super positive towards Trump, but it wasn't like that bad. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm pissed off the orange, man. Let me see if that needle has moved. We're still at 96%. Dude, it can go either way, man. I don't feel comfortable calling this race, but beyond that, we'll check in later. Let's go ahead and move on to the news. We have like one other article that's pertaining to politics. So House passes defense bill automatically registering men 18 to 26 years old for the draft. The draft has been trending quite a bit on Twitter, on Facebook. There have been videos going viral of these Gen X retards and boomers like, they're going to draft our daughter. What kind of sick regime would send all these women to go out there with the weapon and shoot at the enemy? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, first off, I'm not a sexist. I don't think any young person, regardless of their gender, should be forced to fight against an enemy or against another country and their people, regardless of what they have, what equipment they got between their legs. I am anti-war. I am anti-draft. I am anti-sending young people to go fight for the Biden crime family, for the Hillary Clinton crime family, etc., for the Obamas, for Raytheon, for Blackhawk or BlackRock. I'm just sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. Again, I'm against World War I. I still got to stick up my ass about that, and World War II. Just totally, just pointless, senseless loss of life. all for the benefit of the banker class, for the internationalists. You know, all these politicians, man, they love automatically registering people to do shit that they don't really want to do. They automatically register people to vote at the DMV. They are going to automatically register all these young people to be drafted to go fight for Israel, to go fight for Ukraine. And I'm against it. And you know, the boomer sentiment is that, oh, well, isn't it just so cruel and barbaric that, you know, this regime would send women to go fight in a bloody skirmish against the Russians or the Chinese or whoever. You know, how do they vote? How do these women vote? You know, they want open borders. You know, they want this globalist utopia. And if they were going to vote for it, they need to pick up a weapon, strap on some boots, ladies, and go fight for it. You want to have our once peaceful nations flooded with illegal immigration, flooded with violent criminals, you know, the criminal classes of all these countries. Put on a pair of boots and go do what, you know, the bravest men in American history once did or were once forced to do. Let's see how you like it. I don't believe the Democrats are going to go for it, though. I don't think we're legitimately going to see a point in American history or a point in the future, in America's future, where women are going to be forced to fight, because the women in the West vote overwhelmingly for the modern left, for the liberal left, for, you know, the Bolshevik class, etc. So if women are being told that they're going to be forced to pick up a weapon, to cut their hair, to go off into the desert, to go off into, you know, the frozen tundra in Russia, they're gonna start voting another way. So I don't foresee that. I could be wrong. But if you're a young guy, it's time to be a fucking man, stop being a little pussy, and vote for the dissident candidates. Vote for somebody like J.D. Vance. Vote for somebody like President Trump. You know, vote for somebody like Lauren Boebert or even, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, because these are the anti-war candidates, as far as I can tell. These are the pro-peace candidates. And you vote against that, you're essentially voting, you know, for your own demise. So I have very little sympathy for a lot of these people. However, there are a good deal of them, especially young men, who don't want any part in this. And this is why I impress upon people that you got to get involved in politics, or politics is going to get involved in you or with you. You don't want to vote. You don't want to be a part of the process. These politicians are going to make decisions on your behalf, and they're going to send you off to go fight against Russians. They're going to send you off to go fight against, you know, Hamas or something, or the Iranians or whoever. And none of these people did anything to you. You know, ain't no Russian is my enemy. I got no Russian enemies. I would never, ever bring harm to my Russian brothers and sisters. Like, I told people, like, I'm not fucking kidding you, man. Like, if this country was invaded by, like, the Russians, I wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't bother me the least bit. If anything, I would welcome them as liberators, because I am living in hell. They're taking all my money. They're taking my freedoms. They're poisoning the youth. We're being hunted by the permanent government. There's nothing for me here. And maybe that makes me blackpilled, but where people see tragedy and horror and a rise in fascism or whatever, I see the complete opposite. Russia looks pretty good compared to the U.S. Just saying. Let's get into this article just a little bit more. The House of Representatives passed the measure on Friday, automatically registering men aged 18 to 26 for selective service. So that's basically the draft. It was part of the annual National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, which sets out the U.S. government's military and national security priorities over the next fiscal year. This year's NDA authorizes $895.2 billion in military spending and a $9 billion increase from fiscal 2024. Oh, man, I wonder where they're getting all this money from. Yeah, it's because I'm doing overtime. I'm paying for this. While it hasn't been invoked in over half a century, it's mandatory for all male U.S. citizens to register for the selective service, also known as the military draft. When they turn 18, failure to register is classified as a felony and comes with a host of legal challenges. Supporters of the amendment argue that it would cut down on bureaucratic red tape and help U.S. citizens avoid unnecessary legal issues. Oh, well, are they not merciful? Oh, well, they're doing it for our benefit, you guys. Well, so, you know, it's all of a sudden, it's all is good in the hood. as well as cutting down on taxpayer dollars. Ah, yes, my taxpayer dollars. It's worth more than the lives of these young men who did nothing. Most of whom don't even vote or are involved in the political process. But if I can save a few bucks, I don't care if the little broccoli-haired kid gets shipped off to go die in some shithole country for the Biden crime family. Yeah, it's fantastic news. That makes me feel so good inside. It was led by Rep. Chrissy Halachan, a Democrat. Yes. You vote for Democrats, you vote for war. The Democratic Party is the pro-war party. They are the pro-death party. They are the pro-take away your fucking freedoms and send the FBI to harass you party. And passing the House Armed Services Committee's version of the NDAA in May, the NDAA advanced through the committee in an overwhelming 57-1 vote. Oh, man. Let's see. Well, that's basically it. Let me read some of these comments you guys are leaving here. Let's see. Yes, young men will go die for 2 generations who robbed and insulted them. I don't think Boomer X knows what's going to happen. Bro, I don't even know what's going to happen. I just hope that there is so much defiance from these young people that regardless of what the law is or what Congress does, it doesn't move anything. They're not going to be able to advance their globalist agenda. Women draft equal getting pregnant to be excluded from the draft call equals solving birth rate issue. It's a win-win for the companies. I doubt it, man. I mean, that already happens. It's already happening. Russia might defund the police. Cool. Therefore, that would decrease the government spending. That would mean lower taxes, right? I don't know. They wouldn't. We wouldn't need the police or a strong police force because the Russians would deal with the criminals accordingly. China has better freedoms than the USA nowadays. Well, I don't know about that, but it certainly does feel that way. If these men get drafted and die, who will pay for my Social Security? Are you telling me that I will have to work for a longer time? Yes, AC, you will have to work for a significantly longer time. More than likely what is going to happen with Social Security, it'll be insolvent. It'll just be FUBAR. And they'll probably lie to you. The regime will probably lie to you. It's like, oh yeah, you're going to get your, they'll pass these bullshit meaningless bills. They'll send out these fucking letters to the press trying to appease people, bring down the temperature, but people my age, we're not going to see a dime of that Social Security. I don't have a draft, but have mandatory voting. I am more free, LOL. Yeah, dude, apparently, I don't know, man, Australia kind of fucking sucks with their, with their COVID response. I mean, you guys got really fucking shafted. I don't know what to say. I mean, Australia, like, I like Aussies, but man, your guys' politics sucks. You guys are worse than the French. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, the draft has been trending quite a bit. It's been trending for the past few years, actually, since the illegitimate regime took power. And this has been lurking in the back of people's minds. I remember shortly after Joe Biden has been illegitimately installed, there were posts from, I believe, the Selective Services official Twitter account, and I believe the Army website. They're talking about conscientious objectors. So somebody who is morally, ethically, or religiously opposed to violent conflict, war, for example. Kind of like that Dawson guy, that Dawson from the movie. Oh God, it was the one with Mel Gibson. I can't remember the name, but it was really good. I've seen it twice. It's bothering me. But yeah, that guy. He went into battle in World War II willingly without a weapon, and he was a medic. And, they were going to throw him in prison for, insubordination and shit. But he was a conscientious objector, and they wanted to give him a different role instead of going out there, but he ended up being quite the asset. Me, personally, I guess you could call me a conscientious objector, but I'm just morally opposed on a personal level. Fighting or lifting a finger for this regime, knowing that, they're torturing journalists like Julian Assange. They're, torturing American citizens for participating in what is mostly a peaceful protest, a little bit of hooliganism here. But the libel that has been spread about people like myself has just left me so unpatriotic. Words escape me. That's just the harsh reality of it. Who the hell was messaging me? Oh, nobody. Let's see. COVID was a 3-state issue. Unlike the USA, my state blocked all the others. The feds have near zero power over the states. All right, if you say so. Again, I don't really know too much about it. It looked awful. I saw the camps. I mean, was that fake news or what? Because I don't know. I don't really know. The best way to avoid the draft, all right, you're going to go on the most edgiest websites. You're going to compile the most offensive, I'm using the word offensive, you know what I mean when I say offensive. You're going to get the most offensive memes, the most offensive jokes. You're going to put them all on your phone. And if you get brought into a recruitment office, just show them your phone. Show them what you believe. And you'll be excluded from serving in the prestigious United States military. That's the only way to get out of this. That's the only way to get out of being forced to fight for an illegitimate regime and being forced to shoot at people who didn't do anything to you whatsoever. There's no other way. I was going to falsely state that I was like a transformer and I was like, pre-op or whatever. But now the transformers are allowed in the military. Now they're like propped up. You'll rank up if you're a transformer. You get benefits and shit. So you can't do that. You can't be a rainbow person because they got rid of DOMA, don't ask, don't tell. So what does the regime really hate? They hate people like myself. They hate the opinions that I hold. And most people are afraid to espouse their opinions. So I got them all right here. If somebody wants to go through them at the recruitment office, take a look at what I believe. Fuck it, watch the watchfrogs. These are my legitimate opinions. I'm not a fucking fraud like all these grifter morons in the Geeks and Gamer crew. And I'm almost... Actually, I know I'm 100% excluded from serving in this illegitimate process that I do not believe in. The Russians are not my enemies. The Iranians are not my enemies. And most of those people in the Middle East, they're not my enemies. They didn't do anything to me. I just don't want them here. You're gonna be elite infantry as a transformer. I know, right? I'll just be out there with my fucking high heels, just dual wielding M4s, leading America to victory. The government might recruit you anyways and station you in a location that would get attacked, like putting unwanted people in the Death Valley to get rid of them. Oh yeah, they send us off to the Death Valley out in California. They're like, oh no, the AC went out, and we all just kind of fucking die of thirst, die of dehydration. That'd be kind of funny. I mean, that's more preferable than getting my fucking dick blown off, on some front in Ukraine. Get my legs blown off in Kharkov or something. No, yeah, because if they try some shit, like if really push comes to shove, like at least if I get shipped off somewhere, I can at least like run away and just be like, hey, dude, the enemies are over there. I'll point them out where they're on the map. I'll just fuck it. Yeah, who knows what they'll do. But honestly though, I think just based on what I've seen, based on the instability that we're seeing in the country, and just how much people detest the government on both sides, I don't really see the draft working. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers and I'm looking at the math. How is this feasible? You got the modern left that is openly anti-Semitic, openly hateful, antagonistic, and literally calling for genocide. Are those people going to be compelled and forced to fight? How would you compel and force them to fight anyways? There's too many of them. People like myself, we're checking out. We're disappearing. We're keeping our heads down. We have the wrong opinions. We're on lists. We're literally on government lists. The fucking friend of the channel. What's his name? Sandman. He's being monitored by the government right now for making jokes about fat women and feminists and AI sex bots and shit. I don't believe that we would be seen as worthy of being drafted. I legitimately believe it. And it would be like a demoralization tactic too. And believe me, I take no offense. The government doesn't want anything to do with me. They just want my money and to keep me quiet, and that's not going to happen. So yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the second story. Yeah, so the draft, here we come. All right, so kind of in the kind of related, Trump supporter says American airline flight attendant skipped her drink order over the MAGA hat. Here, let's watch this short 38-second clip. All right, so the girl's kind of cute. I like her. I dig it. She's thin, too. Oh, is that Chris Christie in the back? He's just out there, just passed out, being all fat. All right, Chun supporter says flight attendant skipped her order over the MAGA hat. See what this bitch looks like. Damn, she's got big assets. In a fiery post on X, Heather Mullins, an independent journalist, accused an American Airlines flight attendant of discriminating against her. Yeah, probably. Claiming she intentionally skipped over her while taking first-class drink orders because she was wearing a red MAGA hat. Let's see. Heather Mullins writes, I've worn my MAGA hat every time I've flown for the last 4 years and got thousands of fist bumps. Never got any hate. Well, there's a first time for everything. I just had the flight attendant for American Air skip me in first class when asking everyone if they wanted a drink. All right. Mullins said she called the airline to file a complaint about the alleged blah, blah, blah. All right, this is what she looks like. She looks kind of like haggard and old. And she's wearing gloves. Ugh. In a follow-up post, Mullins shared a picture of the flight attendant and claimed American Airlines allegedly called her to apologize and confirm that her complaint was being reviewed. American Airlines told the Post the company strives to provide a positive and welcoming experience who travels. All right, let's see if we can get a better picture of her. Yeah, I'm just looking at her posture. This would suggest that this woman is not very confident in her own skin. She's not confident. She's not comfortable in the situation based on the position of the hands here. It's almost childlike. It like she knows she's being a bad girl. She knows she's doing the wrong thing. She's mistreating this really pretty Trump supporter girl, and that's what this posture suggests. I'm not buying it. Let's see. Oh, damn. She looks good in red. Fucking Chris Christie. Oh, he's such a piece of shit. All right, well, let's just read her story really quick. All right, so she asked the guy next to me and then walked away. I thought it was odd she didn't ask me. So when she came back, I asked her if I could get a drink. And in the nastiest voice, she was like, no, I'll be back for you. And proceeded to serve the people behind me. They were then in shock. I was the last one to get served, and now everyone in the plane is floored and talking about it. So this got 2.7 million views. I believe this. I know she's like a woman, and it's not really something that I do, is to believe somebody like this. But, you know, as somebody who wears the hat in public myself, and knowing what I know and all the things that we've talked about here on the show, people that wear and support the president, wear the hats, support the president, you know, we get mistreated. We get attacked. We get spit on. We get shit thrown at us. We get kicked out of bars. People harass us in all kinds of awful ways. I 100% believe the story. I believe it is credible, and it is still happening, and it sickens me. It needs to stop. Everyone should be wearing the MAGA hat. I love wearing the MAGA hat, and I don't believe I've ever gotten shit from it. I also wear like an ICE immigration hat and a Border Patrol hat, and everybody always comes up to me and talks to me about politics and stuff. And, you know, surprisingly, a lot of people are in agreement with me. And one of these days, I'm just like, come on, who wants to start shit? You know, like I just wake up and I choose violence, you know? Like I want people to bring the fucking hate, and it just doesn't come. But she's a cute, small woman. So people feel like they can just fucking bully her and mistreat her. Flight attendants are, dude, like, I talk a lot of shit about teachers and stuff, but the flight attendants are the fucking worst. The most smug people on the planet. Flight attendants. These bitches in the plane. Look at this. Let's go back. Let's go look at this picture. Look at this. Just the most smug, pretentious fucking just attitude. I can't stand these people. They think they're fucking gods. They think they're so fucking like just better than everybody else. I can't stand people with that kind of ego, man. Check your fucking ego at the door. Get your shit together, man. I can't stand them. Let me read some of these comments you guys are flooding me with. Let's see. Is that even a woman? Kind of looks like a man. It could be. I mean, the posture would suggest, you know, that might be the case. But I'm for the sake of not getting banned, it's a woman. She got tires wrapped around her. Chad disavows geostasis. What? Dude, this chick is cute. She's a cute woman. I would wear the hat, and then claim the other person's being racist. That would probably work. Well, I don't know. There's 2 white people involved, so I don't think. I mean, I could probably get away with calling somebody racist. I'm a chocolatey boy, but some people try to deny me of my BIPOC status. So I don't know. I guess it depends where I'm at. Okay, my taste in women. Okay, what is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? Chat, explain yourself right now. I think you're being really hateful. Let's see, Heather Mullins. I'm not familiar with her. This is the first time hearing about her. But I saw the headline. I'm like, oh, dude, I got to talk about it. All right, let's see where we're at with that Virginia race. Oh man, we're still at 96%. Oh, dude, that's a nail biter. She looks plain, like unflavored vanilla. Look, dude. Okay, so she's decked out in tattoos. She's for the streets. If she looks like a trad woman, a trad girl, then she's too vanilla. Like, dude, these chicks can't win. You guys got to give a little bit of rope. You know, you guys can't be this fucking hard-headed. You guys are being difficult. I think the conquer side of you is wanting her. No comment. Anyways, Bob Good. It's not looking good for him. He's losing by a few hundred votes. If he loses, we're gonna scurry Twitter for all the DeSantis morons and just to see them respond. So let's go ahead and move on. I mean, other than that, we don't really got much to talk about politics-wise. Supreme Court decisions have been coming through, and most of them are okay. Bump stocks have been unbanned. Congress has moved very quickly to ban them again. However, it's been shut down as of this morning, I believe. So the bump stocks are here to stay. Me personally, I don't like them. I don't recommend them for people. I have my own armory here, my own little workshop, and the few AR-15s that I had to repair, there was a few. There was a couple that were damaged from use with bump stocks. Bump stocks will destroy your AR-15. They are not meant for modern sporting rifles. On White's Mediterranean simp for any pretty white girl. Joe's a pipe off for sure. Fuck you, Friedrich Marx. Go fuck yourself. God damn, dude. The amount of shit that I get in the chats, I get called a med. I got called Asian. I got called a Paki. I'm getting called Mexican. My dad called me a Jew. You know, like, dude, I'm getting beat up every angle. You know, I just got to roll with the punches, man. I just got to roll with the punches. I think it's funny. I'm not going to be like that cuck, Nick Rekieta. You know, I know we're going to talk about that later on once we get into the pop culture stuff, but there's just something that bothers me about somebody who's like pretending that there's not an elephant in the room, pretending that there's not a problem in the vicinity. It reminded me of the speech that Jordan Peterson gave. I know Jordan Peterson, whatever, but hear me out. He was talking about problems in the household. And, you know, I don't know if it was him or somebody else, but I'm just going to pretend it was him. He goes to this person's house and he notices that there's a small mess like in the hallway and everybody's ignoring it. And he's like, wait a minute, that's a problem and it needs to be addressed and no one's addressing it. Why? Nick Rekieta allowed a man to fuck his wife. Nick Rekieta paraded himself as a trad dad. He openly mocked people for their alleged alternative lifestyle. Like he called Nicholas Fuentes a little rainbow kid. He called him a cat boy, which is a bigoted slur. Hateful, anti-LGBTQ slur, cat boy. But you're the one sleeping in a bed with another man, with your wife and another woman, who appears to be at the brink of replacing your current wife. And you want to just pretend like none of these things happen. I know you got like a criminal case pending, but you could at the very least address, because what you're, fucking another man's wife is not a crime. Another man sleeping in your bed and fucking your wife there is not a crime. Aaron Imholt is surprisingly too open, in my opinion, about what transpired. Nick Rekieta has nothing to say about it, but I know he did talk about it. He's fucking furious. He hates Aaron Imholt. He has very, very horrible things to say about him. Jordan may be Christ existed Peterson. I know, right? MTMG. Yeah. Again, I don't like Jordan Peterson, but that story, it stood out to me. you go anywhere and then you see something that is obviously wrong and everybody's ignoring it and you wonder why. You know, there's horrible things happening in Nick Rekieta's household, not criminal, but morally speaking. And it is being ignored and nobody wants to address it. You know, the fans don't want to address it. You know, his supporters, his friends don't want to address it. His other fellow contemporaries. You know, like I was listening to Camelot talk about it with Kiki, one of April Imholt's friends. And he's like, you know, I don't like Aaron Imholt. Hearing him speak is like hearing like chalk or nails on a chalkboard or whatever. And I get why a lot of people don't like Aaron Imholt, because they like Nick Rekieta and they don't know Aaron. They see him as this vindictive, vile, hostile dude. But I don't really see it that way. Aaron Imholt is going out there and being completely transparent, even though he has an agenda. He is being transparent. And in my opinion, he's 95% honest. And everybody's beating up on this guy. And that's why I feel inclined to defend him. Because I see him as an underdog. And I don't like interlopers. I don't like frauds. I call out cucks. I call out simps. And, you know, I say fucking mean things about these people because I'm just fucking tired of these culture war bitches. And Nick Rekieta is doing the culture war thing. Not to the degree that, like, the geeks and gamer frauds do it. But he positions himself as this figure. As this trad figure, the trad dad, you know, folksy dad, takes his kids to church, does the homeschooling, votes the right way, makes fun of the right people, but he's engaged in the exact same nefarious behavior that he likes to call other people out on. Jack Murphy, you know, he talks shit about his friends, about Vic Mignogna. You know, he did that horrible thing to Ethan Ralph. You know, it really just goes to show that you don't really know who people are. And eventually they do reveal to everybody who they really are. I don't know if I don't think drugs compels you to be a liar or a terrible person per se. But it does create unique opportunities to be really shitty. Like I grew up in a neighborhood, a small kind of working class neighborhood when I was in middle school. And one of my neighbors, he got addicted to smack. And he would take his kids' toys, some of them really expensive, and he'd hawk them for drugs. And I remember, like, I'd be like, hey, let's go skateboarding. It's like, well, we don't know where our skateboard's at. It's missing. And we'd spend forever looking for it. And then the mom later on would tell my mom, you know, what's going on in the house. And I'm like, fuck, man. And now, you know, Nick Rekieta is in the situation where he's doing really horrible things. And it's like, is he even in control? And I believe that he is. You know, like, you don't completely lose agency, but you do a lot of really weird shit just for the next high. And it's not just coke that he wants. He wants April. Have you all learned libertarians and non-Eastern Orthodox Christians are simp cucks and rainbows left and right, same old coins? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. Hey, we should raid Nick's stream and tell him he's getting fat. Dude, that would really piss him off, man. You know, I'm not trying to start a fucking flame war with Nick Rekieta. I'm just trying to be honest, you know. Like, people want to know. Like, everyone's just kind of like tap dancing. I didn't mean to, you know, people are kind of just tap dancing around. They're afraid to say anything. Again, like, if it was just drugs, you know, if it was just drugs and drinking and partying, I'd be like, whatever, man. Like, who gives a fuck? You know, even like the child abuse stuff. Like, again, I went over it, and I had some buddies in law enforcement that are familiar with, you know, child crime stuff, and he's probably going to beat those charges. It's very possible that he beats them. And it's also, you know, like, really, like, those kids are being neglected. I don't really see that at all. But he's not a sympathetic figure. That doesn't help him one bit. And he's got an attitude problem. That's not going to help him either. He's very combative. He's a very hostile dude. And, you know, Camelot believes that he's still on drugs. He's like, dude, like, people just, after a day or two, like, they don't just quit cold turkey. I'm not convinced that he quit. And he still has April, you know, swinging off his cock like a little monkey, you know. She's just swinging, you know, like Tarzan off his cock, probably because she does like him. And also she's addicted to the drugs, seemingly. Apparently in a video game, right? Not trying to defame anybody. And I don't know, man, it just kind of sickens me. You know, you parade yourself as one thing, but you're not, you know. I don't like being lied to. You know, kind of like, Eric July acts like he's like this tough gangbanger. He's not a gangbanger. He's not tough. He's a fucking pussy. He's a coward. He's always been a coward and thin-skinned, frail little bitch who calls the cops on people. Let me see. We're still at 96%. Where's my F5 key? Let's refresh this page really quick. Fuck, man. All right, well, let's continue on with the show. What do we got? All right, here are my Yaira notes. All right, you guys ready to review Yaira? All right, so I can't show images of Yaira because Eric July will call the police on me and get a warrant out for my arrest, and also have my YouTube channel banned. So we're gonna have to read these notes. I largely agree with them. Opens on. Let me see. Am I gonna read all of this? Oh, it's not even that long. Okay, good. Yeah, it's it's like Yaira Winter. It's like we're in the middle of summer and this crappy book comes out. Opens on Yaira smashing Isom into a car again. Yaira looks bad, gaunt, like a villain. There is a good way to do this, like pick up slightly before from her point of view so we know we're following her. It's weird. Now Alpha Core is chasing Yaira. No names, no indication of who is the good or bad guy. Just stuff happening. Chick fight. Great. More girl power shit. Yeah, whatever happened to my girl boss, you know? Wait, now Yaira flinged Alpha Core through a portal into space. How do you hold your breath once you're already in space? Wheeze. In space. LOL. Okay. And now Yaira is sexually assaulting Solari. Or he has an O face and she's sucking the air out of him. Says she's sucking the air out of him. It looks weirdly erotic. I guess that's the point. They're talking in space, so there must be some air, or their hearing is all that good? Question mark. The lasso chick can't fly, so I don't understand how she is surviving in space. Whatever. You can just tell how annoyed Dick Masterson is reading this piece of shit. You know what's so funny? Like, he'll copyright strike me. He'll have my YouTube banned if I show images of Yaira. And it's so weird because usually these comic book artists, they want people to share their work. They want people to review it. But not Eric July. He does not like it when people talk about Isom because the book sucks. The book is shit. The book isn't good. When he talks about anything related to the comic book, it's always like the warehouse, the future business, you know, the fucking Rippercent, all this other horse shit. And it's just so fucking unbelievably lame. Riley was outside of a Ripetard Pride event, these Alpha Core Pride event, some Pride event in Texas. And he had him arrested, saying he was going crazy, but he was just giving out free copies of his book. Yeah, go figure. Okay, super police shit. So Alpha Core are cops. Finally, someone identifies someone. Manipulate the element of ice. Facepalm. Yeah, ice is not an element. I don't know what's going on here. Newscasters wouldn't talk like this in a superhero world. They would have labels for everything like flyer and power ratings, wasted opportunities. Solari is bitching about Yaira because he's not alone. Is the implication that it's harder for him to fight Yaira with help? And why did he fight her? What did she do? These are moments to give information about the character, not I fought her because I had to fight her. Why? Did she steal Six Flags over Texas or something? Why is hold on, where's my cursor at? Why is the news talking about this like a football game? This should be dangerous, not wow, let's see whose power level is higher. It's dumb that a 7-foot-tall Icelandic woman has a secret identity. It's way dumber than Clark Kent. Her speech needs a total rewrite. Find what you're trying to say and express it clearly. Adapt or die. Should be at the end of that speech. Interesting that Yaira has a clear point of view about life and longevity while she's staring at herself in the mirror. Someone else wrote this line. It isn't mumblefucked with Eric's mushmouth style. Dylan Thomas poem. Fucking kill me. This side of the hemisphere, what the fuck? It would be this side of the prime meridian or equator if you want to make that joke. Can't help but feel this Stefania stuff would have been the start of the story. And Stefania kills a guy. Okay, so Stefania is a murderer. Yaira was trying to kill this girl who just accidentally got her powers activated like an X-Man. That's evil. It's typical girl boss shit, though, where they say escalating dialogue that only needs to sound tougher even if it makes them look bad. What are you? How did you acquire those powers? Should have asked that before trying to kill her. So Icelandic Zod and crew have arrived. LOL, bit wordy. Oh, it's more Super Cops? Jesus, I guess. Couldn't this have been done by Alpha Corps? Wouldn't they have contacted Alpha Corps? This fight feels slow because there's no new information given. We can't connect with these characters. It's the same. You need to come back and face Judgment line over and over. We get it. Give more information about the world she left or what she did. Like when the cops arrest Cartman at Casa Bonita. You did all this specific shit. Now you need to face Judgment. Wait, are they cops or cannibals? You need to pick. The power levels are over 9,000. Yeah, dude. So it seems like nothing has changed at all with Yaira. We were told that Yaira is going to be the game changer. Yaira is going to be what really puts Air July on the map. And that just doesn't appear to be the case. I see a very dim and dark future for Horseman and Larry Shungite. But Gooding is coming out soon. Or I don't know, something like that. Yaira is going to be a snow bunny. Probably. Be a moral Christian and covet your neighbor's wife, always and forever. Yeah, that doesn't jive well with me, man. All that shit just doesn't sit well with me, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, he's a fucking cuck, man. Like, Nick Rekieta is a cuck. And I can't be quiet. You know, that's why I do this shit solo, you know? Speaking of which, let me see. Hold on, I got messages. I asked Cheese if he wanted to join. They can't stop us because of the spirit of... Okay. No, I don't even think he's home. All right, well, let's wrap up this shitty Yaira story. Let's see. Okay, the bug. Okay, oh my God, there's a bug now. The one that escaped. Say the person you mean. Okay, the bug has. Now there's a bug in the story. Has sand powers. Why is he a bug then? Is sand an element? You don't have to ask that question. This is a rhetorical question. Of course it isn't. Don't mess with Texas is the slogan for a littering campaign. Why did she have a lighter? I don't know why Yaira escaped the explosion and the other Yairas didn't. Oh, so there's more Yairas now. Great. Jesus Christ, the newscatcher is giving the lamest updates on Alpha Corps. Valdez not living up to Braxwell's recommendation as Alpha Corps' newest member. Can the news try making this stuff sound dangerous and exciting like they do in real life? Why was this pack of Q-tips $20? Is this a meta joke about inflation in a libertarian utopia? Complete waste. I really hate stuff like this. The rich build up almost godlike lore. What does that mean? El Dios Feminio? I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what that means. That is not something Mexicans would have come up with for an ice goddess. Talk to a single Mexican. Yeah, all of his fans, all of Air July, all the ripitards are just like fat white dudes. Like AZ Heals Babyface, who posts gym updates but has no significant gains whatsoever. What is the oldest woman whispering? Say it. This is the end of Lost in Translation. The goddess felt more pain than she had ever experienced, but it's just a shot of Yaira naked. So is it emotional? If it is, it's fucking stupid. Now they're in Yaira's bat cave somehow. How the fuck did they get here? Complete lack of urgency or reason with this girl is important. No mention of the cannibal bug demon after her. Okay, so we got cannibal demons. The Yaira lady. Do people know who Yaira is in this world? The news says so. Don't worry about Yaira. What the fuck does that mean? Why did he say that? So the Ice Lady wants recognition for her great work in capturing Yaira. Why? Like paperwork, like Valdez. Did Yaira kill a bunch of people? Did she blow up their home planet? It's kind of important here to know if she's evil or not. Okay, so Dr. Doom is going to kill Yaira. Is that part of the recognition? She flipped him off. Should have let that joke breathe. Stop cramming so many words that say nothing into every frame. Yeah, see, fucking Eric July doesn't understand. One of the most important rules of writing is brevity is the soul of wit. I'm going to repeat that over and over again because it is a rule that I live by, especially for people who write professionally, people who know how to write screenplays and tell stories. Brevity is the soul of wit. Like, imagine you're at a bar and the guy who tells the lamest stories, the most boring stories, just meanders and meanders with bullshit details, and it's overly verbose. It's like, dude, get to the fucking point. Get to the point. The picture in the comic book should say 1,000 words. Having too much words is unnecessary in most cases. I don't even write comic books, and I fucking get this. I'm not even like the most avid reader of comic books. My comic book collection is pretty mild. MTMG writes, I'm buying Horseman. Get a copy of Horseman, yeah. He's so good, bro. What? His interrogation is straight up retarded. He should be making shit up at least. Is Solari supposed to be a bubble fuck like Frank Drebin or Inspector Gadget? He definitely seems like it. Wow, their super prison really sucked at keeping out their main enemy. That's pretty stupid. Stainless steel doesn't go from ductile to brittle at low temperatures. What the fuck does she think Uzi Bio's cryogenics lab is made out of? We have Yaira exactly where we want her. Breaking the supervillain prison? Dumb. Yaira kills a guy for catcalling her. Girl boss shit. Yeah, so I saw that I saw this panel on Twitter, but again, I can't share it because Eric July will have me arrested. They're just choking each other. LOL. That's a big showdown between Yaira and Solari. Solari, save us! Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that prisoner escaping dialogue? Solari doesn't care at all. All the prisoners breaking out because their steel bars froze just doesn't matter. Were their power dampeners like Deadpool 2 or what? Recellerance is a dumb word for people who resist authority. So this is a made-up word. Recalcitrance. I don't even know how to say this. Yeah, that is pretty retarded. Wow, that's a really stupid word. I'm the last of my family. I'm going to live with my abuela. I hate you, bro. What? Like a Billy Madison line. I'm never coming back to 4th grade. Never. Oh, God. Wait, is Dr. Doom and the Bugman the same guy? Before you operate, what? Isom Sister is operating on Yaira for bug bites? Totally inappropriate place to put a non sequitur joke. Yaira looks horrible naked. What the fuck is this? Her chest is cut open and Isom Sister is in a biohazard suit. Shouldn't this be remote-controlled surgery arms, like in a real surgical theater? What is happening here? Nothing is said in these panels that wasn't already known. Complete ways. Yaira's plan is to just go fight everyone. Classic girl boss, not finding Stephania and working with Solari to get her into hiding from the cannibal bug demon. No, of course not. Brilliant strategy. Yaira has the strategic advantage of being the only one to speak both languages. But why? Seriously, Clark? Now they have a private Spanish channel with Yaira, Stefania, and Solari. Oh, I forgot. Yaira just had full open chest cavity surgery for some reason. Why didn't she just go into space to heal? It's 0 degrees. Superman has done that. It's classified. Of course it is. No new information like usual. Girl boss shit. Yaira crashes into Earth and fucks the first guy she meets. Classic. It's like Fallout, the TV show, where the protagonist is just like fucking all these dudes and promoting, like OnlyFans lifestyle type shit. What the fuck is this weird shit? Yeah, dude, this is clearly like half written by Eric July, half written by the piss incest sisters, the Saska horse. What the fuck is this weird shit? Yaira had no life or loves before crashing to Earth and fucking some Viking and being a brood mare. Was she like Superman growing up in a pod? Okay, so she's like the Highlander and all her family grew up and died? Yeah, that's life. Happens to all of us if we're lucky. I don't understand what time we're in now. When is this conversation with Solari happening? The most obvious shit is spelled out in Solari's thought bubbles. Stop using them. It's distracting. Just use Yaira's. If the book is called Yaira, it's from her point of view. Yeah, exactly. These people are dumb. More justice and miscreant shit. Super overdone. Like dead nerve now. So Yaira's kind. Chooses freedom instead of service. That's fine. But what is the reason? The Viltrumite Empire has a reason at least. Apocalypse had the same reason. Is important. Otherwise, the bad guys are just evil for no reason. Nothing to connect with. It's $35 and we learn nothing. Yeah, dude, I didn't even pay for it and I feel fucking robbed. 10,000 years with her husband. Okay, so the bug guy is just working for them like a bounty hunter, question mark? Oh, so she's a terrorist. Okay, finally, how did she kill people? They would definitely have discussed this since it's clearly so important to them. This Highlander shit is not playing. That's not how volcanoes work. What the fuck? Aquaman saves her. Stefania praying to God, but she's a murderer. So she's going to hell. It's over. Comments. It's a mess. A lot happens, but it doesn't feel like anything happened. And I don't feel connected to any of the characters or the story. Let's figure out why. Yeah, so that sounds like every other Isom book. I don't think, dude, Horseman is not going to save this shitty Ripaverse. Plot. The motivations are almost there, but they're missing clarity and the plot is missing major structural points that makes it less exciting. The plot is saving Stefania from the space super police, not to be confused with the super police on Earth, aka Alpha Core, but we were never giving any sense of danger for Yaira or Stefania. The bug demon kills an old woman. Big deal. I can kill an old woman. Some bugs attacked Yaira and she needed open heart surgery, but that was solved in nearly the same panel it was presented. They fight, but Yaira wins easily every time. At no point do readers feel any sense of danger for any of the main characters. Yaira is never brought to a lowest point. There was no dark night or the soul where all is lost. Stefania is lost and or taken, and Yaira has to come to terms with something about herself to face and overcome it. Maybe she abandoned all her kids. I don't know. It seems like it. It's just girl boss shit over and over, where Yaira walks into every scene acting like a macho dickhead to look cool and either wins with moxie or being saved miraculously. Needs basic plot elements and the act structure. So one of the main issues with this Yaira character, which is actually an issue with virtually every single so-called protagonist in the Isam Ripetard verse, none of these characters are dynamic. If you do not have a dynamic character, your story is almost certainly like 99% likely to fail. There's very, very few stories where you can get away with the protagonist not really saying anything, not being dynamic, always being the same. John Wick, for example, is that character for the most part. Very stoic, very, mission focused, and his character isn't really dynamic, but people enjoy it, and the character is consistent, and the world around John Wick is almost alive. The world around him is almost like a character in and of itself, and that's really what he's interacting with, and it's almost like a conduit, like a quasi. It's almost like an extension of John Wick himself, and the world around him is dynamic, and John Wick doesn't really have to be, but that's a very rare example. Characters have to be dynamic. They have to change. People in real life have to be dynamic. They have to change, or they lose their friends, and they'll stay in place. They will not get a better job. They won't get a job promotion, yada, yada, yada. This is very, very lazy. This is, again, Air July is one of the worst comic book makers in the last 50 to 60 years. Isam, the Rippaverse, is one of the worst comic book universes that I have ever seen. And again, I'm not the biggest comic book nerd, but I know good art when I see it, and I know shit when I see it. So let's read the conclusion here. Tension. There is none. Where did Yaira get the lighter? Were the bugs wreaking havoc all over Flora's part before Altona got rid of them? No, definitively no. What are the consequences of Yaira being arrested or killed by the space super cops? Just her own death? That's not high stakes. Is the bug going to eat her? Is she going to be killed by the other Yairas or taken prisoner? I don't know. I need to know to care. The world is in peril because of the bugs. The town is in peril because of the cold. Stefania's life is in danger, and she's a good person. Those are high stakes. Stefania murders someone 3 panels after she's introduced, so she belongs in prison, and I hate her. This lack of tension and danger is why the story feels empty, even though so much stuff happens. We don't care or identify with any of the characters, nor do we have time to anticipate the danger that might happen to them. Yeah, and this is actually a current issue right now with the Marvel and DC cuck films, all these soy films, all this cape shit. The stakes aren't high, and those films, even though they're all shit, they're generally well made. The people behind these massive $100 million production events, they're they're done. They're visually well, but I mean, there's no stakes. Like, nobody's worried about Superman. He's always going to come back. No one's worried about any of these DC Marvel characters because they're just always going to bring them back. They can't allow these characters to die. They can't allow their stories to end because it's not really about telling a compelling story or being faithful to the original comic book series. It's about making money and also placating the precious feelings of the audience, because the audience, they're like infants, right? They're Disney adults. And you can't kill off one of their characters, so they always bring them back. They always survive. They cleverly write them back in the next movie, whatever. And the stakes aren't high. There's just no point in seeing them. These stories aren't ever going to end, so long as people continue to go see them. Like, they're just this is bullshit. It's bullshit. And I feel like the Rippaverse is kind of trying to emulate that to a degree. The stakes aren't high, and nothing really makes sense. It's really fucking silly. Air July skipped the part where it's like it had to be good at first, and then you can afford to suck later on. But he just sucked it up, just sucking it up right out of the gate. And the only reason why he's made it to Yaira is because his pay pigs are masochists, I guess. I don't know. Oh, man. Try setting things up in advance. Need a lighter to explode an oil derrick? Show it before. Using sand powers or vortex powers? Show it before. Show what will happen to Yaira if she's captured. Show the bug eating someone, for fuck's sake. Otherwise, it's just things that happen like Michael Bay describing a movie on South Park. Yaira has open heart surgery and is just flying around fighting like 2 panels later. Why waste that moment of eyes opening? Okay, I'm here to save the day, like in Rocky 2. Remember Rocky 2? Of course, everyone does. For these reasons, the entire movie is tension for one fight. Oh, man. You guys get the point. Let's get the overall point here. There's no pacing to the story. Figures. It's a bunch of stuff that happens taking us from point A to point B with no rising tension, payoff, or surprises, except for random shit like Aquaman showing up at the end or bugs appearing and then disappearing. Basic story structure elements in this book are missing or undefined. Map the story out. Give everyone clear motivations. Have them explain their plan and then put up obstacles between them and their goal. Make the villains bad. Make the hero bleed. Make us feel something. Saying I'm sad about my husband who died in the Middle Ages does not fill 90 pages. We need to know who these people are and how we are like them. That they are fighting in the sky is not enough. We need to know why. And this is still happening 2 weeks ago, right? Because that's when Isom got thrown into the car. When are we in the present day? Shit. Whoo. Yeah, so Yaira fucking bombed, man. She just dropped the shit over the Gaza Strip. She bombed so fucking hard. Let's see. Read some of these comments before we move on. Where Yaira failed, Horseman will succeed. Horseman's got to succeed, dude. I might even buy Horseman. I almost wanted to buy a 3D asset t-shirt because I thought that was kind of funny. That's a good goof on themselves. See that? People like that shit. You know, you having a sense of humor, Eric July having a sense of humor. But I don't want to give Eric July money, so I'm not going to buy it. But if I could steal it somehow, totally would. Because that would be a funny shirt to wear on the show. For 90 years, Hollywood has owned American culture, and now the internet is eating their lunch with almost no institutional support. They deserve it. I know, right? Podcasts and long-form entertainment are bigger than sports in Hollywood now. Yeah, I mean, just Hollywood sucks. And we're going to get into some stuff with the boys, because I got some thoughts about that show. Eric July just has fans because these comic boys want to be thuggish. Yeah, MTMG, that certainly does appear to be true. Eric July, I mean, there's this parasocial relationship between these fat nerds and Eric July, because Eric July pretends to have street cred. And, you know, these nerds, by extension, these geeks, by extension, are, you know, getting a little bit of that street credentials kind of sprinkled on them. And they get to basically prop up Eric July like a shield and say, hey, we're not racist and we're not bigots because look at us. We give Eric July money. We suck his hairy ass. We caress his hairy arm hair. And that shields them from any legitimate criticisms. I mean, I hate to sound like an SJW, but those guys are bigoted. Those guys are racist. Not that there's anything, you know, wrong with that per se, but, you know, it's pretty obvious that Eric July is just kind of like this weird shield, this weird fucking prop, and then of course because he does have a large audience, I mean that song that he made, you know, it probably has about 1 million views at this point, because it was a relatively well made song, but yeah, man, just some of the saddest people. I mean, the last show that I did, we went over the arrest of Riley, and those ripitards, they came out and they ambushed. So I was watching Ethan Ralph, and Riley and Mint Salad, they showed up. They were on the show, and it was revealed to me, I had no idea. There were 3 people that surrounded Mint Salad. 2 of them were behind her. 2 of them were behind Mint Salad. And then, of course, the one talking, little Urkel, the fucking nerd, the guy with the little dolphin teeth, looks like a row of urinals at a T-Mobile Arena. That guy ambushment Riley and 2 other people. And it's why she was kind of breathing the way that she was. She was a little bit animated and screaming the way that she was. Like, she was legitimately having like a panic attack or an anxiety event, an anxiety-induced event. And she was probably scared. She was surrounded by these fucking dysgenic freaks. By the way, I streamed before Dick Masterson did, and everything that he said on his show, word for word, exactly what I said. It's kind of interesting how that plays out. Movies are a better way than news to politically and socially program people because their guard is down and the brainwashing is entangled with an emotionally manipulative storyline. Carl Johansson, that's absolutely true. Just think about it. You go into the movie theater, you go, you turn on Netflix, you're laying down, you're relaxed, you're reclined or whatever, and you kind of preemptively tell yourself, all right, man, I had a long day, I'm going to kick up my feet, I'm going to chill out, I'm going to just watch this. And you kind of open the door to demonic forces. And, at a subconscious level, it's conditioning you to believe things that you would otherwise not believe. It's why I tell people, just like, stop watching this shit. Like if you want to like defeat wokeness and defeat Hollywood, et cetera, like you can't give these people your money. You have to walk away, and it sucks and it's lonely. Like I've had conversations with people. They're like, well, I was like, I don't watch any of this shit. Like I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Like all this shit's retarded. Like I don't care. Like, well, how do you talk with somebody? Like if you guys have heard that, right? Like in the chat, let me know if you've heard someone say, if you don't watch Game of Thrones, you don't watch this, you don't watch that, then what do you talk about when you're with somebody? How do you relate to somebody? If you don't participate in this bullshit consume culture nonsense. I don't know about you, but the world's a pretty big place. There is a lot of good out there. There's a lot of beauty out there. It's not on this screen, though. It's not on this computer. It's nowhere on the internet. It's out in the real world. I refuse to consume product. Dude, like, I'm one of those guys. I never watched Game of Thrones. I never watched The Office. I watched Breaking Bad like 10 years after it came out. Because everybody was talking about, I was out there living my life, Like, I had anything better to do. So what do you think about this moon? I know, right? We'll talk about the fucking moon landing. Like, yeah, what do you think about that? Tell me what your favorite dinosaur is. All right, well, Yaira sucks. No surprise there. While we're on the topic, I wanted to go over this show, a really popular show called The Boys. You guys have heard of the show, The Boys? It was initially a comic book. It was originally a comic book, and I read the comic book. I didn't think it was that good. The art was okay. The writing was kind of, it was too forceful, it came on too strong. It tried too hard. I'm trying to think of somebody. It's kind of like JoJo Siwa. She just tries too hard. It's not organic. It's not authentic. That's what The Boys writing in the comic book came off as. And the show, surprisingly, on Amazon was a lot better. But now we're at season 4. Season 4 just dropped, and as of right now, there's 3 episodes. And the show is just like, imagine the most like just this fat, disgusting Redditor who wears a fedora he moderates our atheism and our politics, and they ended up writing a show. This is what the show would sound like. Let's go ahead and watch this clip really quick. It's only a minute long. And then Ricolas Dedrio, it's a weird name. He writes, what the fuck happened to the show? Laughing my ass off at 22.9 million views. All right, let me turn this up. This guy kind of looks like Steve-O.
So please join me in welcoming author, filmmaker, political activist, commentator, and a leading voice of the alt-soup movement on YouTube, Firecracker.
Howdy there, truth seekers! Homelander himself said Starlight traffics kids. And her Starlighters just murdered 3 of our brothers yesterday to cover it up. They're killing us. Wake up! Over the next 2 hours, I will prove that Starlight works with Oprah and Tom Hanks to set up a satanic home delivery service. An order of a hot dog gets you a boy, a taco, a girl, a combo gets you a child they forced to have trans surgery and a soda gets you a shot of adrenochrome. We all know that Oprah has been under house arrest ever since she sat down with Harry and that monarchy fucker Meghan Markle. For those who say that the evidence against Tom Hanks is less clear-cut, well, that's because the brave whistleblower who was gonna blow Forrest Gump's pedo ring wide open fell off a bridge before he got the chance.
That actually did happen, though. Like, this dude legitimately was killed. Like, it's not a fucking meme. It's not a joke. Like, people really died. Kevin Spacey, his accusers, they're all fucking dead. She sounds just like I know she does, right? It's like, God damn it, the Clinton crime family, they're out here rounding up my brothers and sisters and they're raping them in that DC prison for peacefully protesting, but they let those protesters and, you know, like whatever. I wrote the show. Or I inspired it. They wrote Gio in the show. Yeah. Oh no, this chick looks way better, dude. She's got really juicy tits. I like her country accent.
A boy, a taco, a girl, a combo gets you a child they forced to have trans surgery and a soda gets you a shot of
and she's a redhead. Oh, dude, it's my type. I love redheads.
adrenochrome. We all know that Oprah has been under house arrest ever since she sat down with.
Oh yeah, and this guy Frenchie, for whatever reason, he sucks cock now. I don't, dude. All right, so let me just describe the show for those who like kind of enjoyed it. They took a giant broom and shoved it up the asses of these characters and broke it off at the handle. It's basically what happened. Like AC wrote, season 4 undid everything. Yeah, pretty much.
With Harry and that monarchy fucker Meghan Markle. For those who say that the evidence against Tom Hanks is less.
She's not even associated with the royal family anymore. What the fuck? Get your facts straight, show.
Well, that's because the brave whistleblower who was gonna blow Forrest Gump's pedo ring wide open fell off a bridge.
Rest in peace, Cappy. Rest in peace. You did nothing wrong. You were gonna expose the pedos.
Of all of the Tom Hanks movies, you get 311, which is the police code for child porn. It's just math.
In the show's defense, some people on fucking Twitter do sound like that. And I got nothing to do with them. I don't spew this fucking nonsense. But I keep it real, though. So the show is full of a lot of cocksucking. Granted, it's Pride Month, so maybe they'll get a pass there. This character right here, he's got the power to split into he's like a tapeworm or something. He can just split himself in half, and he's got a bunch of little copies of himself. And there's a scene where they're like doing the human centipede, and they got like pink. It's fucking gross. Like the show is just like pure degeneracy, and it's just soulless. It's just like trying way too hard to be something that it isn't. And I don't like it. There were a few scenes that were pretty funny. The whistleblower death rate is so high that it's actually insane to believe that they aren't murdered. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, like, look what's happening with Boeing. Like, 3 whistleblowers are fucking dead. Dr. Grandi was like, well, one is probably just a coincidence. But now there's more. He's like, I don't want to placate the MAGA crowd, but they probably have a point. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, like at what point it's just like, are things not, oh, what's going on for no reason? Gross, bye. No, come back, Raisin. Don't leave me. Oh, yeah, dude, the show is just awful. Like all these little side stories are not interesting. It just sucks. But the underlying point is not really how bad the show is. It's this guy right here. I don't know who this is. It took some people 4 seasons to realize the boy was making fun of them the whole time. Yeah, I thought it was pretty obvious, man. I mean, there was a lot of anti-Christian messaging throughout the show that were, like I said, like a Redditor. It seems like a Redditor made this show. And it's always been that way. I don't pay for Amazon. Like I just pirated everything and I ended up watching some of the show, just to see what I was missing, to see what's going on. And people are like trying to like identify with the Homelander character, but guys, like, they're making fun of you. Like the writers of these shows, Hollywood, etc. They're all making fun of you guys. They're laughing in your face. They're spitting on you. They're basically saying you're beneath the dirt on their shoes, and it took blatant acts of cocksucking and eating ass and all this other provocative shit on the screen. This is what it took to kind of realize that the show is openly mocking us, essentially. Reddit is trash. They honestly think the economy is great. Well, they're Redditors, so they don't know anything about the economy. Of course, Gio loves redheads, typical POC waiting translucent whites. The NA of whites. What the fuck? Well, goddamn Friedrich Marx. I can't even fucking read that. It's so racist. Let's read some of these comments. I hope I don't see fucking porn. Why is it only you people in these replies who actually think it took people this long? Everybody's known. It's just not even presented in a funny way anymore. Just needlessly over parodied. What do you mean, you people? Homelander fans just realizing, are we the baddies? It's hard to figure out what the right likes because they hate everything. All the people about her in the comments are all right. Just looking at their followers tells you all you need to know. The show is gold. Dude, the show sucks. It's not coherent. It doesn't really make any more sense. Like, it doesn't make sense anymore. I took the boys 4 seasons of the writers progressively making their show worse and worse before people got annoyed enough by the cringe political stuff to just stop watching. Yeah, by the way, this season is one of the worst rated seasons. It was not on the nose like these, and it made fun of every side of the political spectrum. I don't know about that. Now it just seems mean-spirited and lacking self-awareness. They making fun of everyone isn't pretty clear since day one. No, not really. I don't really think that's true. I don't know. What do you guys think? Talking about they used to balance it. It's still balanced too. This is legit shit we see every day in real life, political and all. So if it's too much, welcome to the real world. Incoming, it used to be subtle. Cope comments. Yeah, dude, people were like, oh, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, you guys are coping. They literally fought a Nazi. It was never subtle. Yeah, no shit. So what would we make fun of the minorities? Never. They're stunning and brave, and they built the country. We would never make fun of them. They're so amazing. I love how they are saying that this is the final season, but they have so much to cover. Not really. In the comic book, the way that it's playing out, Victoria Newman is going to end up being the president of the United States in the show. And Homelander should be dead by the time she's in the White House. And Butcher is going to be the one to save the day. That's basically how it ends. Gio said it was racist, but never said I am wrong. I'm not going to... What is wrong with redheads? What the hell's wrong with you, Friedrich Marx? Oh, I got to drink some water. Oh, God. Spoiler alert. Dude, the fucking show sucks. I'm not spoiling shit. And I could be wrong. Okay, the comic book. The way the comic book ends. First off, the Victoria Neuland or Newman character, it was a man. And I think they were, and they weren't even a soup. They were just like a regular person. And they ended up becoming evil or something. And I believe Homelander ends up getting killed at the end. And Butcher's the one that does it. Most of Butcher's friends are dead, but Butcher somehow comes out on top. The show is probably going to follow in the same line. You ever need to spoil more? I don't know. Well, dude, the show sucks. All right? The show's fucking garbage. Like, this is terrible. This is really terrible. I mean, there was a few funny moments. Like, the whole, it's like, yo, dude, like, sex is on the spectrum, right, bro? Like, that was pretty funny. That was a pretty funny part. I like that bit. But other than that, I'm just like, I can't get into it, man. Just can't get into it. I mean, the show was openly hostile and antagonistic towards people like myself, and now you got this like female version of me. I don't sound like this at all. I don't spew these conspiracy theories. I don't do this at all. Oh yeah, and this guy's like a
and a
giga
leading
simp.
voice of the alt soup movement on YouTube.
Yeah, alt soup movement. Starlight and the Hollywood pedophile cabal. I mean, this is more like Benny Johnson, if anything. And I don't really like Benny Johnson. I think he's kind of annoying and weird. Like, the guy creeps me out. Like, I'd be terrified to even be neighbors with him. He'd be so fucking annoying. I love how he tried to hug her. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this guy, he's like eating his own ass in the show. Like, so gross. So gross. Let me see. Read some of these comments here. The show forced me to watch the weird Frenchie is gay now subplot after giving him the most boring Kimiko love story subplot for the 3 prior seasons. Dude, it just came out of nowhere, bro. I mean, they're really, really laying this shit on. This is not spoiling it. Was my first laugh of the show, and I am pretty sure it was supposed to be a serious scene. The top tweet has 34 million views now. I think it had like 12 when I muted it. Live my ass off. I've never had a thread of me live tweeting a TV show go viral before, but I imagine only the most rational and mild-tempered people have participated in the discussion. You know, I remember when the rings of power, all we was kings, when that came out, there was a fucking episode where like the little elves, I guess they're like moving into like the human territory, and then the humans were like, the elves will not replace us. Dude, like the propaganda is thick, you guys. That's why, walk away. None of this is important. All this is retarded. And I feel like the people who like make reliably make content, like the Geeks and Gamer Fraudsters, when they make content, you know, crying about this shit, they make it stronger. You know, it's kind of like the clown in the It movie. You know, they make it stronger by looking at it. You gotta move. You gotta walk away, guys. Dude, like honestly, like people who like talk about The Office and like Game of Thrones, like those people annoy me. I'm like, dude, like I get so fucking bored. I'm like, dude, I don't want to hear this shit. Like I don't care about this stupid fucking show. Like none of this is interesting. I mean, like, tell me what you've done. What have you accomplished? What are your goals? What do you feel right now? Like you watching the show and reacting to it is not interesting to me. You retelling this boring fucking story about dragons is lame to me. I mean, just no. I love how you try to, yeah. Black guy, Homelander, I was clone. Yeah. All right. Well, we got more pop culture news. How can you not like redheads? What's wrong with that? Oh man, hold on, let me hit refresh on this. Let me hit refresh. What's the race looking like? Bob Good still losing by less than 1%, 96% still reporting in. I'm gonna be here all night, man. Redheads are the enemies of the sun. Dude, all this anti-redhead rhetoric, not a lot in the chat, you guys. Not a lot in the chat. All right, well, we gotta move on. 24 popular trends among younger generations that older adults are officially sick of seeing. All right, I don't believe I've gone through this list yet, so we're going to see what is up with the young people. Am I going to agree with the crotchety old folks like myself, or am I going to be stumping for the Gen Zers and the Gen Alphas or whatever? Number 1, I guess there's like elementary school age kids with full skincare routines now. That's wild. Yeah, I disavow. Yeah, I'm against that. Sorry, young people, you lose me on that one. Number 2. Young people seek information by watching TikTok content rather than Googling the answers. I've yet to meet a person that does that. I've yet to witness anybody who does that. If you have a lot of time to spare, you will often get good info. But I'm middle-aged, and I've always been a big reader. I always do almost anything to avoid having to watch stuff, or listen for that matter, when I can more quickly visually skim and immediately determine if the information is relevant to me and seems legit. This is just crotchety old man brain. Disavow. That they use phones instead of laptops. Why? What's wrong with that? I mean, phones are basically supercomputers at this point. I use my phone a bit, but it's hard to imagine it being my only computer. I need at least 20 inches of screen, a trackball, and a keyboard with physical buttons just to think properly. I don't want to budget my battery to last all day if an important text comes through. I want my internet signal sent over a hard wire. When my computer stops working, I want to open it up and swap the broken part with a better one. Yeah, this is boomer brain. Disavow. 4, I'm almost 28, and an 18-year-old I work with mentioned how guys ask her for her Snap. I guess the days of asking for phone numbers are completely gone. I'm not too surprised because I prefer Facebook Messenger over the texting app, but it's still so weird that we don't get phone numbers anymore, apparently. Okay, I'm actually going to have to agree with this. I fucking hate Snapchat. Dude, chicks my age on Snapchat, red flag. Guys, if you're 25 and up and she got a Snapchat, red flag, pump and dump for the streets. Pump and dump, use her once, move on. Not wifey material, not girlfriend material, not somebody you can bring around your friends, not someone you can introduce to your parents. Nah, dude. I don't trust chicks with Snapchats. Learn my lesson once. Let's see. Feminism birthed women, suffrage, prohibition, abortion, birth control, the communist takeover via Civil Rights Act, gay and trans movement with bestiality, pedos, and incest next. I don't know about that, Carl Johansson. I mean, feminism did birth a lot of horrible things, but not all of that. I don't see a way to address this without taking away women's voting rights. It kind of sounds like a tech kink. Probably. All right, let's go back to these rules here. Gen X here. I don't understand the eyelash thing where they're so long and fluffy that you look like a snuffleupagus. I also don't understand the nails that are so long you can't function. Like, how do you wipe? Like a couple years ago, I did this girl, and she had really long nails, and I never asked. But I'm like, man, how do you wipe your ass? I don't know what's going on there. They are allowing every one of their friends on Snapchat to know their location at all times. My 23-year-old coworker and her friends are constantly revoking and then reinstating their visible location depending on whether they're happy or mad with each other. If someone notices that they can't see where another person is, they'll bring it up, wondering what they did to upset them. Her best friend will ask her friend to check her boyfriend's location, whichever friend he told her he'd be with to make sure they match. Dude, that kind of sounds like the MySpace top 8 drama. It's like, why am I not your top 8? Am I not good enough for you? All the self-labeling. When I was young, we avoided labels at all costs. Yeah, I mean, this is not just a young people thing. Even older people are doing this shit. It's fucking cringe. People who are obsessed with labels have no personality. I avoid them at all costs. I avoid them like the plague, for sure. I avoid them like reading ISOM. I find many younger people to be very fearful, hyperfixating on the worst possible outcomes, even though the actual chance is so low it's not worth worrying about. Well, that could be anybody. Refusing to learn to drive. I understand not wanting to, preferring to live where you don't have to because of good walkability, transit, blah, blah, blah. But just being unwilling to learn at all, it's an important life skill, and there might be an emergency where you have to. I'm not too familiar with this. Most young people I know, they all drive. And they were driving at a younger age. They were driving before I was. I think I started driving when I was like 17 and a half, maybe. Not dating someone because of the phone they have. I don't believe this actually happens. I just believe that this is actually just a very convenient way to avoid dating or talking with somebody that you don't find attractive. Like, dude, I've had no issues dating with an iPhone. I had no issues dating when I started, when I had like the Samsung. I think my first Samsung phone was like the Galaxy Note 3, which is very large, very cool phone. Kids making fun of other kids because they don't have a specific water tumbler. It sounds like somebody is trying to parody making fun of other kids for having the wrong brand of clothes or phone. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Nothing has changed. It's kids being kids. Binge watching short videos compiled so you never watch anything with a plot or storyline. Just tons of 10 to 60 second videos, and most of them are awful. Yeah, those are cringe videos, and they're funny to watch, especially when you're drunk with friends. Making fun of kids for no show or ankle socks? What on earth is that about? Never heard of this. Making every phone call via speakerphone, especially when holding the phone directly next to the side of their head because they can't hear. This is actually a real problem. A lot of younger people have been wearing earbuds and headphones for a very, very long time, and they lose their hearing. So the speakerphone is probably louder than actually having it by their ear, holding the phone the way that it was meant to be held. Yeah, this is a physical disability thing. I lost a lot of my hearing just because I've been to a lot of concerts, been to a lot of parties, nightclubs. I was one of the first kids in school to have an MP3 player. That's how fucking old I am, being like a crotchety old 30-year-old. Getting addicted to nicotine. I thought younglings would be a little less foolish than we were. They're addicted to vaping. A lot of the is not nicotine. vaping can still, in my opinion, be worse than smoking regular cigarettes. Don't quote me on that though. As far as I'm concerned, I'm seeing a trend away from smoking cigarettes. I think cigarette smoking is becoming less popular. It might make a resurgence, but I doubt it. Creating GoFundMe pages for cosmetic surgery and procedures. Dude, yes, this is a really bad one, but they're not the only ones doing it. I mean, I see single moms doing GoFundMes. I'm seeing guys that went to, and girls I went to college with or went to school with doing GoFundMes to pay their fucking like debts and shit. Well, I just straight up cringe. Committing crimes is part of a social media trend, especially the challenge of licking ice cream at the store and putting it back. That's straight up health code violation. That's not a young people problem. That's a specific problem with a specific group of people. Let me see. What do you guys think? Black girl with long nails. Sounds like white people issues. Geo and the Cuck X both use the no label code while labeling everything always and mostly incorrectly. First off, fuck you. That's not true. They're boofing fentanyl now, so they haven't learned anything. Oh, you know what? You're right. Yeah. I mean, they're addicted to other drugs too. It's not just nicotine though, but I've seen cigarette smoke go down in popularity from my personal experience. I've trained 3 coworkers in their 20s who don't use the shift key to capitalize letters. They hit caps lock, type the letter to be capitalized, and then hit caps lock again. I can't wrap my head around it. Maybe they got small hands. That they're bringing back those thin 90s brows again. It seems like it's a lesson we almost learned the hard way. What's wrong with these eyebrows? 20, I can't understand why today's kids want to watch YouTube videos of kids or adults opening up new toys and playing with them. Why would any kid want to watch someone else play with toys instead of their own? Unbox therapy is popular for a reason. I'll just leave it at that. That literacy rates are plummeting. This one is so confusing. How can you be the chronically online generation unable to read? Not knowing how to use punctuation, the lack of punctuation drives me nuts. I shouldn't have to read something 50 times because you don't know how to place a period or a comma when needed. This is actually a problem with anybody. I've gotten into huge fights with girls because they would text me something, and I completely got the wrong idea because they don't know how to use punctuation. So I mean, this could be an anybody problem. Maybe it's worth with the youngsters. I don't know. I don't really talk with the young people. I listened to a 23-year-old, more than a decade younger than me, say she wanted to start preventative Botox. The fuck is preventative Botox? Okay. Vaping. Isn't it clear by now that inhaling fumes is not a good idea? Yeah, that could be anybody. All right, so these are all the trends that us crotchety old people are against. I think a handful of these can be applied to anybody, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Your ex with the long nails, was she black or white? She was white, AC. I never dated a black chick. Well, I did hook up with this Blasian chick once, but she moved on. She's like getting mixed up and having a kid with this Mexican dude, so good for her, I guess. Yeah, we were just having fun. All right, well, we got to move on. Racist? What do you mean racist? What did I do that's racist? Omega Tony. What does that mean? All right, we got to make fun of these Disney adults because we're going to be talking about them in the finance section, but I got to lay down the groundwork. Disney adults, or how Disney adults became the most hated group on the internet. People are saying Disney fans are a plague upon society, says one expert, that they will be the end of Western civilization. Jay has a white fetish confirmed. He wants to be recolonized. Oh, yeah, in the bedroom, AC. Oh, not racist enough. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so I'm being lambasted as being not racist enough and racist? Goodness. I just want to get down to the reason. All right, so the main issue with these Disney adults is the cringe factor. And for me, that's always what it's been too. But there's also an ideological barrier between myself and the Disney adults. And I'm not even, like, people my age, I'm not able to relate with people my age because they've been so thoroughly mind-fucked. They've been through one fake pandemic. We've survived multiple horrific recessions. We're living through one right now in 2024. And then, of course, the crash of '08, the economic crash of '08. And I can be almost sympathetic, but, like, dude, like, Gen Xers have, like, really dog shit takes. Millennials are catching up and just pure cringe. And for whatever reason, their affinity for Disney and Disney products makes me fucking sick, and I'm just not able to relate, you guys. I'm like an alien from another planet. I'm just not able to relate. So let's talk about the cringe factor of these Disney adults, because we're going to get into this in the finance section of the show. By the way, if you're enjoying the show, you're enjoying this content, please leave a like, subscribe, and toss me a generous donation. Give me money. Please give me money. In my discussions with other Disney fans and experts, the word that kept coming up was simply cringe. On its most basic level, it strikes outsiders as deeply embarrassing to throw oneself into a subculture ostensibly aimed at children, despite the fact that the Disney parks, as Walt Disney first conceived of them, were very much intended for people of all ages. Yeah, aimed at children, that's not even accurate. Disney is certainly marketed towards a mass audience. A lot of people see it as very naive. It's a lot of escapism. And if that works for you, then it works very well. And if it doesn't, it has the opposite effect, says Sabrina Mittermeier, a Disney fan and postdoctoral researcher and lecturer of American cultural history at the University of Kassel in Germany. No, actually, no, it's not naive. It's fucking childish. It's ideological subversion, because you're taking an adult and you're placing him in the state of infancy permanently. Disney adults are trapped in a state of infancy. And they don't grow up. And it's not just about escapism anymore, because you watch a lot of this cringe on Amazon, this cringe on Disney, this cringe on Netflix, and it's mirroring real life. For fuck's sake, Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, we was kings, Lord of the Kings. There's a fucking Trump rally in Middle Earth where the antagonists are saying the elves will not replace us. That's not escapism, you guys. They're trying to. It's ideological subversion. It's plain and simple. It's brainwashing, for lack of better words. And that's really surface level analysis. But what else is there to say? I grew up in a really hardcore Pentecostal cult that believed in being totally separate from the world. No TV, movies, secular music, etc. I never grew up with it, thankfully. Well, Carl Johansson, I think that's a better deal than what kids are. Even adults are going through right now. Like, I got into an argument with one of my coworkers, and I told her, it's like, yeah, my kids are not going to drink soda. They're not going to be allowed to watch Netflix, and they're not going to have a smartphone or a tablet or any of that bullshit until they're like 15 or 16 years old. I don't want them on that shit. That stuff is poison to the mind. It stunts people emotional growth. And to a degree, their physical growth. Your brain is an organ. Your brain health matters. Physical brain health matters. What you put into it matters. And you're rot, consuming pornography, consuming Disney. Like, all that shit destroys you. And people wonder why these Disney adults are fucking cringe. Let's continue. With its emphasis on selling magic moments and making dreams come true. Yeah, I'm sure. Disney sells a rather unsophisticated version of wish fulfillment to consumers who willingly spend thousands of dollars on an authentic emotional experience that they know, at least on some level, isn't really authentic at all. One of the reasons people find Disney adults so abject is that they decide to live in this world because they can, if they pay enough money or buy all the merch. It almost signals a break from regular society or real life. See, that's where I beg to differ. I believe Disney offers an experience where it confirms your biases. It confirms your worldview. It coddles it. It protects it. It reinforces it. It's not magical. It's bullshit. Says Adil Galep, a PhD candidate in sociology who studies memes and fandoms. Yeah, why is it that a regular street guy easily outflanks these fucking PhD people, these researchers? Like, they're dog shit. They're fucking bad at this. It's very commercialized and engineered in focus groups. Okay, that's true. There's a whole lot of work that goes into selling this sort of experience. That's true. So it's sort of all perpetrated in this sickly capitalistic cycle. Oh, there it is. They don't like the way that Disney is selling their bullshit consumer horseshit. Blame capital. If it was communistic, it would be a different experience, a better experience, a more fulfilling experience, where you can feel togetherness with your fellow man and appreciate hard work. Blah, 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 blah. Communists don't work. Get real. These people are fucking dumb. Adding an extra layer of repulsion to outsiders, Disney adults' ability to escape into this fantasy is almost entirely dependent on their ability to afford it, given how expensive merge, park entry, and resort. Yeah, see, I'm going through this. I'm like, dude, where's the part about ideological subversion, ideological capture? You know, it's like their contention is that this experience is expensive. Yeah. It is expensive because their fans are dumb and they're easily tricked. This overwhelming representation with the fandom is not lost on many Disney fans of color who are well aware of the company's roots in white Judeo-Christian middle American values and often feel alienated from the rest of the community. Okay. When Disney first had media events, that's all you saw. White women in their early to late 20s enjoying the parks who adhere to a certain cookie cutter mold, says Victoria Wade, a content creator who goes by Pineapple Princess 340 on TikTok. Disney has gotten better with who they invite to help them promote new park offerings, but most of the time it's the white millennial female. And as a content creator, it makes me feel like, am I being heard? Am I being seen? Am I not being chosen for some opportunities because of my race? Maybe because this is what you look like. Let's hear what this bitch has to say.
Across an interesting article that opened the door to a question I feel that we should probably start discussing. It's time. The article itself asked the question, why did the Star Wars hotel flop? It goes on to basically discuss that they're having a research group explain what went wrong with the Galactic Star Cruiser hotel. Me personally, I'm not willing to write it off entirely as a failure because a lot of things that we have in today's society would not have been possible if someone didn't take the risk to think outside the box. And that's just what Disney did. My issue with the hotel is, one, the price, and it kind of adds on to what I've been saying for several years, and it's that Disney is steadily pricing out average families to be able to afford to go to their parks. My second issue is the fact that all of the things that were included in Galactic Star Cruiser were supposed to be in Batu. So do you think the Star Wars hotel was a failure? How can it be improved?
Turn this shit off. Fuck. Disney wasn't meant to be a theme park. It actually is capitalist fault. LOL. I don't know, bro. I don't think this is a capitalism problem or like a communist thing. Again, I don't want to get into the fucking past of Disney parks, but as of right now, it is just pure ideology. Plain and simple. The origins of the Disney adult, don't care. Timing is everything. Let's see. It's telling that the anti-Disney adult phenomenon peaked in 2020 at the apex of the pandemic when the Disney parks were not even open, but that appears to have been kind of the point. At the time, many Disney fans were openly mourning the loss of the parks. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, dude. Consumer whores, they're just, they're fiending. What is this? See, there's music, I gotta pause it. Oh, fuck, there it is. Hesitant to be a fan. A huge part of being a Disney adult is separating oneself from other sectors of the fandom who may be less self-aware. In every single one of my conversations with adult Disney fans, they were quick to tell me that the bride from the AITA post was not representative of the community as a whole, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so of course they're all Redditors. Yeah, so we're going to get into more of these Disney adults, but, I mean, look, this is just... Like, I'm a realist, and I don't like fake people, and I don't like fake things, and, like, if I were to go to Disneyland, it would just be like, well, hopefully the rides are fun, and really that would be it. Maybe there's, like, a fun show there, or maybe there's, like, a restaurant that is, like, the chef is good or something, and I would be there hoping to enjoy a unique experience, but, like, the Disney adult, it's not about the experience. It's about it's about ideological conformity, in my estimation. It's about reinforcing their values that have been, mind fucked into them by corporate media, by regime media, and to make them feel less alone. If that makes sense. The Disney towns are the creepiest thing ever. There was one in Florida, truly bizarre. Carl Johansson described the Disney towns because I don't know too much about them. I don't think I've ever been to Disneyland or Disney World. My only regret is not blindfolding Gio and taking him to Disney World to show him his true child side. Fuck you, AC. Dude, that sounds horrible. That could be like a funny movie where it's like some like some like racist alt-right podcaster. He gets like kidnapped and they're like, we're gonna melt his icy heart, and then like he goes to Disneyland and falls in love, and then like he gets cucked or something. I don't know. Something funny happens. That would make a fun movie, but nobody would make it because nothing is funny. People are afraid to be funny. Let's see. Zombie Bomb. My cat is sick and he's been making me hold him. Sad face. I'm sorry, Zombie Bomb. What is wrong with Kitty? What is wrong with the kitty? All right. So, let me see. Did I miss anything? Nope. All right. We got to move on. Damn. There's. See, where are we at? Dude, we're still at 96%? Come on, man. I'm like anxiously waiting to see what happens. Stuck at 96. All these other races have been called. What is going on? All these other districts have been called. But nobody knows what's going to happen with Bob Good. College Hansen. Celebration is a master plan community, NPC, and census designed plays, CDP, in Osceola County, Florida, United States, a suburb of Orlando. Celebration is located near Walt Disney Resort. I don't know. I thought it was Giordia from the Bird Feeder, but he just finished a round of meds and is worse instead of better. The cat probably just needs to sleep on it. You know, Carl Johansson, I've heard of these. I've read about it briefly just because DeSantis was like fighting and beefing with the Disney company. And from my understanding, they stripped autonomy from a lot of these Disney neighborhoods. But I don't know. Like, it's weird that Disney kind of like has its own little like county. The movie would be a comedy, thriller, horror. The guy gets his child side revealed, but it turns out that it opens a door of trauma that his therapist tried to close. Then he turns into a psychopath. No, see, that's where I'm going to have to disagree with you because as like an alt-right content creator, we don't believe in therapy. That's not something I would do. Who secretly murders people after abusing them like he was as a child. Oh, fuck, bro. This is getting dark, man. This isn't funny anymore, AC. All right, well, we got to move on. Oh, yeah, the Riley arrest. I think I already went over this for the most part. Let me see. When was this dropped? The 12th? What day is it? The 18th? Yeah, I've already gone over this. I can't go over this again. All right, so we got to get into the finance stuff. Let's see. This quick caption. Am I wrong for giving my daughter more than my son in the will? I think I did this one already. No. What is this?
Yeah, what's up? We have a new associate starting next week. I'm hoping that you can go ahead and train her. Yeah, of course. I'm willing to help. How do I invoice for that? There's no additional compensation for training. I thought that was clear. Well, I assume I'm still going to be expected to meet my own goals as well as training her. So it's going to be additional work for me. So I'm highly expecting to get compensated for the training, especially because the training is about a month and a half. I was kind of hoping you would do this as a favor. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get this out of my purse. Here you go. What is this? What's this? It's my light and my water bill. I figured as a favor, you could take care of them for me since you want me to do this as a favor. There's no need to be sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic. My life doesn't run on favors. My life runs on income. So I'm happy to help with training if you're going to compensate me. Otherwise, you can find someone else. Hey, Veronica, do you have a minute?
Yeah, dude, I got so much to say about this skit. And maybe I'm going to come off like a crotchety boomer, but it needs to be said. Let me read some of these comments first. I only brought it up because a lot of these Disney adults live in Celebration. It's their whole clientele. Well, Carl Johansson, that is probably true. But, I mean, Disney adults are all over the country. I mean, I'm in Vegas. And I personally know a few of these Disney adults. They're not bad people. They're just, mind fucked. They're just ideological subversion. Then the plot twist happens when the first guy who abused him is found at the Disney park. LOL. God damn it, man. Oh, I've seen that channel. It's decent. Just movie day. Well, I mean, I disavow the therapy shit. I think being kidnapped and forced to be brought to the Disney park, that would be funny. Shenanigans afoot, that would be funny. But what happens to the protagonist, that needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. Going crazy, but like how though? You know, like how would this person go crazy? Maybe crazy shit happens, but only the anti-Disney adult, anti-consumer guy. He sees it and he's got to convince everybody else that they're the crazy ones. They're bad people. They are bad people. But back to this video here really quick. You know, if you were asked to do something like this by your superior and your response is to ask for more money, that's a no-go. That's a huge no-go. Jolie the lightsabers up the ass of his victims. Yeah, probably. But there's only one instance where I could foresee something like this happening, and it would be appropriate. Like if you're working at a company and they're downsizing, and they lay off a bunch of people, and then they pile on a bunch of work onto you. And now more responsibilities are going to be bestowed onto you. You need to get a raise. However, in this situation here, where there's a new employee and they need to be shown the ropes and they need to be shown, you know, how to do the job, essentially, because they've never done it before because they're new. Yeah, you probably should do it, you know. If you're asked by your superior to show somebody how to do the job, that means that they trust you and they think that you're not a dumbass, and you know the new employee is in good hands. If you were to respond like this, dude, in the future, like let's say this, I was the boss and I asked them like, hey man, like so and so is gonna come on next week. Would you show them how to do the job? They need to get up to speed in about 2 weeks. And their response was this. In the future, if they wanted a promotion or, you know, there was a new position that opened up, I wouldn't give it to them. If they were going to apply to a different department and, you know, the interviewing manager contacted me like, hey, what do you think of this employee? I would probably tell them, was like, they're not a team player. I wouldn't recommend it. It's like, I saw who you interviewed. Pick them. This is the wrong way to go about it. I promise you this is the wrong way to go about it. And in the event that you're showing somebody how to do something and you don't complete your work, you usually don't get penalized for that. You usually don't. And if you need the overtime, ask for the overtime, pocket the money, take your time. Just take your fucking time, relax. It's not the end of the fucking world. You know, you're not hunting elephants. Like, this isn't fucking rocket science. This attitude is why people don't move on in their career. This is why people can advance and move on to better jobs, because they fucking burn bridges while they're on them. And yeah, these weird snarky, I don't know who this appeals to. I guess this appeals to like the young Gen Z kids who've never worked in a professional setting. And I don't know, this behavior is not healthy. I'm just letting you guys know that right now. And now more than ever, it's important to kind of be, you know, you got to know how to like function in a work setting, you know, kind of like you got to know how to function in a social setting. You know, there's fucking rules. And if you don't know the rules, man, you're not playing the game right, and you're going to lose. And now more than ever, it's important to know these rules because the economy is shit. All the good jobs are going away. All of them are going away. Whatever's left, a bajillion people are going to be fighting for those jobs. So act like this at your own peril. Let me read some of these comments. Have you seen the anti-employer content? Yeah, I've seen a lot of it. Like there's like this little Latino boy, and he's like doing the whole, like I'm having a conversation with myself. It's like, hey, yo, dog, like I just put in the PTO. I'm just letting you know I'm not going to be here next week. And the guy's like, oh, well, Susan's got PTO. He's like, oh, well, I wasn't asking for permission. I'm not going to be here next week. Peace, faggot, you know, like whatever. And I'm just like, okay, first off, why would you say the F slur on Facebook, but I can't call modern women lazy? Two, that's a terrible fucking attitude to have. And like at my job, like let's say one of my installers takes, you know, July off. I can't take the week that he takes off because people need to fucking do the job. And it is first come, first serve. The only exceptions is like death in the family, medical emergency. And that's basically it. And one time my dog was sick and my manager, she hooked it up. So, but other than that, dude, like this anti-employer shit is just fucking cringe, man. They're giving people the worst advice. It's kind of like all these women crying on TikTok about all this relationship shit. And it's just like, dude, these women are giving like the worst dating advice imaginable. And these people, like, by the way, like none of them look like they've ever worked like a real job, like a big boy job, like a career type job. Let me see. I don't, but it's good. It exposes these Dave Ramsey types. Yeah, kind of. Pay me or do it yourself. What a cuck gives free labor. It's not free, dude. If I'm at work, I'm being paid. Friedrich Marx. Giving free labor to a company sounds like that American communism, real communism value labor. No. I never said work for free. I never said work for free. If you are not on the clock, do not work. If you are at home and you're not working, I don't respond. Dude, my phone's always on silent because I'm not going to be fucking bothered by a customer or a client or a vendor or a builder or whatever. Like it's just not or an inspector. Just no. If I'm not fucking working, I'm not going to talk to you. Like I'm not saying work for free, but every now and then a new employee shows up, whether you're working out in the field, doing contractor, doing trade work, or you're in an office. I remember when I was a banker, like I had to hang out with a experienced teller before I moved on to actually being like an actual banker and doing banker shit and doing other important stuff. I had to sit there and I had to follow this person, and the transactions we were processing were slow, and we weren't able to handle all the volume at the speed that we're used to, or at least the experienced teller was used to. And it's fine. I mean, we're both being paid because we're both there. If that experienced teller was like, fuck the manager, I'm not going to do this shit. I want to, I got credit cards to sell or some shit. Like, no. That's just not how the real world works. You generally work as a team, but togetherness, team building, etc. It seems to have escaped because, the workforce, depending on where you are, and just society in general is so fractured and there's so many ideas and so many personalities and agendas and shit. Nobody can get along. Nobody's on the same page. And that's largely due to diversity and shit, so whatever. But no, Friedrich Marx, I'm not saying give free labor. No, not the imaginary situation type stuff. More like the YouTubers that watch cringe company practices and anti-employee content. Be more specific. Like quiet quitting and companies with fake enthusiasm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, some of this stuff is like pretty funny though. Like there was this one where they showed this it was Canva, and I actually pay for Canva, by the way, the premium version for it. They had like this wide company meeting, and like there was like this weird cringy like corporate event, and they were like doing this rap stuff. Like that's lame. Quiet quitting, like I'm not against it. I like the concept of quiet quitting. It's not quiet quitting, dude. There's no such thing as quiet quitting. It's just putting in the bare minimum, keeping your head down, which is what most people should be doing anyways. In the real world, like this is what I tell people. If you don't like your job is shit, you don't get overtime. And if you do have to work more than 40 hours, are you getting paid time and a half or more? If not, fuck it. Don't do the OT. If you need the money, if you're desperate, work a little bit more. Put in the effort. Have a little bit of pride in your work. Maybe you'll get promoted. Maybe you can, or while you're quiet quitting, instead of being a little whiny shit about it, find a better job. Find a better job, especially when you're employed. It's easy to find a job when you're employed. You don't come off as desperate. You don't come off as needy. It's like, like I go in, like I've had interviews in the recent past for, other companies, and I have a job. I have two. And, I just don't have that stench of desperation on me. I could walk out of there and I wouldn't give a shit. And they know that. I'm negotiating when I'm in the interviews. Like because I have that leverage. I have that power. When you're quiet quitting, just find a better job. Don't people are just so fucking like, look how much I don't give a shit. Aren't I cool? No, not really. On the clock or not, I don't do electrical work if I'm a carpenter. Americans need to learn a lot, it seems. Well, I'm an electrician, and sometimes I have to do a little bit of carpentry. Sometimes I have to do a little bit of drywall work. I have to learn these things. Like there was a really good job position for a really big company, and it would have paid a lot of money, and it was facility maintenance. So fixing damaged electrical devices, and part of the job was you got to know plumbing and you got to know carpentry. And my carpentry skills aren't the strongest, and I don't know anything about plumbing. I mean, I'm sure I can screw some pipes together, put some, the seal thread and shit. But other than that, like, I don't really know anything about plumbing, but it was a requirement. So Friedrich Marx, unless you're in the trades, man, we'll be talking about, stay in your lane, bro. K6, Titus is streaming. Haha, yeah, that's right. God, dude, I got that laugh stuck in my head now. I hate you guys. Which one of you guys did that? Was it, I think it was, what's his face? It wasn't Chronic. It was his friend. It was like, God, it sounds like Titus. I wanted to learn plumbing so bad. Well, Zombie Bomb, there's nothing stopping you from learning right now. And given the fact that you're a woman, dude, you can go to plumbing school for free. And you can get an apprenticeship or an entry-level plumbing job, being a helper, whatever, until you're competent enough to go in your... Yeah, Grey Ghost. I was going to say Ghastly Ghost. I knew it was Grey Ghost. I've talked with him before. Cool dude. I can do both, but the point is, get paid for your role. Well, Friedrich Marx, like, if I need to... I'm not getting into it. Zombie just wants the pipe. Oh, called out. It's gross and all, but everyone in the family eventually needs one of us to be a plumber. Yes, plumbing is insanely difficult. I have nothing but love and respect for plumbers. One of my buddies he's a really, really good plumber. He actually did work on a renovation that I'm doing. Nothing but a world of respect to those people. It's a fucking nasty job. It's a hard job. And again, you're not just like, removing a pipe or cutting a pipe. Sometimes you got to dig a fucking trench. Sometimes you got to stick your hand in dirty fucking places. And, and there's real world hazards for certain jobs when you're out there plumbing, just like there is for people who do electrical work. Let's see. There is, Scott said I'm not allowed. Oh, well, fuck you, Scott. No, I'm kidding. Whenever I want to get a good laugh, I look up the Titus laughing video. It is a pretty funny video, man. I was dying laughing. Like after the stream, I pulled it up and like before I went to bed, I'm just like, God damn it does sound like me. Dude, people were like, this guy sounds like a cuck. He sounds like Charlie Day. And now I guess I sound like Titus from Final Fantasy. Can't anymore. My hand is annihilated. Zombie Bomb, what did you do to your hand? Also, Gio, I have been in the trades for longer than you have been an adult. All right, fair enough, Friedrich Marx. Fair enough. Look, I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but I'm just saying sometimes you got to step outside your role. That's all I'm saying. Just a little bit. Like, I'm not going out of my way to, replace an entire ceiling, like, no, I'm not doing that. But we got to know the fundamentals at the very least. I want to be a plumber and be hired by Nick for his orgy. Oh, man. Yeah, Nick Rekieta, man. Just can't fucking do it anymore, man. I just want to let it go, but I just can't trust somebody like that. Remember like a year and a half ago, I told you I'd had surgery that morning. A dog ripped my hand apart that night before that. Was it a pit bull? I don't think I remember this. Love what I'm hearing. Hopefully I can move on to a more professional job within this or next year. Yeah, K6. I mean, if you're looking, like, look, the trades that I would recommend, plumbing is really good. It's I don't want to say it's not competitive, but there's a lot of opportunities because plumbing is very, very difficult. It's very physically demanding. And because it's a dirty job and a lot of people aren't willing to do it, it pays well. Like some licensed plumbers, some credentialed plumbers, like just swapping out a toilet, $300, and it takes about 25 minutes, 15 minutes if there's no issues. Sometimes I forget the technical name, but just clearing out a clogged toilet takes like 5 minutes, with the proper tools. In and out, they charge like $250 to do that. And they're like, yeah, we do these calls all the time. They can easily make over $1,000 just unclogging toilets, especially in a big city. Also, electrical work is also really, really good to get into just because, a lot of people, because being licensed and bonded, usually the master electrician, they're the ones who own the company. And you know, if it's all legit and it's all official, like that makes people feel good. And also, depending on the work that, you know, a contractor does, photos need to be taken and it needs to be submitted to the city or the county or the local municipality. And it's got to be up to code. It's got to be up to snuff. And you can't have an illegal alien doing the kind of work that I do. Well, granted, anybody can kind of do if you have the electrical chops, you have the experience, anybody can do what I do because I'm mostly just doing, you know, home electrical service work. But like dropping in panels, you know, fixing or replacing certain pipes or whatever, like if you do it wrong, man, like you can't sell the house. You can't rent out a house. You know, if it's like, yeah, this water heater that was installed, it's not correct, doesn't have the evacuate or the earthquake straps. You know, the flashing on the roof is not put on correctly. It's the wrong size. You know, it doesn't have the fucking top hat on it. Like this isn't correct at all. You can get away with hiring somebody from you know, Home Depot, but your house won't sell. And if something happens to it, it's your ass. Plumbing is a good trade because people will always poop. Well, it's not just poop, but, you know, like kitchen faucets and shit. My artery was severed, and all the nerves near the center of my hand were ripped apart so badly that they couldn't fix it. I live in a dry cabin, so I don't have to pay plumbers. Nice. Pride, megaphone, rainbow pride flag, face Titus lap. God damn it. Then I woke up as surgery was ending, and I sat up and made a fist, which tore apart everything they just repaired. So I got 2 surgeries in a row that day. God, dude, you're a stupid woman. Boilermaker, or fitter, and turner are good jobs. Yeah, oh yeah, Boilermakers, yeah, they're pretty fucking elite too. Welding is also really, really good. Yeah, you gotta be fucking legit. Just gotta be careful. There are whole songs made out of that laugh. Send them to me. Tweet them at me. You're lucky you didn't just bleed out. Yeah, hold on. Let me scroll up. Was it a Pitbull that did this? They're also valuable jobs for longer. Look at the Mickey Mouse jobs now. It was a Rottweiler. A Pitbull tore down the fence to come out and save my life. Oh, okay. So the Pitbull was like the good guy here. I was not conscious. I was drugged. It was one of those weird surgery nightmare scenarios. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds like no domestic violence for you. God damn it, you guys. Well, hopefully you learned your lesson. Don't live around people with those kind of dogs. All right, let's move on. All right. So we talked about those Disney adults. This article just dropped June 13th, 2024. Disney trips lead to debt for almost 50% of parents with young children, study finds. Dude, how fucking insane. How insane do you have to be? It's 2024. For those of us in America, we're going through a really hard time economically. The Biden regime is just killing and wiping out the middle class, lower middle class, the poor. But Disney adults are so mind-fucked by this bullshit consumer whore experience that these families are willing to go into debt to have their worldview reinforced, to see fucking gay Buzz Lightyear or whatever. You know, before I read this article, I said to myself, I bet the perpetrators are mostly millennials. 100% correct. This is sickness, man. Orlando, Florida. The trip of a lifetime to a Disney theme park has turned into a financial nightmare for many U.S. parents, especially those with young kids, according to a new study. You know, you don't have to go to Disneyland. You don't have to go to Disney World. Like America is a really big, beautiful country. Well, for now. There's a million fucking things to do. But for whatever reason, these Disney adults and their fat kids are getting into debt so they can see Rainbow Woody from Toy Story getting fucked in the ass by the dinosaur. A recent Lending Tree survey of more than 2,000 U.S. consumers found that 24% of Disney visitors have incurred debt from their trips, with this number increasing to 45% for parents with children under 18. That figure represents a 50% rise from the 30% of parents with small children who reported 2 years ago that they went into debt for Disney trips. You know, I know a lot of people got a stick up their ass about like Dave Ramsey, but like, fuck, man. Sometimes he's got a point. Sometimes you need that tough boomer love. Because none of this would jive with him. And you need to hear it from a well-established, successful boomer like himself. Like, how do you tell someone, like, this is a stupid fucking idea? The majority of families with young children took on the debt in the past 5 years, with 35% taking it on in the past year alone, the study revealed. Jesus. The data also discovered the millennial age group, those ages 28 to 43, were more likely to take on the debt. This kind of makes sense because millennials are at that age where a good amount of them are in the professional class. They're well established in their careers. So they can afford to at least spend a little bit of money, but they're still taking on tons of debt to go to this shithole, the most magical place on earth. Yeah, right. Lending Tree chief credit analyst Matt Schultz said in a statement that he understands why parents would consider going into debt for Disney. Please enlighten me. Lending Tree found that parents believe the memories at Disney are worth the overspending. Yeah, let's wait in a long line to take a picture with this rat. Oh wait, we don't need to wait in a long line. We can just pay a little bit of extra money for the fast pass. And instead of waiting 45 minutes, we only have to wait 25. And then we can be on the ride and we didn't go to Disneyland unless we posted all over Instagram and Facebook. Oh, if we tag Disney, we'll get 5% off our fucking hamburgers and french fries. For so many parents, taking their kids to Disney is a rite of passage. Really? Rite of passage? What consumer whore Funko Pop loving Reddit horseshit is this? Ugh. Yuck. Ugh. Yucky. Ugh. Something they remember fondly from their youth and want to experience with their kids, Schultz said. Because of those feelings, are often willing to take on debt to get there. It's okay. We're going to make it, baby. I'm taking out a loan. I just called the bank, sweetheart. We're going to Disneyland. I just upped my credit limit. The Chase card, you know, we got an extra $2,000. Yeah. We'll get those season passes. We'll keep coming here every single day. $50 for chicken tenders. It's going to be all right. We can afford it. You sure about that? Despite some Americans being prepared to take on debt for Disney, the survey highlighted why others chose not to. At least 60% of Americans said they haven't gone to a Disney theme park because it's too expensive. 31% said it's too far away, while 26% said they can't stand the lines, a report revealed. All these are really good reasons not to go. But none of these reasons are, they promote an ideology that is antagonistic towards my way of life and my survival on this planet. The ideology promoted by Disney aims to annihilate myself and my people. And that's why I refuse to give money to this evil corporation. But nope, the lines are too fucking long. It's too expensive. Oh, it's so far away. Otherwise, I would consume product. If it was right down the street, I'd go. Recent political events, such as the fight between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney regarding Disney's comments on the sex education bill that critics have dubbed the Don't Say the G Word bill, which will become the law in July. Get fucked. Get fucking wrecked. It's fucking real. All this is real. Oh, let's see. Bitch Titties Ramsey loves to tell me my bootstraps and claim that he had a harder life despite being born with a platinum spoon in his mouth. I don't know what his upbringing is like. I know he pretended to be poor and rich like a million times, so who knows. I remember the boat at Disney. That's it. God damn it. Also, not to mention that college students take on additional debts to go to Disney and travel. Oh, yeah, this is 100% true. If your house isn't paid off free and clear, you shouldn't even think about going to Disneyland. Yeah, dude, nobody should be going to Disneyland ever. Bitch City Ramsey thinks voting for Infinity Bomalians means you should throw your children out of your own house. Yeah, don't say Grigga. You know, I like me personally, like let's say I had a 18-year-old son, he's about to graduate high school. I would tell him like, look, I'm not going to charge you rent. I'm not going to throw you out in the fucking street because we're family and families got to stick together. And it'd be nice to have another young man around, you know, protect the house and shit. But I'd expect them to have a job and, or at the very least, you know, go to the community college, get a good job that'll subsidize a part of it, you know, be smart about it. Yeah, I don't believe it. You know, I don't agree with a lot of what Ramsey says. Like, I use a credit card, but I also live by the rule, don't spend money that you don't have. So if let's say I bought $800 video card for my second PC. I did that like a while ago, a few months ago. So I bought a 4070 RTX super clocked gigabyte video card. Bought it with a credit card. And I get little points for it too. So I get like $2 or $3. And it adds up eventually, but I had that money. And then, of course, as soon as that post or that transaction cleared and it posted to the credit account, I paid it off immediately. But I had that money. And I think it's important to use a credit card when you're going out into the real world. Because if you use your debit card and let's say you swipe at a terminal that is compromised, like the terminal that I used to pay the contractor who fucking went on a spending spree at Lowe's, if that was my debit card, they would have wiped out my account. You know, again, I'm not a rich guy. You know, it was like almost like $2,000. I don't really keep money in my bank account. So, yeah, that would have fucking like wiped me out. And James Ramsey's like, cut up the credit cards. Don't fucking have credit. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I just don't agree with that. Don't agree with that at all. And also the special credit card that I have, like I get all these points and I get money. So like at the end of the month, you know, like I accrue about like, I don't know, like a few $100 or not a few $100, like almost like $100. And after a few months, like it adds up and I like buy shoes. I go out and buy stuff and whatever, man, pays for itself. I like Ramsey because he yelled at stupid poor people. Everything else about him is boomer scummery. That's pretty funny. If my child grows up to be pretty dependent and useless, then I failed as a father. Ooh, I'm not saying that. However, Bitch City Ramsey votes to replace young men with Infinity Africans and displace the native workforce. Yeah, he probably believes in open borders. I can see that. Boomers are like, oh, well, they work so hard and they're so amazing. Well, fuck off. And my 401k. Yeah, fuck the 401. Gio dates white women because he has the Hispanic mindset and keeping the family close. Well, dude, Asians do that too. Asians have close-knit families. All kinds of Asians. Koreans, Japanese, etc. Obviously Hispanics. And even some Italian families. Well, many Italian families, they do that as well. It's not just a Hispanic thing, dude. Sounds like trouble. I always stayed away from whites due to the cultural differences. If she's white, then she will most likely want to go to Disneyland. They're not all like that. They're not all like that. And again, you got to find that shit out like on the first date, bro. Credit is useful. I'm waiting for silver to hit $12 an ounce again. Then I'm going all in with mine. I don't know, dude. I feel like precious metals is kind of worthless, you know? Like even if I had like a brick of that shit, like it's fucking useless to me. I want bullets. I want tools. I want shit that I can like actually do stuff with. Stuff that I can trade with. You know, if let's say, you know, oh, we're living in the Mad Max world. You know, you don't got a lot of options if you got precious metals that are valuable. You just put a target on your back. I'd rather have a fast car and a gun. I'd let you can know that sort of thing before any dates happen. Zombie Bomb, that is pretty true. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like I can just listen to like a few sentences of somebody speaking and just know whether they're cool or not, whether I'm going to like them or not, or whether or not they're full of shit, or whether or not they're going to be a headache for me in the future. A lot of contractors pick this up really quickly. People who do sales, like auto sales, you know, they pick up on this really quickly. They don't like to waste their time. Precious metals is not bad. It's not even close to the top 5 investments, but just stack copper at least. Well, I mean, dude, it's like $5 for a pound of copper right now. It might be more. Bitch City Ramsey, kids all work for his company. Yet he tells other people to throw their kids out of their house and work at McDonald's to get yelled at by entitled boomers like himself. Yeah, fuck him. If that's really what he believes, he can go fuck himself. Like, look, there's plenty of kids who like live with their parents while they're going to school. And it's not about like being dependent. Like, dude, the economy is shit. Like, again, I'm not trying to, you know, do the whole like, what are these kids going to do? But like, it's really fucking hard out there. Like, it's really, really hard. Everything's fucking expensive. And if families can stick together and they work together I think that is the best thing to ensure that, you know, if the kid's building up skills, educating himself, bettering himself, and he's, you know, maybe when he's like 25 or whatever, ready to go out into the real world. And I think that's great, you know, but when you kick them out when they're 18, you know, because I know the boomer Ramsey, if he's got that mindset, kick them out when they're 18, like, what are they going to do, dude? They're going to end up living in their car, living in some dangerous hood, you know, in some shitty neighborhood where, you know, HOA won't be on their ass, but now they're at risk of getting fucking jumped by the homeless or some thug. Nah, doesn't jive well with me. I like the way the Asians do it, the way the Italians do it, the way the Hispanics do it. Jack Morgan, he's got a lot of Latinos out in Florida. And he's like, yeah, dude, those Latino cats, man, you know, you got like, you know, 2-3 families, you know, and they're all living in harmony and shit, and they're helping each other out. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's see. I've seen a couple videos that Professor Chronicus has done on Ramsey, and for the most part, I largely agreed with a lot of what he said. I know he's done a few. I don't think I've seen all of them, but I like his roast. And what I like about Chronic a lot is that he goes fucking hard. And there have been a few times where I'm like, I don't know, man, he's a little too fucking heavy, you know, he's a little too heavy-handed on his criticism, you know, like, but he ends up being just 100% right. There's been so many moments where he's just fucking just ruthless. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I would have said that. And then I'm just like, you know what? Fuck that. He was right. He was 100% right at everything he said. And I'm like a fucking nice guy, you know, so I try not to like, you know, go for the jugular, you know. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, even if there's total shitheads, you know, like Rekieta. Like, again, like I know Rekieta, met him, and I don't know, dude, like, you know, we weren't really nice when we were on Chronic's show. And now, as more time has passed, I feel less bad about the things that I've said. But I do mean it when I say that I do want him to get off the junk, because he's got to be a fucking man. He's got kids, dude. And even if the kids weren't being abused, again, that's up to the courts. I don't feel comfortable saying it, and it's very likely he gets away with it, but you can't bring that shit around your kids. I don't even like smoking. Like, one, I'm cutting down on smoking cigarettes. I've only had 2 cigarettes today. I don't even like smoking in front of kids, even if my own or not. And you bring fucking coke around your kids, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Got no respect for a man who does that shit. And then you got this fucking morning zoo radio host and his whore wife sleeping in your bed. You guys are all sleeping together. It's fucking disgusting. You got fucking kids, man. You know, and then you pretend to be, if it like Destiny did it, and I don't really care, right? Like, I expect Destiny to do that because he's a cuck, right? He's a Democrat. He's a libtard, retard. But you pretend to be like, I'm a trad dad. Oh, fuck, you know, Nick Fuentes is, you know, this, and that, and fuck Ethan Ralph. And you know, he fucking just, you know, just throwing his fists in every direction. He's got no right to throw stones in his glass house. And now Aaron, like, I got a lot of respect for what Aaron's doing, even though, like, some of what he's saying is bullshit. Like I said, 95% true, 5% bullshit. But dude, Aaron is fighting fire with gasoline. Straight up doesn't give a fuck if he goes to jail. And he admitted as such. Let me read some of these comments really quick. Yes, Joe is a nice guy. Hold on, let me read some of this. So tell people you know Nick Rekieta. It's embarrassing. Oh, shut up, bitch. Sorry. You're making me sexist. You're making me fucking hateful. Oh god, let me adjust myself. Let's see. Silver cannot be eaten or used to defend yourself. It is not good for smelting tools. It only works in a stable society. Ammo, guns, food, water. Those are yeah, exactly. Skills. Having skills, man. You got to be able to be handy with tools and stuff. At the very least, you got to know how to run. Let's see. AC, you're forgetting about skinwalkers. Ooh, yes, Joe's a nice guy. He is still inexperienced, in my opinion. He shall learn. Look, man, I'm not a stranger to the harsh realities of the world. You know, I've been through some shit. I've seen some shit. I just, like, there's times to be hard and there's times not to. You know, like I said, the Lord, you know, Brother Sam Kennison, that, you know, he always told people, is like, don't be hard, you know, pray the Lord to make you sweet. It's like, Lord, just make me sweet. And I want to live by that. I don't think society is going to end or melt down. I have other contingencies if it does. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, especially if Trump wins, which is the hope. But you know, you gotta at the very least be prepared to have things that are important that will keep you alive. All that material stuff, like silver and fucking crypto, all that shit's bullshit. Personally, if when I'm a father, I'll make sure my kids get properly married, and I'll make sure that they have their own house for their family. Yeah, see, that's great. Annie, can you send me some Rekieta mine? No. Nigga's on the stream right now talking about his public image, full on rant. Oh fuck, is he really? Shit. Spencer, get in here. Let's stream snipe this idiot. Let's see. Indeed, in a pinch. Let me see. Is he on Rumble? Hold up. All right, fuck the Disney adults. Here he is.
Do that.
Oh fuck, no, it's Defango. God damn it, Defango. Hold on, let's see. Nick Rekieta. Yo, check, mic check. Is that you? Hold up. Oh shit, I was deafened. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to. Yeah. You need to freaking share your thing on Discord.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's. How long has he been streaming?
For like since I messaged you 35 minutes ago.
What the fuck? I didn't get your message. Oh my god, I'm so
I
salty.
messaged you on Discord.
God damn it. All right, hold on 1 second.
Since like 10ish.
Window projector preview. All right, window projector, go live. Goddamn degenerate perv. Fuck Nick. Yeah, dude, Nick sucks, man. Like my Gio with the breaking news. I know, right? Dude, where the fuck is he? Is he on Rumble? Dude, fuck him.
No, he's streaming on YouTube right now.
Dude, where? Hold
Look up.
It's Rekieta Law, isn't it? I thought he was banned.
Right now?
Enough planning. You got felted. Says here's to your legal fund. Hoping you get the full 25 years, you piece of shit. Because
Yeah, fuck you, Nick.
He's like talking about his public image.
I got
and
news
stuff.
for you.
Yeah, dude, I hope he goes to fucking jail and he learns his fucking lesson, dude. Dude, like he was on a call. Dude, he was saying, because he was trying to, everybody call him a cuck in the chat. Yeah, I'm going to call him.
Sentencing guidelines is very unlikely.
Bro.
Ty Beard says, you, sir, are a steel-eyed missiled man.
How can
proud
he be a
to call you my
trad
friend.
dad
Thanks, Ty.
while letting a
Eric from
morning
Wisconsin says,
zoo
love you, bro.
radio
Focus on you
host
and yours. Forget
have
everyone
sex
else. All
with
that
your
matters is
wife?
family and defeating government. Love from
Free.
Wisconsin. Thank you. Bernie Garcon, message was deleted. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know what it was, but if you sent some message that involved personal information.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, Gio, do you ankle break toddlers? Indeed. Wait, where was that message? Fuck that goddamn degenerate perv. Gio with breaking news. Wait, look at Andy giving a shit about the notification. We'll ignore to keep this show on set.
Yeah, he went online 36 minutes ago.
Well, we're almost done with the show. I'm going to skip that. We got to get into the 304 shit. But he's not really saying anything right now. Only those a 5 minutes can message.
He was basically saying, I'll give you a summary. Basically, he was saying, like, you know, he doesn't give a shit about his public image. It's the courts that have to prove, you know, he's guilty. He doesn't care what people think about him. And that the only people who he cares what thinks about him is, like, basically immediate family and some very close friends. And basically everyone else fuck off.
Yeah, it's a really shitty response, man.
Because he was telling the chat, like, oh, you know, people want me to come out and, you know, apologize.
Yeah, you should.
Well, the lawyer, even the lawyer types that he knows, are like, on like the law tubers are saying, you know, well, you know, come out, you know, apologize, repair your image, yada yada yada. And I can kind of see where Nick's coming from, where like you don't want to admit anything in the public domain right now because they'll just use that against you. So I kind of get it from that perspective, but I also kind of get where a lot of the law tubers have been like majorly grifting off this, and he's.
Well, okay, you actually watch his streams. I don't. Like, do you feel like you've been misled?
In terms of what do as I say, not as I do type deal?
You're watching this person who presents himself one way, but then he gets locked up and it's revealed that he's not the person that he said he was. Like, don't you feel a little bit misled?
Yeah, like I said, I'll wait for the state to prove their case. But
bro, this has nothing to do with the state. It's not a crime to allow some morning zoo radio host to fuck your wife.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't like if I was in his position. I wouldn't let some dude fuck my wife. Yeah, allegedly.
No, okay, Six. Don't give him money. Don't give Nick Rekieta money. Like, he's a fucking piece of shit. You know, like here's the deal. Like, their April Imholt's friend, Keanu Bisconti, she got a message out of nowhere from Nick. Now, she hasn't released these messages, but I've read them, and I'll give you the guys the gist. He was telling Kiana that no one knows the full story and blah, 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 blah. And Kiana was like, I just want to talk to April. April has not reached out to any of us. No one has heard from her. Where is she? And apparently she's living right next to him. He's got like another house right next to where he lives, and he's keeping his fucking the whore there drugged up. And she's got no charges against her, so she can kind of do whatever she wants.
Did they drop the charges against her?
Yeah. Yeah, there's only charges against Kayla and Nick. And whenever Keanu was asking questions like, why can't she speak for herself? You know, he would just talk shit about Aaron. That's how you fucking know that this is all this was Nick's doing. Like, and Aaron is telling the truth. And like, he's going on these streams saying like, I hope Aaron makes $1 million and I wish him nothing but the best. But behind the scenes,
he was saying that a few minutes ago.
Yeah, no, that's not true. Because I read the messages. I read the DMs. Dude, he fucking hates Aaron. Like,
I can understand.
He said he wants him to like delete himself in Minecraft and that he's like a fat piece of shit and all this other stuff. And then of course his friends like Camelot and stuff are coming out and they're attacking Aaron. And I want to defend Aaron because I like defending underdogs, especially if like they're like, dude, they're obviously bullying this dude and he doesn't have a lot of friends and support. So I'm like, all right, I'll defend him because I think it's funny and I just don't like duplicity. But the lie is that, you know,
your stream Discord crashed.
No, did it crash?
Yeah.
Oh no. Hold up. Do I need to reshare my shit?
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah. The lie is.
Yeah, the lie is that Aaron was like, oh, this is my idea. No, it wasn't. Like, dude, fucking Nick Rekieta set all this in motion. Like, this is all his doing. So to suggest that like Aaron had a say in the cuck circle, that's just not true at all. Nick was the mastermind behind all of it. And that is why Aaron is coming out swinging in every direction and telling the story as is. And I believe, dude, this is why it's worse. Because as soon as Nick Rekieta calls him a liar, I know for a fact Aaron is waiting for Nick to trash him horrifically, publicly in the stream. Because I've seen the receipts, you guys. Nick Rekieta is fucked. It is not going to go well for him. And Aaron, like I said, he's fighting fire with gasoline. Aaron Imholt admitted to doing drugs around kids. He admitted to crimes, not serious crimes, but crimes nonetheless. He doesn't give a fuck if he goes to jail. He doesn't give a fuck if he gets charged with a crime. He is so fucking mad that Nick Rekieta pumped April full of drugs, allegedly in a video game, and that he was, you know, April just won't stop swinging off his cock like Tarzan. And he's going full fucking scorched earth as a result. And he doesn't care what happens to him. So in a weird roundabout way, he does appear to be kind of like a sympathetic figure, but it comes off as so phony, to me at least, because I know he's doing it because he wants revenge and he is going to get it. Nick Rekieta is in a lot of trouble. And dude, he tried to get Aaron Imholt to sign an NDA. Did you know that? Yeah. He's trying to get him to sign a fucking NDA, dude. Like, it's real.
Because he was over at his house or whatever.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, dude, this fucking house is a mess. I know I'm not one to talk in my office, but I'm going to clean that up soon. But the house is a fucking mess. There's drugs everywhere, you know, allegedly in a video game. And, you know, Aaron was fucking his wife. You know, people want to call Aaron a cuck, which he is, but so is Nick. And everybody wants to pretend like that didn't happen. Like, it fucking happened, you guys. Like, people's lives are ruined. Relationships are ruined. And people are misled. So, no, don't fucking send them super chats. Give me super chat. Yeah, I'm not a fucking cuck. I've never done any of that cuck simp shit, ever. She's going to... She might. I don't know. I'm 50-50
The thing
on it.
is, one of the theories was the reason why April's not in jail right now is because basically she turned state evidence, state witness?
She
whatever you
might.
call that.
She might. It's very possible because Nick is not in control of the situation anymore. He's completely lost control of everything. He's lost control of the plot. He's lost control of how things are going to play out. I mean, he's losing his civil. He's going to lose a civil suit because he called people PDF files. You're bearing false witness against people. That shit's going to come back to you. That's why I don't fucking lie about people and shit. And
the Monty case is pretty interesting.
Yeah, don't fucking call people that. It's like the worst thing to call somebody. And you expect not to have your fucking, like, people not to fight back. Like, dude, like Ethan Ralph and Vito, like, they're seriously, like, people got the receipts. They're honestly contemplating suing people because of what they're saying about them and how, and it's not true. It has a PDF file.
Oh, because I remember the thing where he got. This was when they were at the Blaze or whatever, and Ethan Ralph showed up outside, and that's when I think it was Rackets was supposed to go on with. With oh god, what's everyone's favorite Prideful Month supporter? Why am I blanking on his name? Because I've interviewed him before.
I don't know. Elijah Schaefer?
Yeah, Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah, fuck him, dude. That guy's a fucking fruitcake.
I don't know. You and I have different opinions on him. I think
dude, he's a fucking pussy, bro. Like, all these fucking culture warriors are a bunch of bitches, dude. I don't trust a single one of them. They all pretend to be trad, but then they're all fucking freaks behind the scenes. Nick Rekieta, I'm a trad dad, allowing morning zoo radio host cuck to fuck his wife in his bed while the kids are there doing drugs and shit. Elijah Schaefer, married, and he's like groping women who aren't his wife and just being a total fucking shitter.
Allegedly, because didn't that case get dropped?
No, he got fired. I think it was settled.
I know he got fired, but believe all women. So,
bro, he's a fucking freak, dude. Guys, let me know what you think. Let's see. If you let Carl Johansson, if you let someone fuck your wife, all bets are off. No sympathy for Aaron. Look, Aaron's being honest, dude. That's all I'm saying. Is like I can at least understand him. I don't like what he did, but I understand it. He's less offensive than those other people. It's not his fault he went along with it. No, it is. I watched this guy pound my wife, but it's not my fault. What the fuck?
Well, you have to know when to say no, though. I mean, that's
dude. The thing with like,
walk away.
Let me explain my theory. Nick Rekieta had the hots for Aaron's wife because I know the chat. It's like, oh, she's a roasty, she's old, whatever. She's 29 years old and she is pretty. In the real world, if she's at a bar, any dude will fucking bang her. Anyways, she's the prize in this cuck circle because she's young and she's pretty. Nick Rekieta, allegedly, I don't know if this is true, is trashing his wife, saying that her fucking puniti is all old and beat up because she's had multiple children, and he wants the young prize. And he was the one that set this whole, and my theory is he set this whole thing in motion. He knew exactly how to get what he wanted. He manipulated all these people into going along with his fucking sex fantasies. And Aaron is naive. Aaron is stupid, but he's an adult and he's a man and he fucked up. I'm not making excuses for it. I'm just explaining it. Nick is the perpetrator here, in my opinion. Nick is the one who set this whole thing in motion. I honestly do believe that. And I just have a little bit of sympathy for Aaron because he thought he was going to be a part of the cuck circle and he got the boot because Nick is selfish and he didn't like Aaron for whatever reason because he was a buzzkill, whatever the reason was. Aaron says that the reason why he was kicked out of the cuck circle is because he wasn't the one doing drugs and he wanted to go out and do fun stuff and they just wanted to lay around and naked and doing drugs or whatever the hell they were doing. And then of course he tried to convince Kayla and April and even Nick to a degree to slow down on the drugs So as a result, he got kicked out of the cuck circle, and you know they mistreated him and they called him fat and told him to delete himself in the video game. And yeah, that's basically what happened. You know, you can't get between an addict and their drugs because they start chimping out. Again, I'm from Vegas. I know what that looks like. And Aaron's story checks out. And again, Aaron's got receipts trying to get him to do an NDA, you know, all this other shit. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. This situation is going to get so much worse. This is a cope stream from Rekieta. He's coping. Like, dude, you care about your image. Like, don't fucking lie to me, man. Let's see. When Nick wishes you 1,000,000, he's wishing death on you. People don't understand. Oh, is that true? Explain. Elaborate. Where is Drex in all this? Dude, I don't know. That's a good question. Drex made it worse by hiding. Yeah, fuck all those bitch guys. Everyone saw it. I don't like Nick Rekieta, but I don't want the cops serving a search warrant on my house based on innuendo and hearsay. So I defend him. Look, the drug stuff, I'll defend him. And, you know, again, I just hope he sorts it out and he gets clean. He doesn't bring that shit around his kids, but, you know, it's his family, whatever. He can do whatever he wants. I just hope that they come out on top. But the cuckery, that's what bothers me the most. And technically, as other lawyers have accurately stated, like a police, let's say a cop was driving down his neighborhood and he saw Nick Rekieta doing a fat line from the living room window while he's in his patrol car. He can go and say, you know, on the report, it's like I was, you know, doing a regular patrol and I witnessed a white male, you know, doing, you know, consuming illegal substances in the living room. Even though he didn't take pictures and there's no video of it, it's technically hearsay. Everything is technically hearsay. But it wasn't just innuendo in hearsay. You know, the police were observing what Nick Rekieta was doing on his streams. You know, there were credible reports made by people who were legit. And all of it turned out to be true. It was a hodgepodge of facts that ended up, you know, being the basis of the warrant. It wasn't just some guy who called and was like, yo, that Nick Rekieta is a piece of shit and he's on drugs and he's a freak. Click. Hey, that's not a good reason to do a warrant. She's a dead egger, 29, almost powdered eggs age. Friedrich Marx, I don't think April Imholt is capable of having children.
FYI, I looked it up. He just to confirm, just via the assessor's map. At least from what I can see right there, he has 2 parcels. I'm not gonna say where specifically because I don't dox.
Yeah, don't, please don't.
But he does, to confirm your statement, he does have 2 parcels of land.
Yeah, and
the one that we've seen on stream and another one nearby.
Well, again, the receipts are out there. There was an insurance claim made by the Imholtz, and the insurance check, it went to April where she's staying. Or I think it went to the P.O. box right by that house. So, you know, again, I bring you guys the juice. All right, I'm keeping it raw. It would
be also fair to assume too that, you know, because it doesn't Nick's parents or something live in Minnesota or something like that too, or Kayla's, one of the two.
Yeah, I think
so
both of them.
It could just, if we're gonna play devil's advocate, we're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, which I think we should, in that sense. You know, it could be the other house could be for the parents or something like that live quote unquote nearby or whatever the case may be. Again, just speculation, but you know, I don't consider that black and white. Really, there's a little bit of gray area there.
Okay, Carl Johansson. Yeah, no, yeah, I understand that there are constitutional thresholds that need to be met before a warrant is to be signed off on and executed. However, it wasn't just hearsay and third tier. No, there were quite a bit of facts in the search warrant document that gave the police all the ammunition they needed to execute that warrant. And if there are issues, like constitutional issues with the warrant, I don't see it, for one. And two, like, if your defense is my constitution, you're fucked. Even if the Constitution was violated, like I said this before, it's worth stating again. Even if his constitutional rights were violated, he's not. Like, if you want to seek remedies for the damages done by the police, that's going to be years from now, and his reputation is going to be even more irreversibly fucked than it already is. There were drugs in that house, allegedly. You know, I mean, it's obvious that Nick Rekieta is not well. This was visibly observed, like prior to the warrant being executed by the police. I mean, people can use your words online against you in the court of law. They will use anything you do online. You know, that's why, like we talked about the draft earlier. You know, if let's say some recruitment office sees what I'm saying or hears what I'm saying, like, we can't have this fucking idiot on the front lines. He's going to endanger an entire group of entire battalion. He's going to run off like a fucking piece of shit and tell everybody where we're at. And he's going to get everybody killed.
You as cannon fodder.
Yeah, they're going to be like, yeah, dude, this Giovanni guy is just going to steal weapons and give them to the enemy. Because that's literally what I've said on my streams. It's like, oh yeah, look at all the shit on his phone. He's so fucking hateful. Like, fuck it, just leave him at home. Whatever happens to him, happens to him. Like, fuck him. You know, so they'll use that against me. You don't think the cops are going to do the same thing? They are absolutely going to do the same thing. The judges, the lawyers, everybody in his county, they all know what Nick Rekieta is about. He's got no allies there.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did get one of the judges apparently recused from the case because it's the same. I think it was the same.
Yeah, the same as a civil suit. Yeah, that was 100% confirmed.
Now he got like the hardest judge.
It's not going to help him. It's not going to help him at all
in terms of like drug stuff in the county or whatever.
I mean, the court should have done that anyways, just so they can be like, you know, everything is super clean, everything's straight, no funny business. They should have done that on their own, but whatever. Let me read some of these comments really quick. Let's see. You don't understand how it works, my friend? No, I do. I used to work right by the family courts. Spent plenty of time in the courts professionally, man. What type of lawyer was Nick? I wonder if the people in the prison will try to shank him. I don't remember. I think it was like I don't want to speak on it, but I mean, yeah, I don't want to speak on the kind of lawyer that he was. God's truth, man. There's nothing there. Carl, I have one more court cases than you, I bet. Carl, you have a child's mind. Hence why it is such a gross violation. If you look high to me right now, is that evidence? That was the extent of the footage evidence. Okay, Carl, it was more than just we saw him on his stream fucked up with powder on his nose. There were credible individuals in his life who know him and know his children who reported things that they physically saw that were problematic, like the child reporting that they're hungry, or people within the church or within the community saying that the kids were wearing the same clothes for days at a time and that they smelled. And again, we don't even have all the full details yet. It's very possible that Kayla's family were the ones that set this thing in motion. But in my running theory is that Aaron Imholt has such a vendetta and such a stick up his ass about getting cucked by Nick that he's the one that kind of set it all in motion. And he's the one that is ultimately responsible for Nick Rekieta's demise. But it wasn't just like, oh, well, we heard some people talking shit, so we're going to go fuck with Nick because, you know, he's embarrassed the police or whatever. They had plenty of evidence, in my opinion, to execute a search warrant. And even if they didn't, they did already. They found evidence of drug use and the guns and the child neglect or whatever, that according to the charges. And they're going to he's going to be found guilty, dude. It's very possible that he goes to jail because he's not a sympathetic character. And if he wants to seek remedies after the fact, it's going to take years. If your defense in the court of law is the Constitution, you're done.
Well, tune in right now and you can see what if you want to stream snipe. He's kind of talking about it.
Oh, let me see.
And then you can go back like 30 seconds.
Those are things we try to do to mitigate the disparity in power, but still treat the two parties as adverse parties. The government is adverse to me in this case.
He's been
now in a
himself
civil
for the
case,
last, hour.
the two parties.
Oh, dude, he's so
craft their
full
own-
of shit. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to fucking hear this, bro. It's gonna be, dude. He's trying to paint himself as a sympathetic character. Now so again, this is all narrative building. He's being bullied by the state. He's being bullied by the courts because he's got he's a dissident figure. He's, a right-wing guy. He's a religious figure. And they're bullying me. They're being unfair to me. And this is why, dude, he says he doesn't give a fuck what people think, but he's trying to change the narrative. The truth of the matter is, should he be charged with crimes? In my opinion, probably not. I'm being dead ass serious. Do I believe those kids were legitimately abused? In my opinion, based on what I have seen and what I've reviewed, no, I don't believe those kids were neglected. But he is a cuck.
Mm-hmm.
He let another man fuck his wife in his bed.
Yep.
And he did bring drugs, allegedly, according to the police, around those kids. And yes, anybody who is not retarded can see that he's fucked up on stream. And you know what? Some cringe. When he was talking to Keanu, April's best friend, he's like, I'm an agent of... He said he's an agent of chaos. Like, dude,
That's
Nick
weird.
Rekieta's fucking cringe, you guys. Like, behind the scenes, this dude is legit fucking cringe. And he's in denial. Pure denialism right here. And it's sad to see, dude. Like, he's just full of shit. He's just fucking putting up a front. It's like imagine like me, like, yo, I'm fucking, I'm the shit and I'm rich. Like, I'm not. Like, it would be cringe if I was like trying to pretend to be something that I'm not. Like, it's awful. Like, this is awful to see. Because like his older streams, like, it was so funny and like charming. Like, there was a lot of charm there. And it's fucking gone because the person that he pretended to be, like, it's not real. And that's why my main gripe with a lot of these culture warrior freaks. Like, none of them are real people. Like, they're all frauds. Almost all of them are frauds.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Kayla's sister was a direct witness who told a mandatory reporter at the church. Well, witness testimony is literally evidence, isn't it? Yes. Witness testimony is relevant. In many such cases, it is relevant. Especially for the purposes of gathering, all the necessary elements of to execute a search warrant. I would say Nick pissed off that judge that his comments that yeah, of course. It's a small town. Dude, I don't think this has to do with politics, man. I don't think this is politics at all. All this easily could have been avoided. I mean, Nick Rekieta has gone most of his life completely unmolested. All this is his own doing. He's being fucked in civil court because he couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut and he defamed somebody. He bared false witness against somebody. And somebody who LARPs as a fucking Christian should know better than to bear false witness against your brother. I did that and I apologize and I'm so fucking like regretful at the things that I have done. And I made I've made it right. Nick Rekieta is not capable of making it right. He's trying to rationalize all the horrible decisions that he's made.
It's gonna be an interesting case, man.
It is gonna be interesting. He will probably try to get a mistrial. Maybe. I would plead it down, dude. I mean, there's some creative things that he can do where he can kind of like wash his hands of it and talk about it more freely, tell his side of the story. But it's too late, I think, dude. Aaron Imholt has just been on a fucking rampage, and I commend him for it.
I mean, Aaron's poisoned the well essentially for anyone local out there, so I don't know how he's gonna get a good case. You know what I mean?
Aaron's
Like,
not in
with
trouble.
impartial jurors. I know, but what I'm saying is I don't know how Nick's gonna get an impartial jury.
Well, there's like 50, 60,000 people that live in his town, live in his county.
Yeah, so
You'll find a
I
jury.
guess
It's not a problem. Unconstitutional search warrants are cringe. Yeah, they can be. I just don't think this is it, Carl. I'm going to just respectfully disagree, sir. I've seen more innocent people be fucked by the system is all I'm saying. Yeah, I've seen it too, man. I mean, I've seen it too. Look at him. He's the exact dork he looks like he'd be. He had an ounce of cocaine. Was it? I thought it was 25 ounces.
hang on, I got the arrest
Yeah, well,
warrant.
yeah. Do you get the exact amount? If that judge was honest, the first thing she would have done is recuse herself from the warrant hearing because she has a glaring conflict of interest, as she herself has now acknowledged. Carl,
25
that is
grams or
true.
more.
That is true. And again, if that is an avenue to dismiss this, more power to Nick. More power to him. Morse code's up. Maybe a good indication. Go on.
I was going to say allegedly 25 grams or more.
25 grams. Maybe a good indication is people who have or had a skilled job beforehand to YouTube. Morse code sup. Can you be more specific, please? I'm trying to ascertain what you mean by that statement. You know what it is.
I think he's throwing shade at you.
Maybe a good indicator is people who have or had a skilled job beforehand to YouTube. Is that shade? I don't think so. I mean, I'm still work. I do electrical work.
I know.
I work for a living, and he worked for a living too.
Troll temp. I don't know. No, he was a small town lawyer. He had a couple cases here and there from the lore behind it all.
Yeah.
And then he got into streaming and made it his full-time job. And okay, great, dude. You do what you like to do. I got no beef with you, but there's a reason, I think, at least talking for me, why I got a day job. You know what I mean? I like what I do.
Yeah.
So
well, let's here. I'm gonna speed this up because I mean, hearing this fucking sob story makes me sick, bro. Dude, how are you gonna end up looking more pathetic than Aaron Imholt?
I mean, I'll give him credit that he's cleaned up the house where the beers and the alcohol is not showing.
Nah, dude, he's got a fucking Joker painting in the background, dude. It's cringe.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear this out.
Apparently, he's had that for a while, but.
Yeah, but dude, he literally was like, "I'm an agent of chaos. It's what I do." Blah blah blah. Blah. I'm like, bro, dude, what are you doing, man? Dude, like, what if your kids see this one day? Oh man, like the Chronic being a scientist or a Mac the Snapper with a trade, not reliant on YouTube. Yeah. I'm not reliant on YouTube at all. Yeah, I have a real job. I have a real career.
Narrative about what happened, and someone finds the facts somewhere between them, right? But those cases are resolved on a different standard of evidence, typically preponderance of the evidence. 51% more likely to be correct wins. We try and counter that with government by holding them to this much higher standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's still the same setup. It's two adverse parties telling a story about the other one. Well, really, government telling a story about you, and that story has to be bad enough for you to have to mitigate it. That's the system. And it feels really fucking evil because they do get to lie or misrepresent things or overblow things or cause something and then blame you for it. They get to do all those things and you don't get to say anything back. Because if you do, you can have someone kick down your door and put a gun in your mouth.
So.
What's up?
And believe.
Hey, did he catch that comment about overblow things? And I was like, well,
he's not clever enough, dude. He's not clever enough anymore. Like, the jig is up. And no, dude, the state was not over exaggerating anything. They stated the facts very clearly. We got alarming reports about issues with the kids. We viewed his own content, and based on his behavior, based on what we physically saw, we put all this information together. We came to the conclusion that we can execute a search warrant and see what the fuck is going on, because kids are involved now, allegedly. And like, dude, he's trying to play off like he's fucking Nelson Mandela or some shit. Like, nah. All donations to jail will allow him to call out from work and to spend more time to play with his puppets. I know, right? God, dude, I miss that shit. I've just been so busy, bro. I gotta finish Vito's puppet. It's nearly done. Everyone gets to lie. Will you get caught though? Yeah, dude, you can lie on the internet, but you can't lie to the internet. People saw the way that he was behaving, bro. Like, you don't need to be, a law enforcement, vice cop to know that Nick Rekieta was fucked up on something.
You put something on the internet, it essentially becomes public record. You can, unless you have like some CIA contact that can like wipe all your digital, footprint from the internet, like, it's there to stay, assuming it's on, it's going to be on a server somewhere.
Yeah.
So, he has to be very careful about what he posts, and I think him streaming tonight, and I get he's doing the grift. He's grifting off his case.
But nobody gives a fuck about the kid, dude. Like, most of us just like don't care that, he's got this, like, I know it's unfair. It's why I'm not saying anything about the kids and stuff. Like, I don't want to go there. And honestly, like, I don't believe he did anything wrong. And I pray that the statements made were totally misunderstood, and I hope that he gets to get his day in court sooner than later. But to me, it's a hypocrisy. And like, I met a lot of his fans, and like, they love the Rekieta show, and like, they're really kind. You fucking know they're like kind people. like
yeah,
kind,
no,
gentle people, and they're
dude,
like, they're
it was
saying
great
like, "Hey,
hanging out with
man, I'm
everyone.
praying for you. I want you to get cleaned up. Like, I just want you to come out on top of this."
Oh, and he's
like
getting
calling them,
pissed.
and he's like calling
Yeah.
them like slugs and shit and parasites. Like, dude, go fuck yourself, bro. Like, it's so fucking rude, man. Like, dude, like I don't even talk like that to people who are like trolling me. Like, people have said horrible things to me. I've been threatened, you know, I've been doxxed or whatever. And I'm not out there throwing bombs or whatever, you know, just like, it's been like Nick, a lot of people like Nick. And I feel, I don't know, man, you're in the locals thing. I'm not. Do you get the sense that people are kind of souring on him? Like, what do you feel like the mood is?
I haven't looked on his locals in a while. Let me check.
Let's see, I saw a
Live
dude, while you're doing that, let me read some of these really quick. I saw a dude boot heroin. Better not use that observation for a warrant. Carl's opinion. Oh, be nice, everybody. We're allowed to have differences of opinion. Ran all those cases of complaints. The legal standards for everyone is a welfare check and social services. They skipped all that and went straight to the search warrant. That is highly irregular. Maybe, Carl, but I don't really see it, man. I think they had enough to go in there. But generally speaking, it's like, dude, I don't know, 'cause, dude, none of this is regular though. None of this is routine. This is highly irregular because you have an individual who is a media personality who, in many cases, got more ratings than CNN. Kind and gentle is what a grifter calls free lunch.
So apparently, I'm just reading right now.
Yeah.
He has some traffic court stuff, which
I don't care about any of that.
cares about that. Like, and some dudes trolling him on the locals. There's the people simping.
Well, let
There's
me
people basically just, you know, it's a mixed bag, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just speed this up.
it's
Let
a
me
mixed
see.
bag.
Let me see what he's doing. Let me see if he changes up, makes
Excuse
this
me.
interesting.
I live in a small town, but they're happy to bust down a door and draw guns
I'm just referring to locals.
because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, they're
Yes.
cowards too. Honestly, Reckless says, welcome back, Nick. Hey, thanks. You ever notice how the guys who thought the government was putting stuff in the vax and not to trust them believe everything?
You know
written-
what? If somebody wants to super chat him, I mean, you'll probably be wasting your money, but just be like, "Hey, why'd you let another man fuck your wife?" When I'm serious. Like, why'd you let another man fuck your wife while you pretend to be a Catholic, Christian, or whatever?
Dude, you know he's not. He might not read that one. He reads all the super chats. I don't think he'll read that one. He'll just forget to read that one.
You don't need a welfare check if you have video proof of him with coke on his nose. It's Carl's like, here, be not Friedrich Marx, be nice. Let me just say, if you're going to go against the regime, you better be squeaky clean. Yes, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I speak out against the regime, and I do plan to vote against it. I don't know about going against it, wink, wink. But I don't do drugs. I don't watch porn.
Drugs are bad.
I'm not into that cuck shit. I'm not into that simp shit. You know, besides my potty mouth and all the offensive shit on my phone, no, I'm pretty clean. Let's see. I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Good night, AC. Appreciate you hanging out. All right. Well, you know, fuck this. We'll come back to this later. We gotta move on to the 304 stuff. Let's see. What do we got here? I don't know what WIBTA. Or would I be the asshole if I confronted my wife over something I've overheard? Ooh, let's find out.
Yes.
Confronted my wife over something I've overheard. So I, 34M, have been married to Sophie, 35F, for 3 years now. We have a 1F daughter together. I've always thought that we had a great relationship. I really love my wife, and I was very happy when my daughter was born. Sophie is a great mother, very attentive and kind, and an equally attentive, compassionate, loving wife. I thought I really lucked out. However, recently I've learned something that makes me question everything I know about my relationship with Sophie. Several days ago I ran out on an errand that was supposed to take several hours, and Sophie knew I wouldn't be home for a while. It so happened that I came home much earlier than expected and saw a car of one of Sophie's friends. Now, there are two ways to enter the house: through the front door and through the kitchen. Usually I go through the front door, but this time I went through the kitchen because I had this ice cream cake that was starting to melt and wanted to put it in the freezer ASAP. Guess I was really quiet because Sophie and her friend didn't notice me coming, but I did hear my name, and I have to admit, curiosity got the better of me. I kinda tiptoed to the corner to hear what was going on. I wish I never did. Sophie was complaining to her friend how she's only married me because she wanted to be a mom and had to settle because she couldn't get the men she wanted, so she had to go for the ugly but dependable one. Her words, but she was never attracted to me and had to force herself to be affectionate with me. She was temporarily happy when we had a daughter, but now she was starting to see my features in her and she was afraid our daughter would be just as ugly as my name. She apparently never loved me and thought she made a mistake, but she was trapped now because the kid can't grow up without a father. I have to admit, I just stood there unable to move. I would have never guessed any of that had I not heard Wibta if I confronted my wife over something I've overheard.
Fuck, man. I'll tell you guys this. You know, I've mentioned it before. I'll say it again. I've heard some of my girly friends say things like, "Oh, I know I can do better." Dude, fucking chicks say this shit. chicks do this shit. And a lot of these MGTOW channels, they're now talking about these dudes who are getting with these post-wall chicks, you know, getting with these more mature women and having families with them. And a lot of the times, you know, they just want kids. They want a little bit of stability. But in the background, in the back of their mind, or out when they're doing streetwalker shit, they're saying stuff like this. And that's why it's really, really important to vet the person that you're dating with, and to, you know, I just can't impress upon how important it is to just like be aware that women are like this. Like, this is real, and it fucking sucks, man. Like, I feel so horrible for this guy. I feel so bad for him. And I just know, like, I've heard women say stuff like this. I remember this one time I was listening to this woman. She's talking about her current husband. And she's like, oh, yeah, I love Ricky, but I'm not in love with him. And just like shit like that just sticks out in my mind. I mean, like, again, I wasn't really close to these people. Like, I didn't really know them that well, but I just remember hearing that kind of shit, and it just stuck with me. It fucking haunts me. And like, I'm not a wimp, you know, I'm not a wimpy type guy, but like, I fear being betrayed, because when you fall in love and, you know, you're in a relationship, you know, you do open yourself up. You are vulnerable, but you take that risk because you're in love with the person that you're with. But you're vulnerable. And if they want to fucking hurt you, it ain't hard. And that terrifies me, because I know what betrayal feels like. And it ain't pretty. Let's see. Rekieta case will be thrown out. Got it. Why do childless men think they know anything about welfare checks or docs? Weird how it's so common for generic dead ends to comment about it. Friedrich Marx, chill out. Also, the Danny Masterson case, that one was way out. Yeah, Danny Masterson, dude, that was really fucking bad. Dude, that was really fucking bad. Men don't talk shit to their best friend. Imagine shit talking your spouse. Yeah, man. Dude, I just can't fucking trust it, bro. I just can't trust it. Like, I feel like this is, I don't want to like blame the victim here, but I mean, there's some dudes out there that, you know, like, they do have a wife, they do have a girlfriend, but man, they are so fucking naive. Like, they don't know when their woman is disrespecting them while flirting with another man right in front of them, or spending time inappropriately with another guy behind their back, or just doing some straight up scandalous shit. Maybe not be cheating, but maybe like emotional cheating. Like, dude, there's just a lot of dudes out there that just don't know better. And I mean, it's easy to be like, oh, that chick's a 304, you know, she's for the streets or whatever. But, you know, no one tells you what to look for when you're in a relationship. Nobody tells you, you know, like, the real red flags, you know, where your weaknesses are, you know, when you're in a relationship, because it's really, really hard, man. It's really, really hard. But, dude, people are like that, man. Let's move on. We got more. Oh, okay, here we go. What is this? All right. OnlyFans girl I'm subscribed to / in love with keeps posting about some guy she's fucking. It's causing me ending of my self-thoughts. She is so fucking cute. It causes me pains in my chest to even look at her. She is literal perfection. I literally cannot believe that some guy is lucky enough to put his penis in her vagina. Why? I want to know what this guy has done to deserve being so fortunate. I want to know, why does such fortune never befall me? I swear to God, life as an adult virgin is life in a permanent torture chamber. Who wrote this? PPP? Andy Warski's co-host? Oh! It is literally that scene from Borat where the disabled man they keep in a cage is tormented by a woman who shows him her pussy, shouting, "You'll never get these! You'll never get these!" That is literally my entire fucking life. About a year ago, this OnlyFans girl posted a video of her fucking some guy, and I am still traumatized by it. Wow. I could fucking see her pussy juice glistening on his dick. I instantly closed it and tried to forget, but I still remember it a year later. That image is seared into my brain. Give me one moment while I throw my head back and laugh.
Dude.
What a fucking loser. Dude, only a fucking Redditor can be this fucking pathetic. Dude, I swear to God, if I knew a guy,
betas, and this is beyond beta.
Dude, yeah, this is like Hunter Avalon levels of patheticness. Like, this is something like PPP would write. And he tries to fucking do the whole trad bullshit too. He's like, oh, I was a pastor. No, you're a fucking fat virgin, bro. Fuck off. But yeah, this is what happens when all these young dudes, you know, they get, you know, they're addicted to the porn. Okay, first off, all right, let's diagnose the problem here. First off, this young man, or not young, but this virgin boy, you know, first problem, putting the pussy on the pedestal. All right, the worst thing you can do. 2, you're paying for OnlyFans. Dude, guys who watch porn are not attracted to chicks. No matter how many times people read the post like, oh, well, you know, watching porn is actually healthy and, you know, there's nothing wrong. No, dude, like in the real world, you're into that shit. Like, you're going to get mocked. You're going to be looked at as a freak. So those are the major problems. 2, it's like, dude, you're simping so hard for a person that doesn't even know you exist. You're just a number on her social page that gives her money. And maybe she shouts you out while, you know, she's getting fucked or whatever. But like a super chat. This is bad, dude. This is so bad. Let me read some of these comments over here. Let's see. Oh no. An OnlyFans girl having sex with a guy? What has the world come to? Zeta male? I don't know what a Zeta male is, but it sounds horrible. Let's read some of these comments here. This is just stage 1. Stage 2 starts when this pathetic man starts to imagine himself as a woman and force lesbians into relations with him. Ah, yes, transmaxing. What is it with the chronic oversharing from Redditors? Oh yeah, here's what I wrote. They're lonely dorks. They got no pussy or friends. All they have in this life is their commie echo chambers. And then someone wrote, he's out of line, but he's right.
You know, that dude, this is just, I mean, it's the same people who were yelling at everyone to take the jab back in the
yeah, probably. I don't listen to anything Redditors have to say. All the advice they give is terrible. They're like, yeah, dude, just watch porn and masturbate all the time. It's fine. Yeah, no, just take the drugs.
People
it's
are
fine.
literally miserable, and they're trying to make other people miserable. That's what it is. They're like, this guy was probably like, Fauci, I want your injection because I can't get it from this streamer girl.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, like, I don't go to strip club. I don't even like going to restaurants, you know, like Hooters or whatever. Like, all that stuff is kind of cringe to me. And some of my dorkier friends, I don't have that many, but a few of them, they're just like, what are you gay? Like, no, dude, it's just fucking weird and cringe, bro. Like, like the whole experience is fucking fake. Like, the whole point is for them to be hot and entice you to give them more money while you eat your chicken fingers. It's just fucking weird and cringe. And strip clubs are fucking weird and cringe too. And only time I've been to one is I went to pick somebody up and they were there. I'm like, okay, man, let's go. I want to leave. And, yeah, dude, like this weird obsession with women, you know, like their attacks against like actual incels, like people who are like they're just like normal friendly dudes, but they don't get laid or whatever. And they're involuntary celibate. And like these dudes always clown on them. Like, I would rather be in a position where, like, I'm, like, a regular dude, like, working, but, like, I get, like, I always strike out with the women. I'd rather be that than this. This is hell to me. Like, dude, he's literally jealous of porn. It's sickening. Let's see. Why would you simp for these women? You cannot even find one that has not tattooed herself up like a prison convict. They all have tattoos. Carl Johansson might be right. The Hooters outfit is mid as fuck. Maybe it was sexy in the late 70s. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't really know what the uniform is. I mean, I've seen the pictures and I'm just like, yeah, ain't my type of hype, man. I'm not about that. I'd rather go to a nightclub. At least the chicks that are hot and you can actually touch them. And they'll go home with you. GM and Frankfurt Echo Chamber. He will learn not to be Phil Labonte, libertarian type one day. I don't know. Okay, I've heard of Phil Labonte, but I've never watched any of his shit.
He's the lead singer of All That Remains. I'm actually doing the VIP. I guess we're getting to consume.
All That Remains is a good band, isn't it? It's like an emo screamo band, right?
Yeah, they did. That's one of their famous songs is the one 2 weeks.
Yeah,
you probably heard it before, but they're on tour with Megadeth, so So I'm gonna go see that, and it was either spend a shit ton of money for Megadeth VIP,
Yeah.
or do All That Remains and do the meet and greet. So I'm doing the meet and greet. So I get to go talk to Phil and see if I can maybe convince him to come.
Yeah,
on
I don't know
the
what his politics is.
he's on Tim Pool. He's pretty like, I don't know.
I like All
the
That
best way to
Remains.
describe it.
I remember
I mean,
Destiny was like making fun of him. Like he was pretending to be like a disabled guy. He's like, I'm Phil Labonte. I'm like, why are you making fun of this guy? One, like he gets like way more pussy than you, and two, he's not a cuck, and he's talented, and his music is good. Like people actually love Phil Labonte. Like nobody loves Destiny because he's a pathetic cuck. It is really weird. Let me read this one from Zombie Bomb. It is really weird how many people get tattoos lately. You know, like a lot of my friends got tattoos. I'm not trying to judge people. It's not for me. I don't want to be marked in case I want to do government work or something. You know, I don't have to, because like if you do like serious government work or, you know, really get up there in the upper echelons of government and you have a tattoo, like it's embarrassing having to explain what a tattoo means. Like if you, especially if you get something that looks cool, it's like, yeah, I only got it because it looks cool. I don't know. Let's see. Strip clubs are.
Let me show you a post that he just posted. This is something he just said.
Share it to me on Twitter. And I'll get it. Let me see. Strip clubs are places where you can get salmonella and STDs at one location. Well, you only get STDs if you touch the women, which is not advised. Everything he doesn't like is communism. Yanks don't know what capitalism or communist actually is, just like Phil. Well, I never listened to anything Phil has to say, but I've listened to him sing. Maybe Destiny would like all that she drains more. Hey!
Got tossed in politics in your show chat.
Yeah, I grew up religious. I like feminine women with long, undyed hair, no tattoos and piercings, wears dresses that has the, I think, body weight index of 0.001% of available women. Or that has to be 0.00% of available women. Carl Johansson, I don't really know. There's a lot of decent women out there, but they're not on the internet. And they're certainly not like that Lily chick who's been making the rounds on social media by saying the N-word. Oy, you know, it's not a good thing to say. You know, like they're out there, man. They're out there. They're just hard to find. And you gotta really put yourself out there. You know, you gotta take a couple L's. You got a few W's here and there. But if you're not, you know, like this dork right here on the screen, crying about an OnlyFans girl that he fantasizes having a relationship with, you'll be all right. You know, the internet isn't all real life because there's a lot of deception going on, you know, on both sides. You know, both sides are just completely misleading people and driving them crazy. And the motives, you know, leave me to be really suspicious as to why things are just going so out of control. I mean, I kind of get it, but all right, let's see. Let's continue on. What is this? My stepdaughter wants her real dad at her wedding and treats me as a cash machine. So I called the vendors to refund my money and kicked them out of my house. Carl Chattel explained his comments. I apologize for bullying some of that reality retarded by his parents. I am so Carl. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that.
So I called the vendors to refund my money and kick them out of my house. My stepdaughter will be getting married. For the past 6 months, wedding planning has consumed most of her and her mother's lives. My stepdaughter graduated from university last December. I paid for her to go to college, and though it was a state school, it still cost $40,000. She does not have a job and has been living with us for the duration of her college career and since her graduation. I also bought her a car to get back and forth from school when she finished high school. From time to time, her deadbeat father would pop into her life, and she would fawn all over him. Although he has not contributed a cent to her education or paid any child support, though that is my girlfriend's fault as CS was not part of the settlement, she still loves him and wants him in her life. He stays long enough to break her heart by skipping town and breaking some promise that he made her. The wedding venue holds 250 people max. I gave them a list of 20 people I wanted to invite since I was paying for everything. They told me that was no problem and they'd take care of it. So I let these people know they'd be getting an invite, and they should save the date. Saturday, I saw one of my friends on this list at the golf course and asked if he was coming. He told me that he wasn't invited. He told me that he got an announcement but not an invitation. He had it in his back seat and showed it to me. Sure enough, it was just an announcement, and my name was nowhere on it. It had her dad's and mom's names, not mine. This led to a big fight with my girlfriend, as I found out that none of my 20 made the cut for the final guest list because 250 people is very tight. I was pissed, but not a hell of a lot I could do because the important people in my life had already been offended. My girlfriend said, if some people didn't RSVP, yes, I might be able to get a couple of people in. But that is an ultimate slap in the face, in my opinion. So, I was boiling on Saturday. Yesterday, we had a Sunday dinner with the future in-laws family, a surprise guest, and us, the real dad. At this little dinner, my stepdaughter announced that her real dad would be able to make it to her wedding and that he'd be able to give her away. This was greeted with a chorus of "Oh how great and how wonderful s." I don't think I have ever felt so angry and so disrespected. I was shaking. I took a few seconds to gather my composure because I honestly wasn't sure if I would cry or start throwing punches or both. Once I was sure I'd be able to speak, I got up from my chair and said I'd like to make a toast. I can't remember exactly what I said, but the gist of it was this: I'd like to make a toast. The sound of spoons against glasses rings in my ears. It has been my great pleasure to be a part of this family for the past 10 years. At this point in my life, I owe a debt of gratitude to the bride and groom because they have opened my eyes to something very important. Confident smiles were exchanged. They have shown me that my position in this family is not what I once thought it was. And now, a glimmer of confusion and shock begins to spread on the faces in the room. Though I once thought of myself as the patriarch or godfather of the family, commanding great respect and seeking out help in times of need, it seems instead that I hold the position of an ATM. Good for a stream of money, but not much else. As I have been replaced as host, both on the invitations and in the ceremony, I am resigning my financial duties as host to my successor, real dad. So cheers to the happy couple and the path they have chosen. I finished my drink. You all can let yourselves out. Is this selfish? I'm supposed to shell out 40 to 50 grand for a wedding, and I can't invite anyone to, but I am not a part of it. I'm so done with this crap. I'm done with my stepdaughter. I'm done with my girlfriend.
Yeah, dude. So what we got here is a giga simp. I like this comment from Omega Tony is God. Imagine tolerating your mom and daughter planning on. Well, first off, it's his girlfriend and I guess the stepdaughter planning on how to spend your money. So it's worse. Facts, Omega. Yeah, straight up facts. My childhood was awesome. You just don't understand legal standards. That is a very classless statement wrapped up in fake niceness. Very female. All right, everybody, chill out. Chill out in the goddamn comments. Never raising another man's kid if the mother is involved. I agree. Yeah. Dude, again, you got to know where your place is in any family, especially if you're going to be dating a single mom. Also, just expect to be in the back seat. Expect to not be the priority. You absolutely will not. And you can't buy your way to the front. That just does not happen. That is not how people work. He thought he can place himself in an important position within this family with money. And it is not how people work. That is not how their minds work. That's not how their hearts work. This dude is, in his own words, heartbroken because he elevated himself in his own mind based on how much money he has spent in the past and how much money he's going to be spending moving forward with that wedding. And it didn't work out so well for him. He did what he did. He made a scene at the dinner, which is, by the way, the right thing to do. He did the right thing, but he should have known better. He should have known better. And, I mean, you could also just kind of apply, the lesson to be learned here, not just in a, romantic relationship sense, but like in any way, shape, in any relationship or friendship that you have. Because there are a lot of people out there who think they can just buy friends, buy friendships, by ass kissing, by, just being overly charitable. And that's just not how people work. People will take advantage of it. And even if you're well-meaning, but in my opinion, a lot of like ass kisser types, people who try really hard, some of them do mean well, but most of the time their motivations are, I don't want to say nefarious, but there's kind of a little bit of scheming going on there. And other people are not going to reciprocate all the good shit that you're trying to do. It's all, I think I learned this in sociology when I was in college, or psychology. I think it's like the onion theory, when you get to know somebody, you got to peel off little layers of the onion and kind of reveal yourself slowly to others. When you go too fast, it just, it's a recipe for disaster. Trying to buy your way into somebody's family, trying to buy, someone's good graces. You're not going to get the desired effect. Rarely works. Carl finally a bit back. About time he became a man. He's still legally retarded. Maybe God damn it, I can't be reading that shit. All right, we gotta move on. Let's see. Am I the asshole for leaving my ex at the side of the road after she confessed to cheating? The answer is no.
At the side of the road after she confessed to cheating? We've been together for 3 years and our plan was to move in together when she finished school this year. We have a routine that after I finish work we'll grab...
What was that?
I just realized my mic's been on mute this whole time.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I didn't hear what thing you said. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was like, what the
fuck? Say your piece, Spencer.
Oh, no, dude. I mean, in that type of situation, like I said, or was saying before I retardedly was on mute. Oh, I just said the word. Anyways, point being, the solution here that this man didn't know, that I mean, he needs to know the solution moving forward is don't give women money. I've learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
So he needs to learn that same lesson the hard way. Hey, don't shell out for that type of deal, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, don't do joint accounts either.
Oh,
Terrible
yeah, no.
idea.
And
That's
like I said
you know,
before,
as somebody was calling Dave Ramsey bitch titty Dave Ramsey. He's always all like, you know what? A marriage is between a man and a woman, and you know what? It's a partnership. You no longer have a checking account. It's both of y'all's checking account. I'm like, fuck that, dude. I'm not gonna have a fucking joint account with anybody. You out of your fucking mind?
Yeah,
Like Aaron Imholt. Aaron Imholt was talking about it where April, because they had a joint account together. April took out like, I don't know, like $1,500 or 40. She took out like a couple $1,000. Let's just leave it at that. And she like paid off her credit cards and she went to go buy some stupid shit. And you know, he's like, oh, you know, Nick was like, oh, well, Aaron is lying, saying that she stole the money. Well, that's not what Aaron said. He said that she took the money and it was mostly his money that he earned, but she was legally entitled to it because one, they're married, and two, it's a joint account. So she can take whatever she wants. And that's just how the cookie crumbles. You know, so just imagine you're in a relationship with somebody and then the fucking whore decides to cheat on you and swing on the dick of some fucking, you know, non-practicing lawyer. And then she takes money from your joint account. Like, you know, there's no recourse there. So don't have a fucking joint account. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. See, I'm a traditionalist. I believe in true love. If the love is real, money shouldn't matter. Love don't cost a thing. Am I right? So why does a bank account need to be joint? Fuck off. Yeah, Dave Ramsey's wrong. Again, it's just the boomer mindset. Just complete boomer. Let's see. Don't give women any money. Give people who are male or female money. Being a woman is a choice. They choose to be streetwalkers. I agree. All right. Well, let's see what's going on here.
So how quiet was I?
And go to
by the way.
What was that?
For how many minutes? How many minutes was I not talking?
Maybe 2 or 3.
Okay.
What were you meaning? Did you go take a shit?
No, I just I think I accidentally hit the button.
Oh, okay.
And stuff on my roadcaster.
Spot in the woods that overlooks a river where we talk about our day and eat our food. We do this about twice a week. It's about a 20-minute drive from her place and about a 2-hour walk through the woods. We were talking last week and she started crying out of nowhere telling me how much she loved me. I went to hug her and she pushed me away and told me that she's been cheating. It was with a guy in her class that's also part of her friend group, and they routinely go out together. I never join them as drinking. Clubbing isn't my scene, but I've met them all a few times. The guy has always been a bit of a twat and has tried to start a fight with me once when I picked her up, and they were drunk, so it all makes sense. She said it had happened multiple times. It was a drunk mistake. She didn't mean it, etc. She went through.
Yeah, she just accidentally fell on his cock. Yeah, total accident. But here's a dead giveaway. Dude, you're so pathetic. You get into a fight with this guy, right? Or you get into this altercation with this guy, physical or otherwise. And your fucking bitch is still hanging out with him behind your back, and you didn't see this coming.
Through all the tropes, and honestly I sort of zoned out as I instantly lost all respect and love her. I don't know how long she talked for. Maybe 10 minutes, and she grabbed my hands a few times. I just had enough. Told her we were over and went to leave. She went to grab the door and I told her not to touch my car. Told her there was plenty of signal. She'd been charging her phone in the car, and that she could call her new boyfriend to pick her up. She cried even more, but I just didn't care. I drove home, blocked her on everything, and just been dealing with everything my way. A few of her friends texted me with some insults and such.
Dude, what was one of her friends Zombie Bomb? That sounds like something Zombie Bomb would do. I can't believe you blocked your cheating whore girlfriend. Why did you block her? It's the right thing to do. I mean, at least he's handling this right.
One said I should be ashamed as it took her 3 hours to walk home, and it wasn't safe. It was a warm evening. The sun doesn't set until 10 p.m., and I left when it was around 6 p.m. She could have called someone to pick her up. Why is it my responsibility to help someone who broke my trust? Am I the a-hole for leaving?
Yeah. No, I was making fun of you, Zombie Bomb, because I believe that you said that blocking people that you break up with is like cringe or whatever. And I think it's the best thing to do after a breakup. Wait, does that mean all your exes are cheating whores? No. Okay, so first off, if I break up with a woman or they break up with me, like regardless of the reason, it doesn't matter. They're getting blocked. An ex is an ex for a reason. It also like cleans up the phone. So when I you know, get with the next chick and she goes through my shit, she's not gonna see the extra stuff, you know. I just think it's smarter. I think it's better. So, you know, guy's heart's broken. He should have seen the signs. He didn't. And he left her behind. And then he blocked her. It was the right thing to do. And yeah, you are going to get shit for it. For whatever reason, people just can't handle being blocked. It's weird. It's cringe. Me, I don't feel like giving you shit for random things right now. Maybe another time. Well, oh yeah, I forgot. You got your little kitty. Your kitty's all beat up. Oh, man. This is a good one. Man called off his engagement after he saw a picture of his fiance with Chris Brown. Jared J. Sims. This was my soon-to-be fiance. I am heartbroken, devastated, embarrassed, and bamboozled. Once I seen this photo and seen how viral it's gone with the insensitive, supportive comments, I ended the engagement immediately. All right. Spencer, your girlfriend is at a rap concert and she takes this photo with the rapper. What do you do?
I mean, if I were to get a picture with the lead singer of Arch Enemy, which is a pretty good looking chick with massive titties. I mean, not like I'm jumping on her like this picture.
Motherfucker,
here.
you can't take a picture with a hot female lead singer of a rock band like this. You will break her
I can't
back.
do that. I mean, would I?
I'll be like,
if
dog,
she
look,
was in
I know
the
it's
op-
Pride
if
Month.
she-
I
if
know it's
was
Pride
holding her
Month,
up-
dog.
Hey, if I was holding her up, man, and you know, I might be getting something afterward, you know. No,
Nah, I'd
but
probably
seriously-
dump her. I'd probably
Nah,
dump her.
yeah, ser-
I don't
yeah, I would
tolerate
dump
that
her
shit.
too.
I got, and be
Yeah.
like, oh, it's because you insecure. You an insecure frog. No, I got boundaries. Zombie Bomb, what do you think? Am I out of line? If she would go to a rap concert, I wouldn't date her in the first place. Too ghetto. You know what, Carl Johansson?
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, my next girlfriend, my serious girlfriend, not like some just random bitch. She can't be about this life. This can't go on. Let's read some of the comments. No doubt, she's a whore. Women pay him a couple grand to take photos like this. Mind you, they've all forgotten he beat the crap out of Riri, and she took him back for a while. Terrible adult examples for younger generation.
Oh, is that
Yeah, dude, if you are okay, well, most people, no one's forgotten. They just don't give a shit. No, everyone knows what he's done. Chris Brown's infamous Rihanna ass whooping is like history. You know, it's like they just don't give a fuck, bro. Like dudes like this, you know, they got money, they got chains or whatever, they got fame, they got clout. Dude, bitches will let you get away with anything. Like, dude, I'm no saint. I call fucking people whores. I call them fat. I call them retarded. I'm an offensive dude. Chicks don't give a fuck. I mean, if I looked like Hunter Avalon, you know, maybe. You know, if I was a little weasel like him. Let's see. MW writes, she belongs to the streets. Yep, definitely a fucking cold. Jesus.
Damn.
I read somewhere it was
That's
$2K for a photo. That alone would be grounds for terminating. Dude, if she paid money to do this, I'd be like, yeah, I can't trust you. You're not financially responsible enough. Let's see.
Yeah.
No, that's gross. And he's
Okay, and this is coming from the guy that spends money to go do VIP stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that $2,000 is way too much. That's like, you know how much that? Okay, that's like ultra mega VIP for Metallica, and you get to like shake their hand. You know what I mean, and get a picture with them. No, I'm good.
Chris Brown low-key saving men. Bro, I don't know, man. I guess. Well, no one wants Chris Brown sloppy seconds. Absolutely not. She must pay the toll. Dude, these fucking comments are on fire. Jesus. I love it. All right, let's move on. Oh, shit. This is a good one. Someone had to say it. Real men prefer mature women who have higher body counts and know what they're doing in the bed.
Damn. Funny story about
Yeah, let's hear the story. I want to laugh.
All right. So, there was this chick I met years ago. This is when I was in San Diego.
Okay.
and MILF territory. Like
Okay.
I'd say like 40s or 50s. Not as bad as your situation.
Oh,
on
fuck
the
off.
stream the other week, but see, I didn't do or anything with her. But hey,
Okay.
like this chick I learned would like prey on younger men, and I don't know if this is a funny story, but it's just
All right.
apparently she had a high body count. That's what I was getting at.
Okay, I'm gonna use the mouse cursor. Where does she touch you, Spencer?
She did not.
Right here.
actually.
Oh, okay.
No,
Never mind.
I didn't get that.
Show me on the
I didn't-
JPEG where she touched you.
I
Yeah.
didn't get the full service like you did.
Dude, worth. I'm not gonna talk about my fucking sex stories on stream.
Hey, you did on the other stream, man. It's just
Well, the
saying, it's
Chronic just
already
has that
happened.
way of like getting information out of people. Is like, come on, bro. Like, what'd you do? I'm like, yeah, I put on my clown suit and I fucked her silly. But no, I was actually listening to this comedian. It was on. I was just going through Facebook Reels, just doom scrolling. I was in bed, and this guy's like, "Yo, man." Like all these dorks, they want virgins. Like, nah, me, man. I want a girl who's got experience. She's got a resume. Blah blah. I'm like, dude, it's so gross and degenerate. And dude, this is like epic co-posting. I feel like this is mostly like for women. Like this post is not for me. It's for other like stupid women. And they're just like, listen, this is the line that you're gonna give the guy. So she'll be like, oh, come on, Gio, like let's date. And I'm like, well, I don't know. You fucked a lot of dudes, like I don't really want to do that. It's like, well, I got all this experience and I know what I'm doing in the bed. Like what women don't understand is like, you don't even need to be good at sex. You just have to be there, and willing.
And then they want the little cuddle session afterwards, so they feel good.
Yeah. No, this is epic co-posting. Let me see. Oh, look, a post from Manic. What did he write? The chances of divorce after 5 years of marriage. Oh no. Oh shit. Yeah, this is pretty bad. These numbers are not good. No, real men prefer women that haven't been ruined by trauma from previous relationships. Whore's gonna whore. When someone says mature woman, this is what comes to mind. No.
Damn, I didn't know you were in the jail there, Gio.
No, that's not mature. This is called the denial and regret stage in life. She must have just passed 35 years old. Yeah, she doesn't look a day under 40 though. Let's see. Oh, gee. A real man is any adult human male, and most of them do not prefer mature women with higher body counts. Yeah. It's like going to a car dealership and it's like, yo, dog, you can have a brand new Jeep Gladiator. I'm like, oh, sweet. But we also got this with 100,000 miles. It's way better. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll pass. Doesn't sound appetizing to me. Said no man looking for a serious relationship ever. Well, dude, there's some dudes who actually like cope and say stupid shit like this. It's like, yeah, dude, I love a woman with experience, bro. It's like, why? When you kiss her mouth, like 20 dicks have been there. When you hold her hand, 20 dicks have been there. When you eat her out, just tons of cum has been there. It's like, all right, bro, you do. It's like, dude, when guys are like, oh, dude, I love a chick with a high body count. Like, I think they're secretly like in the closet of denial. Ugh. We got some fun articles. I asked men if they have a pension plan before I seriously date them. It's not because I care how much money they have. Yeah, it actually is. Yeah, dude, this is a co-post. You know what? You want to fucking ask me what I got my retirement? I'm going to show up to the fucking Applebee's on our Applebee's date. I'm going to have a scale. And I'm also going to expect you to unlock your phone. I want to see what you're posting on the internet. I want to see your social media. You want to look at my credit score? You want to look at my accounts? Let me see your social. Let me see you step on the fucking scale. Let's hear her.
I'm just gonna
let's hear-
say if
yeah.
the chick I'm dating is not making more than 6 figures, I'm out. You know, reverse the scales. You know.
Yeah, no, certainly. Let me see. Nicola Prentice sorted out her finances 3 years ago and is on track for retirement. She's found that a man's attitude towards pension, saving, and spending is a good indicator of compatibility. Well, that is important. That's absolutely important. Now, when dating, she always asks men early on whether they have a pension. Have you got a pension? Isn't the first question I ask a date, but it's high on my list if I'm considering an actual relationship. You know what? I'll just say this. Like me personally, I don't confess or talk about my personal finances with anybody, especially some fucking bitch from the internet. That's not gonna happen. The best steal a man argument for dating high body count women is they will put out. It's so gross, but just don't cope like it's a good thing. Yeah, look, if I'm in the club and I'm dancing with a cutie with the booty, but she's been around. Look, for one night, I'm just saying, one night. But am I gonna bring her home?
Better get checked out afterwards.
Am I gonna introduce her to my friends? No. Am I gonna introduce her to my mom? No.
Can't be bringing no street girls home, Gio.
Dude, I made the mistake. I was gonna say once, but it's not true. I'm just smoldering with so much regret, you guys. Like it's not even just like I was having fun, but I just don't like when people try to fucking judge me. They're like, I hope you know what you're doing, man. Like, can I just have fun? You guys, everybody makes it so fucking weird. It's like, look, I'm not a serious person anyway. So, but that was the old me. The new me is a God-fearing man, a serious, hard-working man. Those days are behind me now. I've changed, unlike Nick Rekieta. All right. So, anyways,
damn.
Pensions impress more than a fat wallet. Okay. I secured my own finances, so I want a man who's done the same. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of reasonable. Like I get all this, especially if you're doing this on the first date, but I feel like she's going just a little too strong. She's coming on a little too strong. Like, I get it. I would change this up, like, instead of like, do you got a pension? Ask more generic questions like, what do your finances look like in the future? What's your planning for the future look like? I mean, there's ways to go about it without sounding like a greedy whore. Because it sounds like, you scheming when you ask these questions. I secured my own finances, so I want a man who's done the same. Yeah. Past boyfriend's attitude towards money caused problems. I had a boyfriend once who thought it was smart to put everything on a credit card and pay the minimum balance each month because it increased the amount he had available to spend. The fact that he couldn't see why that didn't work out mathematically amplified all the other ways we were incompatible. So she likes some dumb boys who are financially illiterate, but she's
so
still...
he'll put more money on his credit card for her.
I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah, in another relationship, we almost split up over an argument that began over difference of opinion on buying a 2,000 euro piece of art. I thought it was a waste of money. It is. He saw that as an indication of how little our tastes overlapped. We were both right, and inevitably, the relationship didn't last. Yeah, it's a good reason to break up with somebody. It's like, dude, you're gonna spend this much money on stupid shit. What the fuck is your problem? Yeah, just dump him. Like, I agree with this girl, but I just feel like she comes on a little too strong. But her head's in the right place. Also, this vetting, this now that you're much older and you got these high standards, I mean, you should have had these standards when you were in your prime, when you were young, when it mattered the most. You could have secured an intelligent, well-meaning person who is maybe not super rich, but at least financially literate and financially mature, at the very least, financially conscious. But now when they get older, they're just like, oh, now we have the standards. But beforehand, she didn't mind dating, bad boy who doesn't know how to use credit products or bad boy who collects art. I don't know. Stupid women being stupid. We got one or two more. Oh, shit. Hold up. We got to go back to the Virginia primary. Fuck, man. Are we still at 95%, 96%?
Is this the one that...
yeah, Bob Good, Virginia. Dude, he's losing. He's losing.
That's the guy we wanted to win. Cause,
well, I don't know who I want to win. I don't know how I feel about Bob Good. I just know that his voting record is relatively decent. but he is not the Trump endorsed candidate. Jay McGuire is the Trump endorsed candidate.
Who was MAGA? Who was actually MAGA? I was reading about that on X earlier today. God,
I wasn't entirely sure, but I feel like Bob Good is kind of like a proven guy because his voting record is relatively decent, but he kind of trashed Trump like mildly a few times. If you know what I don't remember what he said, but I didn't really think it was that big of a deal. But if you're not like sufficiently loyal to the Orange Man, he just completely fucking writes you off, and he has no appetite for anybody who's going to be like a detractor, if you will. And yeah, man, he's losing by a few hundred points, dude, or a few hundred votes. And Bob Good is probably not feeling too good right now.
Well, hey, it's a close race, so I'm sure there's going to be a recount.
We'll see.
But side note, because I just saw this in the stream from Dick Masterson.
Yeah.
Quoting Aaron Imholt. Basically, this is from an hour ago. Aaron talking about the stream that Nick just did. Nick Rekieta is losing it. He's on something, in my opinion. I've seen this kind of rant in person. He shouldn't be online, but please keep going. He's getting mad at people for holding him accountable. What a baby boy. And then Dick Masterson quote tweets and says, "He's on your wife." Damn, shots fired.
I mean, dude, like, there's a lot of shade to throw in this situation. Here, let me see. Let me find that. Let me find that really quick.
Yeah, it's just look up Dick's last post.
Yeah.
I'm bummed that I didn't make it out to go hang out with those guys.
Yeah, dude, we had a lot of fun.
If my car wasn't a piece of shit that week, then I would have made it up there on time.
Why can I not find Dick Masterson?
You blocked?
No.
At Dick Masterson, like type it up in the top.
Dude, did he fucking block me?
No. Oh, he just shadowed right now.
Yeah, there's no reason for it. Oh man. Nick Rekieta is losing it. He's on something, in my opinion. I've seen this kind of rant in person. He shouldn't be online, but please keep going. He's getting mad at people for holding him accountable. What a baby boy. He's on your wife. Yeah. Dude, I mean, like, I get where Aaron is coming from, but dude, like, it's really hard to talk shit when, like, he's fucking your wife, bro.
Mm-hmm.
However, is it worth it? Because you're going to fucking jail, bro. You're probably going to go to jail. All right, we only got, like, one or two more stories. What is this?
Move away from me. You're going to punch. Hi. Spit or swallow? Excuse me? Spit or swallow? Oh, punch you in the face. Move away from me. You're going to punch me in the face? No, move away from me. Okay.
Wow, this needs to stop. Going up to someone, saying something disrespectful.
Dude, why are women so trashy, bro?
Just
Jesus.
so you can film their reaction to post it to social media. And all for what? Some likes and attention?
It's not the chicks that do that.
Seriously?
It's a bunch of
people
that
in
do
public minding their own business are not accessories for you to use for your social media content. So don't be surprised when one of them does respond physically and you do get hurt. I mean, the video that's pinned to the top of your page is literally you shoving your ass in some man's face, telling him to slap it. He
While it's inappropriate in street behavior, I wouldn't mind it.
repeatedly says no to get away from him, yet you do it anyway. That's sexual harassment. So shame on you and every single one of the 133,000 people that like that video. You need to do better. Mind your own business.
Oh, shit. Guys, we're going to finish up with hoax hate.
Oh, no.
This is, how familiar are you with the Tulsa Massacre?
Not familiar. You're going to have
What?
to clue me in.
Dude, there was like a fucking show that was centered around it, the Watchmen show. I didn't watch it because I think it looked like shit. Is that what you just? Hold up. You wouldn't mind if someone asked if you? No. I wouldn't mind if she came up and like shoved her ass in my face. It wouldn't bother me. Zombie Bomb. Oh, she
Depends
looked
how
great.
Depends if she's clean down there. I mean, if it's got that nasty like rotten fish tank, avoid.
No, dude, like she's gonna
Run
get
away.
fucking like, you know, thrown on the train tracks if she comes up to me, filming me, asking if I spit or swallow. It's gonna be issues there. All right. Well, anyways, hoax hate. The Oklahoma Supreme Court dismisses Tulsa Massacre lawsuit. Oh yeah, get fucked, retards. The last known remaining survivors of the 1921 attack by a white mob were hoping for their day in court. A historic quest for justice by the last known centenarian survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre likely ended on Wednesday when the Oklahoma Supreme Court affirmed a lower court's dismissal of the lawsuit that sought reparations. The decision may well be the final legal stop for Leslie Benningfield Randall, 109 years old. Damn, that's a fucking good age. And Viola Ford Fletcher, 110. Jesus, are they the oldest Americans? Who were young children at the time. After years of mostly silence, they began publicly recounting details of one of the worst episodes of racial violence in American history, including testifying before a congressional committee. Miss Fletcher and Miss Randall argue that the destruction of Greenwood, a neighborhood of Tulsa that was then known as Black Wall Street, and the massacre of up to 300 African Americans by a white mob amounted to an ongoing public nuisance that still hangs over the neighborhood more than a century later. The ruling concludes that the lawsuit that Miss Randall and Miss Fletcher filed in 2020 last year under the survivor of the massacre, Hughes Van Ellis, the younger brother of Miss Fletcher, died at 102. Because the plaintiff sued under state law and not federal law, they cannot appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. Based, the Oklahoma justices ruled that the plaintiff's grievances, including any lingering economic and social impact of the massacre through legitimate, do not fall within the scope of our state's public nuisance statute. The continuing blight alleged within the Greenwood community born out of the massacre implicates generational societal inequities that can only be resolved by policymakers and not the courts, the ruling states. Yeah, dude, enough of this fucking grievance shit. The courts need to step in and just be like, yeah, enough is enough. Like, it fucking happened a million years ago. Get the fuck over it. And not only that, this event has been completely blown out of proportion and grossly exaggerated in ways that I'm not really prepared to go over on the show. But this is the right choice. The Oklahoma Supreme Court did the correct thing. Thank God. Imagine living that long and using your final days trying to racially divide the country. That's sad. It is sad, and it's annoying. Sounds like a fun day. Sorry I missed that. Oh, shame on you, Zombie Bomb. I disavow categorically. You know, like, we're seeing a lot of historical events in American history be propped up to be something that it isn't because of the political divide and the racial divide in the country at this moment in time. So this massacre, so-called massacre, it was more like a conflict, and it was about, well, again, I'm not really prepared to go over all the nitty-gritty details, but one side, the regime approved narrative is these peaceful people in this little town were just living in harmony and everything was all Gucci, and these evil little dick racist incel warriors, they like show up because they're so jealous of this fake Wall Street, and they ended up just massacring them for like no reason. That's not really what happened or transpired, but this event has really caught on in pop culture, and it's being just fucking astroturfed like crazy. The Watchmen show that came out not long ago, they were just nonstop, just exaggerating. I think the central focus of the show was this event. This event is what tied like a lot of the events together. And yeah, it's nice to see justices with a set of balls saying, nah, we're not gonna fucking give you money. Fuck, man, we just have 4 hours. This is the last story. I'm not even gonna, we can't do consume since you guys, we've gone on too long.
Oh man, you're not gonna go a little bit longer. You're gonna break the record.
No, dude, it's fucking late. It's about to be midnight.
Don't be beach.
But we gotta end on a good note. These people have been put in their place, and again, it's like, okay, did you get reparations? You're gonna be punishing people who had nothing to do with the event. Like, you're gonna punish people. You're gonna punish people who like, obviously would not be cool with what happened. I mean, if their version of the event is true, which it probably isn't, I wouldn't be cool with it. But like, don't punish me. Don't take my fucking money. It's bullshit. Fuck off with this. So yeah, Let me see. We're just gonna check in on Virginia one last time, and then we're out of here. Where's my F5 key?
And to be fair, I already confessed my consumed sins regarding concert purchase. So
Yeah.
we kind of stuck that in there.
Yeah. All right. Well, dude, I thought Dick Mash doesn't block me. That would have. Dude, why couldn't I find him?
I don't know.
I don't-
Maybe some legacy Twitter algorithms are taking hold with the election coming up. Wouldn't put it past. I don't think they got all that stuff.
What?
encoded in.
Whoa. Hold on. Let's turn this fucking music off. Nick Rekieta confirms the document stating one of his children tested positive for cocaine are real. The docs are real. The allegations in these docs are horrific.
What the fuck?
We're just going to do this. I'm going to talk for a minute, very briefly, and then we'll, I'm going to read the chats, and then we'll go. This is not going to be a long stream. It was going to be a much longer stream, but first, the release of information that's supposed to be protected at a very specific time, right after I announce a show and right before the show starts, is something that is concerning. And of course, I will have a lawyer looking into that right away. We're just going to do this. I'm going to talk for a minute, very briefly.
Well, what docs, man? They didn't fucking tell me shit. Can you at least agree that this is fucked up beyond belief? Wait a minute, what? I'm not surprised. Usually all the kids even have babies. Oh my god. Hold up.
Okay, so where's the actual like thing that he's talking about?
Oh,
then?
here it is. Paul, Dick Rekieta update. His 9-year-old tested positive for cocaine use at levels seen of a multi-time user? What the fuck? Hold up. Let's zoom in on this. Oh no. Oh no.
What the fuck?
All right, hold up. Oh no, dude.
Are we sure? I mean, that looks like legit, like court docs.
Let me see. I'm going to read this
But
for
it
you
could
guys,
be
for those who
also
can't see
fake.
it, and for the audio-only listeners. The above entitled matter came before the undersigned judge of district court on June 6th of 2024, the Kandiyohi County Courthouse. Let's see. Following, blah, 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 attorney, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Findings of fact. Venue, petition. The court previously found. The court previously found that the petition establishes prima facie, showing that the children's health, safety, or welfare would be immediately endangered. The children were released to the care of the parents. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on, guys. Let me read this. I'm trying to read this quickly. Oh fuck, dude.
I'm pulling it up so I can read it on my end too.
Dude. The children were placed on a law enforcement hold. The date of removal is May 23rd, 2024. The facts that warranted removal of the children from the caregiver on an ex parte emergency basis are as follows. On May 23rd, 2024, law enforcement officers from the Kandiyohi County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant at the family residences. During the search, narcotics and drug paraphernalia were located. The parents were placed under arrest, and the law enforcement officers placed the children on a law enforcement hold. Fuck, bro. Dude, Chronic was right. I didn't want to say... Dude, if this is true, oh my god, dude.
Remind me what Chronic said? It was basically something similar to this.
Dude, he went fucking hard. Okay, right here. Exhibit 1, drug testing of the parents. Exhibit 2, drug testing of the children. All parties and participants were offered the opportunity to cross-examine petitioner regarding the ex parte filings. After receiving additional facts, the court determined that protective care shall continue. The court makes the following explicit and individualized findings in support of continued placement. KCHHS received a report involving Mr. Rekieta and Miss Rekieta on May 23rd, 2024. The report was that law enforcement was going to the home of Mr. and Miss Rekieta to execute a search warrant. Upon executing the search warrant, the law enforcement officers found over 26 grams of cocaine, ketamine, drug paraphernalia, firearms, and ammunition in the home. Miss Sweep went to the family home while the search was ongoing. At that time, she learned that the home was very cluttered. It was difficult to walk around the home without stepping on clothing, bedding, or blankets. Avery, I'm not going to read this. Those might be the names of the kids. Fuck. Miss Sweep arrived. Christian was not present. I don't know who Christian is. Dude, they drug tested the kids.
That was allegedly the older kid. Because remember, Nick was saying, I think someone said that the older son was not home at the time of the raid.
Yeah.
So that's what that is.
Where are they saying that the kid tested positive for drugs?
I think I'm looking here. I think that there might have been. I think there's a part 2 on that post.
Yeah, dude. There's part 3. Oh fuck! All the children except for, I'm not gonna say that, tested negative. Blank tested positive for cocaine at a level of over 5,000 with the cutoff. Fuck, dude. Oh no. Bro. Look,
he might actually have like some legal remedy here because this was released to the public. You know what I mean?
Did you get the image was really shitty, so nobody could see it, but the names of the kids are on these fucking documents. I can't look at this again, you guys. Wow. Dude.
So maybe the kid got into it thinking it was like sugar or something, and he got the no sugar instead.
Well, Carl Johansson, the fortunate thing about the situation that he's in, the kids don't necessarily have to stay with CPS. Usually what CPS wants to do is remove the children from their custody into the hands of a relative, immediate family member, so grandparents, aunt or uncle, etc.
Here's the next page.
What was that? Read it for me. I can't look at this dude. I don't want to dox him.
Basically the what do you call it? Child services or whatever the thing is. KCHHS is providing reasonable efforts to reunify the children with their parents and to prevent the need for further out of home placement. However, those efforts have been hampered by the parents because the parents have revoked ROIs, which is drug testing, have not submitted to drug testing, and have not allowed KCHHS full access to the home. So they're basically saying child services, fuck off, get a warrant. And we're not going to submit to any drug testing you want us to do.
So the kids are probably with the parents then?
Well, the grandparents, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant, the grandparents.
Yeah, I would guess. I did see something in here from one of the posts. I'm skimming through it right now, but the children removed from the home on May 23rd, which is 14 days in out of home placement. The permanency progress review hearing must be held no later than 180 days after removal, which is November 19th, 2024. If applicable, the permanent petition must be filed no later than 335 days after removal, which is April 23rd, 2025. If applicable, an admit/deny hearing to determine the permanent status of the children will be held on or shall be held by May 23rd, 2025, pursuant to the statute. And then an admit slash deny hearing was held on June 6th of 2024, and both parents requested were represented by an attorney. The parents were advised of the right to have a trial regarding Child Protective Services petition, including the right to testify or question and call witnesses at the trial to require a petitioner to prove Chip's petition by clear and convincing evidence. After consulting with counsel, the parents each entered a denial. Which, okay, I get, because if they try to say something right there, it goes on the record and it can be used in the felony case against them. So I get why they're basically telling CPS to fuck off.
Carl Johansson, it would be the 9-year-old. It's the 9-year-old.
Yeah. Protective order. The parties have agreed to a protective order for discovery, and that's what Nick was talking about on stream.
So you were watching this. So he said this in the beginning. Here, let's play this again. You don't remember hearing him say this?
We're just going to do this.
This
and
just
talk
happened.
for a minute, very briefly, and then we'll.
7:40.
I'm going to read the chats, and then we'll go.
leaked.
It's not going to be a long stream. It was going to be a much longer stream, but first, the release of information that's supposed to be protected at a very specific time, right after I announce the show and right before the show starts, is something that is concerning. And of course, I will have a lawyer looking into that right away.
Look, he's 100% being fucked with. 100% they're fucking with him now. That information should not be made public.
And now
I don't want to
it's
say
in public
I
domain, so we
believe
can
or
talk
trust
about
the
it, but-
process. Like, I don't believe or trust the process per se, but I mean, dude, we got the names of these little kids. You know, we got the private information of these kids there. A lot of
for
that
the
shit
record,
is supposed to
though-
be protected information. It's
Yeah,
not
for the
supposed to
record,
come
though-
out.
Yeah, for the record, though, this is in the realm of journalism of us talking about it.
Yeah,
and
no, we're gonna
therefore
talk
we're-
about it, but still, like, they're fucking with
but
him.
it is
Somebody in the
fucked up.
government.
No, it is.
They're
it is
fucking
fucked
with
up
him.
that. Yeah, exactly. No, it's fucked up that this information got released, which makes me wonder if there's someone within the office there that.
Dude, we
doesn't
might
like
get
him.
we might get a body cam in less than a week, you guys.
I mean,
Dude,
what if?
here's what's happening. Here's what's happening, you guys. I'm gonna get fucking biblical here. Nick Rekieta does not want to admit guilt, and he shouldn't have to because of the way our law system works. But it's obvious that he has not learned a single fucking thing from this fiasco. He doesn't want to do the right thing. He just wants to treat everybody like shit, and he wants to pretend that he doesn't have a problem. He wants to pretend that Aaron Imholt wasn't fucking the shit out of his wife in his bed and all four of them were sleeping together like freaks. He wants to pretend that kids were not exposed to this lifestyle. And it's pissing people off. He's fucking lying. He's being dishonest. You know, and like, this is God punishing him.
Yeah.
Again, you can lie on the internet, but you can't lie to the internet. Dude, what do you think is going to happen when you spent years shit-talking judges, shit-talking county clerks, shit-talking the police, and now you got caught dead to rights?
Well, whoever
in my
leaked this should be
opinion, doing all
prosecuted,
this
though.
shit. Yeah,
I mean-
dude, you can't be in the fucking government and punishing Nick, even though he's a dirtbag. I mean, we're just getting the facts sooner than I initially would have antanticipated.
Yeah,
but
and
this
it's
is
saying
over.
It's saying in the best interest of the children that they shall remain in protective care of, I guess, human services, child welfare, for the purpose of the placement with an appropriate list in foster care. So that sucks. The kids are in foster care right now. I don't think they're with the parents or the grandparents.
No, Aaron confirmed it. They're with the family.
No, they are. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's good then.
I mean, this is
At
last
least
month.
they're-
This is all last month.
But if this changed, they might have taken them out and put them in just a foster home, which would fucking suck. Now they're saying the Health and Human Services is providing reasonable effort to reunify the children with their parents and prevent the need for further out-of-home placement. However, those efforts have been hampered because parents have revoked ROIs, which I kind of... Well, there was one lawyer talking about that on stream. basically that, you know, there's something about if they were to go to like a doctor and seek help or whatever, they theoretically couldn't use that in court. It would be inadmissible. But I mean, I've seen shadier shit thrown through the courts just by watching LawTube. But in any case, reading the next line here, the children should only remain in protective care. Services, examinations, or evaluations, yada yada yada. Just talking about legalese behind the rule. The parents shall abstain from the use and possession of mood-altering substances except prescribed by medical professionals, so that probably includes alcohol as well. The parents shall each submit to chemical testing of any type of the requests of Health and Human Services or the GAL to verify abstinence. Is GAL like the parole officer? I don't know what the terminology there for that, GAL. And I didn't think that Health and Human Services could order people to go take a drug test. That has to be the judge doing that, which I think part of what was the release conditions, right? As
I mean, the things change and get a little murky when children are involved and you have multiple agencies involved in a criminal case. So it's not just, the local police. Now it's, the Health and Human Services or Department of Family Services or Child Protective Services, whatever it is. I guess in this place it's Health and Human Services. I mean, they get involved and, they do shit. Oh man, Dick Masterson's kind of coping, dude. I love you. Yeah. I love you, buddy. But dude, like, again, I have experience with this stuff and I just don't see him getting out of this. No. I don't see him getting out of this. However, none of this shit jives with me. The leaking the kid shit. I mean, dude, if you're gonna be a piece of shit and fucking leak this stuff, you could have the guy could have redacted the fucking names.
Yeah, and then this person or the Health and Human Services shall file an out-of-home placement plan and provide it to the parties and foster care providers within 30 days of the courts placing the children in foster care in order for protective care or order of transferring legal custody to Health and Human Services, whichever is earliest. The out-of-home placement plan shall be filed no later than June 22nd. So it sounds like they got a little bit of time to figure that out, and hopefully that they're with the grandparents or family until then, until all the legal shit's taken care of. And then it goes over family time, visitation between parents and children shall be supervised by at a safety center or supervised at the Health and Human Service building by a member of the staff. The Health and Human Services shall exercise due diligence to identify and notify adult relatives of the family within 30 days after removal.
All right, we got some interesting updates. Damn, bro. Update with Nick's epic comeback. EVS is helping blocking chats and super chats on Nick's channel. Guys, I know like some of these people like are his friends and shit, but dude, step away, man. People got to step away and isolate this guy. He needs to be alone. He needs to sort this shit out. He needs to sort his story out. People can't be intervening on his behalf. People can't be nose guarding. He needs to be held accountable. He needs to go through the court of law. And whoever leaked all that shit, they need to be held accountable too.
Oh, that's right to jail right away. That meme.
Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, straight to jail.
I mean, what? Okay, who else would theorize here? Who else would have these access to these documents?
Anybody within human Health and Human HHS, anybody within the police department, the sheriff's office, anybody in the courts, any of them.
Anyone who filed against Nick or reported him have access to this?
Anybody who filed or reported him?
Filed or / reported him?
No. A government official leaked these documents.
Okay.
It was somebody in the government that leaked these documents. Like, I could not get it. I could, even if it was me that called the police on him, I can't get any of these copies. I would not be entitled to any of this.
It's probably someone that Nick called a lolcal or something.
Yeah, probably. Dude, he's not a popular guy, man. He's not a popular guy. So.
I mean, I wonder what the crime is for leaking that over here. I mean, it's obviously contempt of court for one. So the judge could basically be like, right to jail. But I'm wondering what other.
Yeah, Omega Tony is God. Test the kids for STDs at the street. Yeah, might as well, man. I mean, fuck, dude. I mean, who knows
I
what
don't
other
think they're
nasty
doing, like,
horror
a-
he brought to this house.
I
No,
don't
but
think
you know
they're
they're
doing a
exposing these
Biden
kids to
thing.
these fucking horrors. You know, like.
Yeah.
Dude, I told you guys, I told you a lot. Like, I knew some shit at the beginning of the show. I told you, I've seen some shit. I knew some shit.
Yeah, that came out.
Bro, dude,
couple
you had
hours
the
ago.
fucking world by the balls, man. And he fucking pissed it all away to
Yeah.
fuck like a chick who's about to turn 30. Yeah,
Dude, I mean-
April's cute, but like, dude, it ain't worth it, bro.
Fly too close to the sun, you get burned. I mean that's what's happened here, and he's spiraled.
Hold up. There's a longer clip right here. Let me hear this.
And when you do take a moment, and you work with government, and you can find this in the recently leaked documents, and you cooperate by, say, asking them to come into your home, they will lie under oath to the judge. That's right, Alicia Sweep. They will lie under oath to the judge. They will fabricate a situation that did not occur. They will lie about your willingness to cooperate. They will lie about things that you said. They will generate statements said by other people out of nothing because I was there and that wasn't said. They will violate the rules of evidence. They will violate the rules of civil procedure. They will violate the rules of juvenile procedure. And disinterested judges and very fucking terrible attorneys will let it all go. Because everyone grovels at the feet of government.
I'll grant you this. They're probably liars. I've done government work. I know what that corruption looks like. Fair enough. But if even half of the allegations made against you are true, you are fucked.
Yep.
Did the kid test positive for drugs? Yes or no?
I can't find that on the documents.
There's like 5 fucking parts to it, dude.
There's a bunch of documents. I've been skimming through it. I was just on the last petition.
Oh, dude, it's there, bro.
But I will say this is actually bad for Nick and the kids. Mainly the kids here, because there is a section in here, and I just closed out of it because I was looking for that other thing. Basically, that Health and Human Services is authorized as follows as a respect to the children to arrange for medical care, yada, yada, yada. To arrange the appropriate routine medical and dental care for the children, including necessary immunizations and vaccines for the children.
Well, I don't
So
care
his
about
kids-
any of that. I don't care about
No,
any
no,
of that.
no. His kids are gonna get jabbed. Like, I bet you Nick did not get the Fauci ouchie, as it's so known as.
Yeah.
And the state's probably gonna force the kids to get the Fauci ouchie and watch one of his kids. I don't want to say that. You know, I'm not gonna say that, but knowing, you know, I'm just not gonna finish that sentence because YouTube. I'll just say I'd be very concerned for the children if the state starts issuing things against the parents' wishes in terms of medical care. Let's just put it that way. Probably the best way to say it. Safest way on YouTube.
Well, he's royally fucked.
Yeah.
This is bad. Even if half of this is true, like, dude, you're fucked. And him having a bad attitude and just talking all that shit to all the people who love and cared about him, no one's gonna be sympathetic towards him, bro. Not a single person. I mean, yeah, the guy who leaked it is a bastard, but and yeah, he should be punished. Yeah, it's right here, dude. Right here on screen. All the children except for blank tested negative. Blank tested positive for cocaine at a level of over 5,000 with a cutoff of 500.
Yeah, I just saw that post. It's a variant. Oh, dude, and then I guess he has the trial should begin on July 23rd.
Well, him and President Trump can share a jail cell together.
Oh, is he gonna go to Rikers or what? Yeah, they want to toss Trump. Dude, they want to toss Trump into Rikers with all the murderers.
Damn, bro.
So,
He'll never make it.
I mean, if the deep state can't, or the shadow government can't off him, some prisoner in Rikers will do it for us. That's what they're hoping. That's what those people want. I can't remember the politician. You might have covered this, but there was a politician who basically put in a couple politicians that put in a bill that would basically revoke Secret Service protection of presidents if they've been charged with a certain number of felonies. And what do you know? Trump's been
very
served
convenient.
with a certain number of felonies. I don't think that bill went anywhere, but you know who's on the wrong side of history when they're trying to do that type of stuff. I'll just leave it at that. All right.
Well, guys, damn, I thought the ending it on the Tulsa Massacre would be fun, but holy shit, breaking news. Oh shit, Ethan Ralph fired up late night stream to sweep for Nick Rekieta. He's fucked up on Xannies and can't read for shit.
A follicle test is said to be more like accurate than a urine test. I don't know, but I do know that this was released.
Still blocked by that dude.
Right before.
What was that?
I'm still blocked by Ethan Ralph.
Why? Why? Because you were shitting on Elijah Schaefer, the fucking Peter Puffer.
Because I was trolling Ethan Ralph about that whole deal that he couldn't fucking handle being on the show and bitched out pretty much. Because apparently,
fuck Elijah Schaefer, bro. Elijah Schaefer's a pussy, dude.
Well, he was invited on the show with Nick
nah,
and
dude,
there,
they were doing some ambush
then
shit. They were fucking with him, bro. I don't want. We're not getting into it. We're not getting into it. Yeah, no, it's Well, that's the show, you guys. It's fucking late. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, take a shit, and wow, who knows what's gonna happen next week? Who knows what's gonna happen tomorrow, dude? Things are getting really fucking wacky. But again, you can lie on the internet, but you can't lie to the internet. Everybody who came out and joined me, hung out. Holy shit! Just reading through these documents.
Yeah, and then what I'll say this before you end here.
Yeah.
What Dick's saying is, it could be a false positive.
No, not likely, man. If that drug test was conducted by the judge, I'd be inclined to agree.
Or it could be a lab fuck up, is what Dick's saying. But we'll wait.
Dude, I doubt it, bro. I fucking doubt it, man. These guys are doing everything right. They know who they're dealing with. They're dealing with a very contentious lawyer, a combative lawyer. They can't afford to fuck this up, man. Dude, Nick Rekieta is gonna be a legend, a martyr. Like a real political force. If they fuck this up, they got him dead to rights. Why they're leaking it? Probably because he's annoying people, man. He's pretending to fucking again. He's just trying to act like none of this stuff happened. He's just being weird about everything and attacking his friends and his fans and shit. Like, nah, dude. He's being punished. So yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles, man. R.A.P. Nick. Everybody, thank you guys for joining. And shit, I am tired. And I am out. Peace.